Hello! Hello, welcome. I think there's no audio here. Wait, why is it not using my controller? Hello? Could I have my controller back, please? There we go, thank you. Alright, so hello, welcome. We're back with more 100-line Last Defense Academy. So, in the last stream of this, we finished the good ending for Killing Game, I think. Possibly the good ending? The Hope Within Despair, I think it was called. Wait, it doesn't actually tell us the ending name there. But kill the baby. So in the last stream we did the Hope Within Despair ending, I think. So the remaining survivors, being me, Kako, Nozomi, Darumi, Tsubasa, Yagamu, and Ima, we all escaped. We won the Killing Game and we escaped to the satellite, essentially. Yeah, the good ending. Yeah. We escaped to the satellite and started our own little polycule with like, this is the romancing Tsubasa route for some reason. I don't know how it ended up being that way, but yeah. Somehow this route is our favourite ending thus far because it has us canonically romance Tsubasa, so it made me very happy. And also we're roomies with Yagamu and Darumi, so. And Nozomi may not be in a relationship with us, but Nozomi at least is, she has a little sister in Commune, I guess. But yeah, Tsubasa stabbed a guy because he hurt me. Yeah, exactly. No, not just anybody. Tsubasa stabbed Aito from the future. Tsubasa didn't just stab anybody. Tsubasa stabbed my mortal enemy. The guy that has pissed me off time and time again. Not only am I just glad somebody finally decided to stab him and, you know, didn't give me shit for it. Because I killed him on day one, but everybody gave me shit for it, saying, oh no, how do you know he was going to be evil? Oh no, you're evil for killing him. And then now Tsubasa finally understands and she's on my side. But we have got probably my favourite ending thus far for this route. And actually the game as a whole, probably my favourite ending thus far. Now we need to finish off this route by getting all of the bad endings. So it's time to kill the baby. We already did this one, which is fighting Dalgia first, which led to a bad ending because Commune dies. So we already did that one. But we need to kill a baby. We need to not ask where the invaders are to the sponsor. We need to not kill Ava. I guess we already did this one. Oh, yeah. If you don't leave Moko behind, you die instantly. So I guess we already crossed that one off the list as well. The other one is don't save Darumi. Don't team up with Yagamu. And then all the way back at the beginning is don't join the invader hunt. So I think this is pretty much the Killing Game route from there on, isn't it? Is this still Killing Game? Or is... I guess that's not the Killing Game route once we get to there. So we'll start by just trying to clear off this line here. Oh god. We'll just work our way backwards though. So the first thing we need to do is cross off the list. Don't kill the baby. So if you remember, we need blood for the rocket. And Dal Shia is a new commander that randomly showed up because he was imprisoned in the other route, apparently. So he just kind of was left to rot in the other route. How many endings does it have? 100. There are 100 endings to collect. We have 9. So almost a tenth of the way. Or if you mean this route specifically, I'm not sure, because there may be other branches off of these as well. But maybe just a few more endings. I'm not sure. But yeah. We needed blood for the rocket to fire. And the options were Dalgia, but what was her name? Oh my god. I'm forgetting her name. Big scary Dommy Mommy commander. Veshnus, there we go. Veshnus, like, kill-stole us for the 20th time this game. She kill-stole from us, so we couldn't use Dalgia's blood. Oh no, the support... No, it wasn't Veshna, sorry. It was the supporter who killed Stoll, wasn't it? So, yeah. The supporter kills Stoll, our kill on Dalgia. So then we were like, okay, our options are, do we fight Veshnus, or do we fight... well, do we fight Veshnus, or do we kill the baby for sustenance? Because if you remember, the baby in the defense room has a shit ton of hemoanima. And the argument from Commune was, oh, the Flame Boy is going to die in 7 days anyway. Just kill him. Just kill him and we can get out of here before Veshnus does anything. So, we're going to see what happens. Because we learned through this route that he was listening in on the conversation. So, we learned that he was actually listening in on this conversation. So if we decide to kill him, he's going to be very disappointed in us. So yippee. Is it this one? Oh, it is that. That slider. Kill the baby! Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we're gonna kill the baby! There's no other way, I have to kill the baby! It was my responsibility as leader to ensure everybody made it to the artificial satellite safely. For that to happen, I had to stain my hands with blood one last time. But I can't do it now. Someone was bound to notice me walking into the defense room in broad daylight. I don't want anyone to see me doing this. I decided I would do it secretly in the middle of the night, away from the watchful eyes of others. It's time to pop the baby. Is he gonna have a conversation with me? Is he just gonna show up and be like, bro, what the fuck? In the middle of the night, I quietly made my way to the door in front of the defense room. The baby's on the other side of this door. Could you stop calling him the baby? Just call him the Flame Boy. Oh wait, I guess we never gave him a name, did we? He was generating undying flames in his capsule even as I stood there. The door was protected by undying flames too. They would rekindle almost instantly, even with repeated use of fire extinguishers. With undying flames that not even fire extinguishers could put out, this room was an impregnable fortress. Impregnable. Unlike Tsubasa, she is very pregnable. But that wouldn't be a problem for me in this enhanced suit. The suit Hiriko retrieved for us at the cost of her life and the suit Ato left behind. Commune combined the materials of both to create an enhanced suit that could even withstand the heat of undying flames. If the undying flames can't hurt me, this door's no longer unassailable. Is this suddenly Payday 2? Like... Ah, the drill's jammed! Fucking drill's jammed! And this hydraulic hammer should be more than enough to break it down. So long as I'm willing to wait 300 seconds and stave off an assault. Guys, I'm gonna get us what we need. The cryptoglobe we need to launch the escape pod. As I mumbled these words under my breath, I took a step closer to the door. And then he showed up. Oh, hey, how's it going? How's your day been? I hope, hi. You! The ghost boy suddenly manifested in front of the very door, protecting his physical form. He chose a really bad time to show up again after such a long absence. Why are you so surprised? Wait. Yeah, why are you so surprised? Aren't you here to kill me? No, of course not. You don't need to hide from me, Takumi. I have a good grasp on the situation. You'll need to kill me for my cryptoglobin to power the escape pod you found underground, right? How did you know? I thought you weren't feeling well enough to move around. Remember? He said he wasn't feeling well enough to move around. To inform you about something, I will keep it short. I'm not feeling very well right now. Huh? Not feeling well? In what sense? Right, you can't tell because I'm in this form. Basically, I'm sick. How did that happen? He's down with the sickness. There's a particular space known as blood space in this world. It is a distinct space filled with cryptoglobin energy. However, a malicious aura from the future has been seeping into a certain part of that space. My true form, the baby, is being badly affected by the aura. This may sound strange, but the blood space corruption was purified a little while ago and I suddenly recovered. For the last few days, I've been going around school every night to gather information. For the last few days, I've been going around school every night to gather information and figure out the reason for my sudden recovery. That's when I saw you discussing my assassination with the girl I'd never seen before. You heard me talking with Commune? You were talking about whether or not you would kill me. I've been watching you since yesterday to see what decision you'd end up making. And as I expected, you decided to kill me. So you're here to stop me? I wish I could. After all, who would want to die right after recovering from an illness? Unfortunately, my powers are useless against you. Undying flames have no effect on that strange suit you're wearing. That's why you wore it here, right? Looks like my guess was correct. I'm powerless to stop you from committing this crime. Don't call it a crime. I'm just being a little bit silly. Suddenly something happened to the Undying Flames protecting the door. They completely vanished. Did you do that? But why? It's pointless to fight back. I've decided to accept my death gracefully. Go ahead and kill me, Takumi. It's okay. The escape pod needs my cryptoglobin to fly, right? You're willing to die to help us? All of you have been fighting so hard to defend my body from the invaders, after all. It's only right that I do something for you in return. Exclamation point! I was touched to my core by the baby's kind-heartedness. Now we could go to the artificial satellite without fighting Veshnas. But I need you to promise me one thing. What is it? Well, I don't mind you using my cryptoglobin to power the escape pod for the others, but...
You can't get on that pod, Takumi.
Well, fuck you too. What? Why not? Think about it. Think about everything you've done. You killed Ato before you even did anything on day 2, and now you're trying to kill a defenseless baby. Okay, but... Ato tried to kill Sirei! What you don't understand is Ato is evil. He even came back from the dead to be an asshole. What? Let me quickly explain to you that the reason you felt corrupted was because Ato was so angry, he came from another timeline to corrupt you. That's the source of your sickness was Ato. He'd already done something in this timeline even. He time traveled. Like me. You're dangerous. Letting you on the satellite could cause trouble for a lot of people. So I want you to die with me, here on this planet. It seemed like the Ghost Boy had got the impression I was some kind of heartless serial killer. But who could blame him? I'd killed a lot of people, and now I was trying to do the same to him. If you'll promise me you won't take the escape pod to the artificial satellite, I'll give you my word. I'll let you use me as fuel without any resistance. Did I want to stay behind on Earth by myself? Of course not. I had my own dreams, and I wanted to see how the others fulfilled theirs as well. I couldn't bear to accept this condition, but... Alright, I promise.
I won't get on the escape pod. I'll stay here.
Press X to lie. I made a promise I didn't intend to keep. The baby would be dead by then, so it wouldn't matter anyway. That's a relief. My life won't have been wasted if I could take you down with me. What an asshole! He sounded truly relieved when he said that. A moment later, he vanished. I just can't seem to get away from the bad guy role. Communicating directly with the person I was about to kill only added to the weight of my guilt, but there was no time for hesitation. It was time to carry out my final murder. 26 stab wounds for the Flame Boy. There was no need to stay in the suit now that the Undying Flames were gone. I took it off and transformed into my class armor instead, then I started breaking down the door. Without the flames to protect it, it didn't stand a chance. Yeah, we killed one person actively trying to sabotage the mission, yeah. And we caught him in the middle of trying to kill Sirei, so it's like, not even like, oh, but he might have made different choices. No! He was about to take the exact same path as the prologue. So, if we didn't stop him, Sirei would have died, and then if we didn't lock him up, he would have... Well, even if we did lock him up, he still gets out and fucks everything up. So if we didn't kill him, he would have killed Hiroko. So, slowly but steadily, the door began to crumble under my attacks. I wish they could understand that I actually came from the future and I know what I'm talking about. The damage grew heavier and heavier. Until at long last, it was completely destroyed. I dashed right into the defense room without stopping. I must stab you. Tiny defenseless child, you must be stabbed for sustenance. Da! Sorry, I was drinking. With a loud cry, I charged towards the baby's capsule. I had a strong feeling my guilt would paralyze me if I hesitated for even a moment, so I just kept running with all my strength. Da! Don't stay calm, get agitated, throw out all your common sense. I kept repeating those words to myself as I raised my sword, and with a racing heart, ka-chunk, sliced through the capsule with the baby still inside it. Commune, why did you tell me to do this?
System down. System down.
Ah, tits, I forgot about the alarm.
Emergency. Emergency. Switching to reserve power supply. Restore system immediately.
Nobody's gonna like this. The emergency announcement began playing as I took the baby's body out of the capsule.
Full system. Error.
Nobody's gonna be happy about this, are they?
Reserve power depleted. All systems shutting down. All systems
Now the
shutting
entire
down.
school knows, yeah. The lights went out. I quickly ran through the bedarkened school campus. Gotta go notice things, but I appreciate it. I handed the body over to Commune, who had been waiting in the storeroom. God, what even voice did I give you? I did have the Meatwad voice for you, but that ended up being the sponsor, didn't it, for a while. Takumi did as I asked. I'm sorry you always have to be forced to take out the painful responsibilities. I am truly sorry. Never mind that, just get the escape pod ready. I'll go call the others. I ran up the stairs of the school towards the roof. Wake up, everyone! Head to the escape pod hangar right now. Wake up, the escape pod is ready. I pounded on every door on the roof to wake everyone up. Huh? What happened? Is there an enemy attack? Just head to the hangar now. Everybody wake up. Wake up. Make up. You wanted to. I ferried my confused friends toward the underground hangar. Everybody crowded into the escape pod.
What's going on? I thought we couldn't use the escape pod without Veshness's cryptoglobin.
Yeah, well, about that.
Did you find a substitute?
You damn right I did.
Who in the world could sub for Veshness?
Hey,
Baby.
wait. What do we do about the invader army?
Fuck them.
I glanced out of the window as we were running here, and the wall of fire was gone.
Don't worry about
The
it.
school's completely defenseless right now.
Isn't the wall of fire powered by the baby in the
Oh,
defense
you
room?
almost piecing it together.
If the wall is down, something must have happened to the baby.
Mm,
Here's the escape pod suddenly ready to take off. Does that mean the fuel being used to power this pod is...
the baby.
You didn't.
The jig was up. My friends had figured out I'd done the unforgivable once more. I closed my eyes and kept silent, fearful that they would turn on me, however. Tsubasa and Yagami each took one of my hands into theirs and squeezed hard. Oh, hand-holding. They didn't care. Tightly, without saying anything. I'll share your guilt with you. That was what it felt like they were trying to tell me.
I'm sorry, Takumi.
You did that despicable deed? For us?
Yeah, aren't I the coolest?
That makes us accomplices. You should have just let me tank bad guy roles like this.
One by one, the others started commiserating. Oh, you know what? Actually, maybe it's not so bad. They don't mind. They don't mind that I killed a baby. Oh, awesome. They're true friends. Only true friends don't care when you kill babies. The moment it hit me, they weren't going to despise me. Tears of relief started welling up in my eyes. It made my desire to go to the artificial satellite with these people even stronger than before.
Commune? How long until takeoff?
Just a little more. The takeoff sequence is proceeding smoothly. We just have to
Yeah,
trick
they're
the
not
AI
going to
into
rip
thinking
Takumi apart for
today is
killing
day
somebody for
100.
once, yeah. As soon as she said that... Blah! The inside of the pod started shaking, making it difficult for us to keep standing.
To your seats! This is gonna be a rough launch. Expect at least 8G.
What the heck's 8G? I didn't know phone tech was that advanced.
No,
already.
it's not quite like that.
She means the gravitational force pushing against our bodies when we take off.
Isn't that, like, really high? Isn't 8G, like, really bad if you've not trained for it?
How strong is 8G? Strong enough to rip your heart out of your body if you don't strap down. Get to your seats, everyone.
We quickly found our seats and buckled up. At around the same
An
time...
omnidirectional attack will launch in 400 seconds.
Yeah, that shit'll kill you.
Leading up to the omnidirectional attack, all defenses will be rerouted to the intercept system. Special defense unit members, please board the escape pod.
We're already in it.
schoolyard immediately.
The announcement that was supposed to play on day 100 blared out from the hangar speakers. Commune had successfully hacked the system and tricked the AI into thinking it was day 100. Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! My heart was racing and my breathing became faster. Finally, we were returning to the artificial satellite. All our dreams were gonna come true. I get a feeling this shit's gonna blow up.
I want to make something like this for the street kids. Once
Why do I
we
get the
to
feeling we're just gonna
artificial
pop like a
satellite.
firework? Oh, the sponsor already died in this timeline so far.
Feeding hungry kids on the streets is going to be our way of atoning for what we've done.
Next time,
I think,
I'll
right?
be on the life-saving side. It's the only way I can atone for what I've done.
I think maybe the cryptoglobin's too
Maybe my
powerful and
story
will
can
blow up.
even be something that brings comfort to others. Then I'd be just like Mistress Hideko.
Oh, she wants to be just like Mr. Hiroko by writing an error gay. I intend to do for Camus and everything my mom couldn't do for me. Wow.
It felt like so long.
Everybody else got voice acting but her.
But everything is over now. Once the next announcement plays, this pod will be ejected to the schoolyard. After that, it goes directly to the artificial satellite.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 390 seconds.
Yeah, an army of soldiers was... Yeah, true. As the second announcement played, the shaking in the escape pod became even more
It's
intense.
finally time! Let's go!
Yeah, maybe once we get there,
Special
like, you
defense
didn't
unit members,
clear
please
Earth,
board
bro.
the escape pod in the schoolyard immediately.
To outer space we go!
Wow! I'm actually starting to get excited!
An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily.
It's over, Takumi.
Everything's gonna be over very shortly.
It feels like it's been a really, really long nightmare.
200 days for you,
After boarding the
technically.
escape pod.
Even more if you're counting the other timelines that you don't remember. This long and hellish nightmare of ours was finally ending today. We were going to the artificial satellite.
Repeat. An omnidirectional attack will launch moment.
Bzzzt.
Huh?
What the hell? The announcement got cut off halfway. It wasn't just the announcement, all the mechanical noises around us had stopped. The inside of the pod was eerily silent.
What's happening? What's going on? We out of power?
Has the takeoff been reset?
Commune, what is this?
I don't understand. Why was the takeoff aborted
I
at
guess
this stage?
Flame Boy was able to use, like, he was able to stop it, I guess. Commune stood up from her seat in a fluster and booted up the internal PC to check what had caused the disruption.
What? Insufficient propellant energy? That is impossible.
Not even the baby's blood is strong enough to power the escape pod?
God damn!
It can't be. His cryptoglobin was supposed to be in a league of its own.
Exactly. For it to be insufficient is inconceivable.
Inconceivable!
Just 1 second ago, the power was so strong, I was having trouble keeping it in check.
Bro, just... yeah, killed the baby for nothing. Yeah, I think he just, like, self-combusted or something. He was like, if he's on the escape pod, I'm deleting. I'm self-deleting. Commune kept staring at the screen, completely
The
stunned.
energy in the propellant keeps going down even as we speak. It's almost as if it's deliberately refusing to allow us to take flight.
Damn. The moment Commune said that, I suddenly remembered what had transpired before. The promise I made to the baby just before he died. But I need you to promise me one thing. What is it? Well, I don't mind you using my cryptoglobin to power the escape pod for the others, but...
You can't get on that pod, Takumi.
God, fuck you! Was the escape pod being stalled from taking off because I broke my promise? Was his will preventing me from reaching the artificial satellite? I should have gotten off the pod the moment I realized I was the one holding it back. Everyone would be saved then, everyone except me, but... I just couldn't give up on my dream. Don't worry. If you fight Veshness, you can have this. Which you already did, so the true timeline, this already happened. Becoming roommates with Tsubasa, Yagami, and Darumi on the artificial satellite, happily living day to day despite being dirt poor. I did the unforgivable so that we could all attain that dream together. Killing all those people would be for nothing if I died here. I couldn't bear to get off the escape pod. Weighed down by my hopes and dreams for the future, my body simply refused to move.
Isn't there anything we can do? We just need cryptoglobin, right? Kill
Okay.
me and take mine.
Okay, I'm down for that.
2. I'd gladly die to make sure Mr. Tsubasa stays alive. What the heck are you two suggesting?
What the heck?
Not happening.
What the heck is going on around
Calm
here?
down, brother dearest.
No, I should be the one to get off. A leader shouldn't cling to life so disgracefully. It was my duty to sacrifice myself and save the others. Get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. Get off the stupid pot, Takumi. But I still couldn't muster up the resolve. The thought that I'd never see my friends again paralyzed me. Nozomi, Ima, well, you can remove a couple of those names. Nozomi, Darumi, Yagamu, Commune, and I would never see Tsubasa again either. The love of my life. The announcement alerted us that time was up, echoed through the inside of the pod.
Intruder alert. Intrude defense
Yep,
mode
yep.
initiated.
Vestas must have mobilized their army to attack the school after noticing the wall of flame had disappeared. There was no time for us to escape anymore. Our big gamble had failed, all because I shamelessly tried to survive alongside the others. We quickly rushed out of the pod to take on Veshnis and her troops. Wait, do I actually have to fight now? The invader army wasn't as large as I had imagined. Wait, does it still play out? Like, do we still fight Veshnis and then use her blood to get out of here? That's gonna be really funny if we just carry on the same way, but the flame baby's dead. Veshnis must have organized her troops in a hurry to seize the window of opportunity while the wall of fire was down. We were more or less evenly matched with her hastily thrown together squad. Invaders came swarming into the school from all directions, and all we could do was kill, 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 kill. Until you killed Veshnis. By around daybreak, we had virtually annihilated all invaders except for Veshnis and her main force. All that remained was the Supreme Commander herself. If we could take her out, we could survive this. We were so close to a miraculous victory, but it wasn't meant to be. Our greatest weapon, the Reviver Medic, broke down from overuse. Unable to come back to life, we started losing our lives one after... What? Okay. That's bullshit. You know I'm better than that. I don't use the killing myself mechanic, actually. I'm better at the game than that. I would win this fight. In the end... Everybody died, including Veshnis. Though we barely managed to defeat Veshnis, she took each and every one of us down with her. Aww, they're all having a slumber party. Aww, cute sleepover. Yeah. When it's in a cutscene, it's extreme despair difficulty, clearly. Actually, I do need to check something. I want to see if the killing game route was written by Uchikoshi. Oh, now we know who Commune is, actually. Interesting. I just want to see who wrote the killing game route, because it's been one of the best written ones so far. God, this credit song is good as well. First scenario was Kodaka. Okay, reset, goodbye. Goodbye! I want to see goodbye, Ato! What do you mean multiple Atos are? Oh god, these are all so spoilers. Oh, there's a romance route. Oh, the killing game route was Kyohei Oyama! Oh, that's new. Oh, I don't know that guy. It felt like Uchikoshi's writing, but I don't know who that is. So close and yet so far. Oh, Kyohei, interesting. That's a new one. Well, we hit our 10th clear. So, obviously killing the baby was the wrong choice. Who would have thought? So where's our next decision, actually? Goodbye Ato sounds like such a great route for me. Right before the decision. So, here's the thing with this decision. The sponsor says, hey, Tsubasa's about to die. Do you want me to tell you where the invaders are? So, before I said, yes please, I need to save Tsubasa. But apparently we need to try and rely on luck in this route. Tsubasa's gonna die. Here's my prediction. So, the decision here is basically Yagamo and Tsubasa are at risk of dying. So the sponsor says, I can give you info on where they are, and then you can go kill everybody there, and it'll be worth a load of points. Which we did before, and it turned out there were humans there, which Takumi kills and gets PTSD for. So we went there and killed everybody in the previous timeline, which ended up being the right answer. This route is probably going to mean we don't find where the invaders are. No PTSD, but Tsubasa will likely die. So, let's find out! To understand what Aito's motivations are, he just hates humanity. He has a weird psychological disorder where he doesn't see humans as humans, he sees them as grotesque monsters. So, he basically thinks it's his, like, God-sent duty to end humanity, because he thinks they're all disgusting. Think the Kirito speech from Sword Art Online Abridged, where he's like, look at all humanity's achieved! War, global warming, reality TV... That's Ato. Ato is Kirito from Abridged. Or Sephiroth Syndrome, that's also good. I don't need your help, I'll find more school invaders myself. Stop it, little Takumi! You'd really rather see Tsubasa die than accept my help? I won't let that happen! After firmly turning down the sponsor's offer for help, I walked out of the leisure lounge. Then I returned to my room and waited for morning to come. I went outside to hunt for invaders with my usual party and the newly recruited Darumi. We got on the bus and Tsubasa drove us far out into the wilderness as she could. Whoa! We haven't seen this before! Ooh, an abandoned hospital. An art gallery we stumbled upon. Whoa! What is that? Why is there a spiky wall as an art piece? And there's just a goat in the background. God damn. Okay. And a massive high-rise building. Ooh. We spent 2 days searching in all kinds of places, but even then, the only place where they were is in the mansion that you'd never find normally. You would never find that mansion normally.
You never know. Well then.
On the night of day 77, we still hadn't found any invaders, let alone killed them. Damn it, why aren't there any invaders anywhere? The enemy must have recalled all their troops still loitering around in the vicinity of the school. Probably so that we can't hunt them anymore. What do we do now? Mr. Tsubasa is in last place. I don't want to die. Just kill me for the points now, please. I already said no to that. What's the point of you dying to keep me alive? Make me sad like that one more time and I'll never take a bath with you again. Again? They're bathing together? No, wait, don't be distracted by that. Tomorrow's the last day of the third round. If we can't earn enough points by tomorrow, Tsubasa will be executed at midnight. Can we go back to the bath thing? I guess having a rematch with Dalgia is the only way out now. Yagama had quietly made the suggestion. That's super strong, Commander. I didn't even have time to move during the last fight with him. Yeah, but beating him seems like the only way for us to save Tsubasa. I figure we should give it a shot. I have a feeling we might bump into him somewhere in the desert. Taking our chances with a ridiculously powerful enemy rather than sit around doing nothing was just the kind of reckless plan Yagama would come up with. I suddenly remembered something the sponsor had said before. That's right, where you belong. The more desperate someone gets, the more they're willing to dirty their hands to change the situation. Now, son! We were in such a tight spot that taking a major risk was the only way to turn things around. How's this sound? We'll head for the desert first thing tomorrow morning, find Dalgia, and take him down. That's the only way, right? Well, fine. Too bad for you, Dalgia. That old man popped me like a balloon before. I need to get my revenge. Right, beating him will get us his cryptoglobin for escape pod fuel as well. 2 birds with 1 stone. Despite our headstrong proclamations, the grim smiles on our faces betrayed our true feelings. For all our psyching ourselves up, deep inside everyone knew it was virtually impossible for this plan to work. Ask Commune. Commune knows how to take him down. I found myself unable to sleep even as the clock ticked over from midnight into the new day. Is this really going to work? You should be asking Commune for the anti-armor poison. Once morning came, we would be seeking out the powerful warrior Dalgia for battle. Our goal was to earn enough points to pull Tsubasa out of last place. It was the only option we had. Still, we all knew how terrifyingly strong Dalgia was from our last battle. None of our attacks could even scratch him back then. Isn't there another way? An easier target to earn a large amount of points from. Suddenly, an image surfaced in my head. Yeah, baby! Never mind, this is the best route. The faces of Takamaru and his team. Since everyone in the Special Defense Unit were targets as well, if we killed them, Tsubasa would be safe. Yeah, baby! I'm so on board with this. No, what am I even thinking? Yes, we should have Commune at this point, actually. I shook my head vehemently in an attempt to shake that horrifying thought from my mind. How can I abandon my scruples like that? Scruples? How can I abandon my scruples? Am I really that desperate? Trying to solve this by killing other friends was out of the question. I'd be playing right into the sponsor's hands. Come on, think! What are our other options? Something with a high success rate that didn't involve harming our allies and ensured Tsubasa's survival. I tossed and turned in my bed, thinking the problem over all through the night. There had to be a better way to save Tsubasa from certain execution. Before long, morning had arrived. Wait, that's it! As the morning sun lit up my room, a light bulb lit up in my head. I had found a way to save Tsubasa. Not just that, this method would prevent all future deaths in the game as well. I quickly went about getting things ready for my newly hatched plan once I was done. What? I don't like when Takumi goes off on his own. Yeah, did everyone in the school study Oxford English? That's what... Okay. This is why I thought it was written by Uchikoshi. Uchikoshi does that so often. He puts in random words that are way too fancy that even I don't know. He loves doing that. A quick one about getting things ready for my newly hatched plan once I was done. I don't like when Takumi goes off on his own without telling me what's going on. Yeah, I guess scruples means conscience because unscrupulous means like, I don't know, lacking compassion, I guess. Like, if you're an unscrupulous worker, it means you're like not really trying, I guess, so... It's not that foreign of a word, but I've just never heard that word used in a sentence before. Like, I've heard unscrupulous. Yeah, maybe this new writer is an apprentice. Maybe. I mean, I'm liking this route a lot. I was expecting, you know, Kodaka or Ushikoshi. I didn't realize there was a third writer on the team. Sebastian and I took the school bus out of the academy together. I was very surprised to see that it wasn't either Kodaka or Ushikoshi. They're very good. I don't know if this is their first work, because I don't recognize the name, but it's very good, this route. It's been very good. After we reached flat ground, Tsubasa switched the bus to cruise control and came to sit by me. What's this all about, Takumi? You made me drive off in such a hurry. I mean, I don't mind, but shouldn't we have gotten Yagamo and Darumi as well? They don't have to come along for this. This is our escape, just you and me. Our escape? Yes, we're running away from the sponsor and their bees. I looked up at the sky from the window and saw a single bee tailing the bus. That bee was the game monitor, put there to stop the participants from escaping the hunt. It would follow us to the ends of the earth, so running away was pointless. Or so we had been made to think. The truth was... Will that bee really follow us everywhere we go? If we use the bus to cover more ground, maybe we can wear it down eventually. But that bee's physical abilities have been enhanced with Hemoanima. It's not going to get tired that easily, right? I have no idea, but it's worth a shot. No one's ever seriously tried running away from the game before. If we do manage to get away safely, you'll be saved. Not only that, but no one else will need to be executed in your place either. Because according to the rules, only the person in last place of each round gets executed. If Tsubasa kept running away while she was in last place, nobody would ever be executed again. I get the feeling this isn't going to work. Something tells me this isn't going to work out. That was how the game would have to go, according to its own rules. But doesn't that mean we'll never be able to go back to the school? Yeah, but don't worry. I've stocked the bus with more than enough food, water, and fuel to last us for a long, long time. It's not the food I'm worried about. Why are you here with me? Now you can't go back either. Me? Oh, don't sweat it. Just like that? Shouldn't you think this through a little more? What's there to think about? Tsubasa was the most important person in the world to me, so I chose to go with her. It was as simple as that. Takumi, you really are an idiot. She smiled, looking a little exasperated with me. You're so reckless, or maybe daredevil is a better word in this case. What were you expecting? Love is blind, after all. Love? Cut it out, you sound like some sleazy pickup artist. Tsubasa ran back to the driver's seat with a bright red face. After that, we continued to drive the bus, never stopping once. Tsubasa taught me how to drive, so I could take over on roads with fewer obstacles. A few hours after driving around in shifts, I looked out of the window and realized something.
It's gone. It's gone. The bee that's been following us is gone.
Yippee!
It finally gave up?
Yeah. But
I guess it went out of
anything yet.
range?
We should keep going, just to be sure.
Are we ever going to find anything out here, though? Yeah, fuel exists. Also, we're limited on food. Like, we're going to have to find some renewable resource. He said he stocked up on a lot of food and fuel. I sure hope he brought, like, seeds and ways to, like, farm. Because once that food runs out, we're fucked. So we're going to need to start building our own, like, farm, essentially. We kept on driving the bus for a few more hours. Eventually, it became dark outside.
I can't see in front of us at all. Are you sure we can't use the headlights?
I don't think that's a good
Oh,
idea.
here we go. We're going to crash and die.
Lots of bright lights at night, aren't they?
There are too many obstacles lying around here for us to use cruise control. I guess the safest option is to stop for now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see the bee anywhere. We'll stop here and rest until the sun comes back up.
We found a spot behind some ruins where we could park the bus and nap until morning. Ah, yeah, we get this CG again. We huddled together under the same blanket, just like last time.
Our great escapade went pretty well.
I sure hope we don't wake up in the morning with her dead.
The sponsor must be panicking. Now they can't execute you for being in last place.
The execution had been scheduled to take place at midnight, but it was already long past that time. We'd successfully escaped from the invader hunt.
Oh boy, this is honestly a huge relief. I don't think we could ever have beaten Dal Shah. I was so sure today would be my last day on Earth. I couldn't sleep.
Now you get to live at least an extra day, maybe.
You're so silly. I promised I wouldn't let you die, remember?
Yeah, they wake up and the bees are there, probably.
I'll always be there to protect you.
Oh, he's saying the thing to Tsubasa that he said to Karawa.
Tomorrow too?
Yes. And the day after, and the day after
Oh, this is the best route because we get to be
Always.
in love with Tsubasa. I kept whispering to Tsubasa that I would protect her forever. That must have made her feel safe because a few minutes later, she closed her eyes and her breathing started to even out. She was probably tired from the stress and driving all day. I leaned my body against hers and decided to turn in for the night as well. And that was how I fell asleep with the comforting feel of Tsubasa's warmth next to me. Aww, maybe that was why I had the most beautiful dream that night. I dream I was having a nice peaceful breakfast back home in the Tokyo residential complex. Mom was smiling happily, Karo and I were smiling happily. It was a scene of a time when I was still ignorant of a place I held dear in my heart. I had a burning desire to take Tsubasa there. I promised I'd do that for her before. If I showed up at home with a girl, even one who wasn't Kara, I bet Mom would literally start jumping for joy. She'd cook enough to feed an entire village, so much Tsubasa would feel bad she couldn't eat it all. I would eat surrounded by those I loved. How I longed for that day to come. That was my dream now. I wanted to introduce Tsubasa to my family. Wait for it. I've clocked on to how this writer does things. They say this and then they're gonna fade to black and be like, but that dream would never come to pass. We could make it come true. I was sure of it now that we had safely escaped from the killing game. Of course, I no longer had to live in fear that my loved ones might die. Tsubasa and I would always be together. How did you get in the bus? Tsubasa and I would always be together, and I would always be there to protect her. Today, tomorrow, and forever until the end of time. How did you get in the bus? No, because for real, how did you actually get in the bus? Unironically, how did you actually get in there? I need elaboration on that. And also, do we go back? Do we go back to the school after she dies? Escaping our fate. Escape the fate. That's a band. Well, there's another bad ending. Yeah, we don't get to see his reaction. Unless the bee killed us for trying to escape too. Like, maybe we broke a rule by trying to escape, so we die after that. And, like, they just can't show that because we are the player character. Well... We're crossing off these bad endings real quick. Wow, so we really did, like, make all the right choices for a while, didn't we? I was like, yeah, asking where the invaders are was good. What was this one? Oh, choosing to fight Dalja before the sponsor. I forgot that was a bad decision we made first. But yeah. Yeah, the characters are pretty consistent. Like, despite being written by different people. So I guess they might have been, like, initially concepted by different people, but then, like, I bet they probably had a team that were like, okay, this character wouldn't do this due to this reason. Like, you know, they probably had, like, oh, they have this in movies, don't they? They have a person who checks, like, the continuity. I think there's an official title for it, but they have people that watch the movie and check for continuity, like, exclusively. I don't remember what this decision was. Kill Ava? Oh, right. Oh, God. Okay, this is quite a ways back. So, when... Who was gonna die? Nozomi was at the bottom of the list here. So, Nozomi was at the bottom of the list, like, a round prior to where we just were. And we went to an enemy stronghold to get a bunch of points, but the Dick Squad decided to come with us and they wouldn't say no for an answer. So, Takamaru kill-stole the commander that Nozomi shot down. So, that pissed me off. This was... Yeah, this was before we firmly fell in love with Tsubasa, and also before we found Commune, because Right after this is when Ava said, go find Commune, basically. So right before Commune, before our love for Tsubasa started, because searching for Commune is what started the romance with Tsubasa. And also, this is right at the point where I started to really hate Takamaru in this route for kill-stealing a commander from Nozomi and having to let Ava die to make sure Nozomi doesn't die. Yeah, she channeled Karara, yeah. Karara became her JoJo-san. Okay, how is this route gonna go? If we don't kill Ava, is Nozomi just gonna instantly die? Spoilers? It's stuff that's already happened. No, I can't do it. I can't kill you, Ava. You're not thinking clearly, Takumi. If you don't kill me now, Nozomi will die. But I just can't. You're basically an ally to us at this point. Listen to me. You need to do this for Nozomi. You must kill me. Press that button. Now. You two, what's this killing stuff all about? It's like this, Nozomi. You see this button here? Like, he holds up the button and is like, if I press the button like this, clicks the button, Ava will blow up. Whoops. I explained the situation. I told her how Ava was offering to die in order to save her. You can't be serious, Ava. I would never kill you to keep myself alive. Just being able to see you again was good enough for me. I'm ready to die now. Do not speak of death so easily. A kind-hearted child like you deserves to keep on living. I'll say it again. Kill me now, quick, before it's too late. Ava kept yelling at Nozomi to kill her, but Nozomi wouldn't give in. You have to do it. You have to kill me. Why won't you listen to me? Her loud shouts slowly softened into anguished cries. Please, Nozomi. Oh.
Nozomi, please, kill me.
Her desperate pleading was suddenly interrupted by another voice. Oh, asshole squad. You won't die so much, Ava, you won't mind if I kill you myself then? Oh, cool. This route makes me want to hate you even more. Takamaru. Didn't think Ava would be here too. We get to hunt 2 commanders at once. Lucky us. Go fuck all yourselves. The squad 4 commanders are already dead. Killing Ava 2 will put us in a safe spot for a long time to come. Can I kill them? Please let me kill them. I swear to God. Could we actually end their lives? I would be so happy. Damn it, I forgot about them. I should have known these point grubbers. Yeah, that's exactly what they are. Point grubbers might find Ava as well. Sorry, Takamaru, but if it's Ava you want, you'll have to get through me first. You better be wanting to get revenge for what you did anyway. What did I do? You're not getting away this time, Ava. What did I do? Takamaru, please, you can't kill Ava. She has a daughter. Do you really want to make that innocent girl an orphan? Nozomi made a last-ditch attempt to appeal to Takamaru's compassion, but to no avail. Come get some, Takumi! Please let me actually fight. Grah! Yeah! Am I actually going to be allowed to? Please. A fierce fight against our allies broke out over Ava's fate. They're not going to let me fight, are they? Takumi! Nozomi! Halfway through, Tsubasa and Yugamu spotted us and joined the battle, making it even more intense than before. Nozomi! When Nozomi got injured, Ava lost her cool and transformed, throwing everything into greater confusion, and... This screen! I can't get over how much this screen just looks like they threw the model into Blender and just screen capped it. Like, it doesn't look like there's no background. It's just the model of the character in Blender. You dare hurt my daughter!
Duh?
You're no mother, just a freaky school invader. We kept fighting each other to the point that we became unable to clearly discern who was on whose side. Finally, in this enemy base far away from the academy. The special defense unit was completely annihilated, not by the enemy bot, but really? You think we would lose? Really, guys? You think we would lose to Takamaru? The game is just lying at this point. The game is just lying at this point. We beat their asses already once. We beat them up, like, convincingly, too. But no! That's a very quick, bad ending, huh? Battle for Ava's points. God, we would have killed them so easily. I hate when the game does that. It's like, no, you lost. Just trust us. You lost this battle. Yeah, someone just, what the fuck, yeah. Like, bruh, let me kill them. I need to kill them. it's getting so infuriating how much Takamaru's a piece of shit this route. Like, it's the one thing that does feel different in this route compared to the other routes. Takamaru does not feel like his normal self at all. Wow, we're going quite a way back. Oh my god, to save Darumi or not. This is when Hiroko was still alive, actually. God damn. Yeah, out of 100 there has to be some fluff. That is very true. But also, it's just a random bad ending, like, thrown into, you know, like... Obviously, they've got to have some bad endings, like, strewn across this. Because I think what we're forgetting is we're going back and just tying up all the loose ends we didn't do before. So, yeah. All of these are probably going to be pretty crappy endings, because they're not the decisions anyone would logically make, you know. Whether you save Darumi or not, you know, like... This is going to probably be pretty terrible. True, could have just not done that. True. Or just let me kill Takamaru. That would have been fun. Alright, so... we had a plan to end the killing game. Hiroko got a... So Hiroko found a copy of the suit. So the suit that the sponsor is wearing, we found an extra copy of. Hiroko has it, but she got attacked by a commander on the way back. So Hiroko is gravely injured, and Darumi is currently 1v1ing the commander. If we say yes, Hiroko dies. I'm curious what happens if we say no. I guess Darumi dies and we just carry on. Let's say... Yeah, on other long routes there are branches that lead to completely different routes, yeah. This route seems to be very self-contained, but I think it's going to be very difficult because you can't go into a whole new route when you're already in a killing game, quote-unquote. So I think that's why it's very self-contained, because you can't really deviate too far when you have the overarching plotline of a killing game, I suppose. Yagama was right. If the anti-sponsor alliance got wiped out now, all hope would be lost. The best we could do was survive and carry on Hiroko's will. Tsubasa is currently watching this fight, by the way. We don't know it at this point in the story, but Tsubasa is watching. As I made to leave, my gaze fell on her, now on the verge of death.
I'm sorry. I couldn't save you, Hiroko.
Also, that means we don't recover the suitcase in this timeline, so I guess we just lose instantly.
But we'll definitely bring down the sponsor.
We need the suitcase to do that, though. Yagamo and I turned around and started running as fast as we could. I'm sorry, Hiroko, I'm sorry. I mumbled words of apology over and over again under my breath as we dashed across the town ruins. Oh, when we're done with this route, I kind of want to see what happens if we don't join the killing game, honestly. We made it back to the school by the skin of our teeth. I threw myself onto the bed once I was in my room, exhausted from the non-stop fighting since morning. But my heart couldn't rest, the weight of my regret grew heavier with each passing moment. Hiroko! Darumi! I get the feeling it's still going to play out the same way. Maybe Darumi still kills Hiroko and then 1v1's the commander. That would be kind of cool, actually. And then Darumi just hates us for abandoning her or something. I could have saved them if I'd stepped in. I abandoned my allies to certain death. No, I didn't! I shook my head, yelling in an attempt to reject my self-reproof. By the time I'd seen them, it was already too late. My decision to flee was to avert total annihilation. I'd made the right choice. Yeah, we also need to do the don't team up with Yagamu. That could lead into a whole other branch, to be fair. There could be like a whole other route of the killing game if we don't team up with Yagamu, because Yagamu's been pivotal this whole time, right? Like, unless we just immediately die because we don't team up with him and we get overwhelmed and die. Like, but yeah, if we don't team up with Yagamu, he's the one that kind of figured out how the bees work. He's the one that figured out how to poison Kyoshika to kill the sponsor. Yagamu is very pivotal for a lot of the killing game stuff. I didn't abandon them to die, they were already beyond saving. Is that Yagamu? You might be here to talk about what to do next. Now that Hiroko's dead, we need to have a serious discussion about the future of the anti-sponsor alliance. I opened the door to let Yagamu in, but somebody else was on the other side. Darumi? Odds on Darumi. Oh, what are you fuckers doing here? Takamaru, Ima, and Kako too. What do you guys want? What do we want? Quit playing dumb, you freaking scumbag. Takamaru grabbed hold of me, an enraged look on his face. The bad ending trio is real, yeah. If they ever show up, you know it's immediately gonna end badly. What's this about? Why are you so angry? Why wouldn't we be? 2 of our friends just got killed. 2? You mean Hiroko and Darumi? We checked the rankings just now and saw they died all of a sudden. That didn't seem right, so we did some investigating of our own. And guess what? We received eyewitness reports that confirm you committed the crime, Mr. No, I really didn't though, did I? What crime? Nozomi saw you leaving in a hurry with Hiroko and Darumi this morning. 2 people you were hanging out with suddenly dropped dead. What do you think that means, genius? No, we encountered a commander, you fuckwad. I'll tell you what it means. It means you killed him. No, it does not. I didn't, it wasn't me. Ask Yagamu. We went out to hunt invaders together, but then the Squad 3 commander showed up, and then I explained what had happened without going into too much detail. I told them about Hiroko, Darumi, Yagamu, and myself forming a team to carry out a certain operation. When the commander suddenly showed up, he killed Darumi and Hiroko. Yagamu and I had no choice but to escape. That's a lie if I've ever heard one. It makes a lot more sense to think you're the one who killed Miss Amamiya and Miss Shuzahara. Alright. Fucking... I really hate these 3. They are so stubborn to be like, this is what I think happened, and it's gotta be the truth, and I'm not listening to anything that says otherwise. They piss me off so much. They literally don't listen. They just don't listen. Yeah, they think we can 1v2 Hiroko and Darumi. Yeah, clearly. Those 2 occupy the top positions in the rankings. You must have set them up so you could take their place. Stop assuming things! Here's the cosmetics, yeah. Who would kill another person for that? I get it, you don't trust me, but you can check with Yagamu, can't you? He can attest to the fact that I wasn't the one to kill them. I don't believe a single word that perverted clown says. Okay, so just don't listen to anything, man. Go fuck yourself. Besides, you might just be colluding with each other. Therefore, I'm afraid we have found you guilty on the basis of long string of circumstantial... He even admits it's circumstantial. And now you're under arrest. Enjoy your stay in the courtyard cage. Don't forget to make friends with Ava. I want to kill all of you. No, stop. Let go of me. Come down and stop resisting. They caught and restrained me before I could say anything more. I'm so fucking annoyed with these 3. I hate when characters refuse to listen. It's the biggest pet peeve I have in these games, is when characters are just like, no, what I say has to be the truth. I don't know anything, I'm just assuming. All they saw was that Darumi and Hiroko were dead. And apparently, Darumi and Hiroko being dead means that we killed them. Honestly, yeah, we just need to stay in our class uniform, like, seriously. Because they are so fucking stupid. Like... Yeah, sorry, I wasn't listening. Looks like, imagine that in Ace Attorney. Like, imagine, like, doing an Ace Attorney trial, proving without a shadow of a doubt that your client was not guilty, and then the judge be like, oh, I wasn't listening, guilty. Bruh. I didn't kill them! You've got it all wrong, let me out of here! No matter how hard I tried to protest, Takamura refused to listen. I was left to languish in the cage. Oh, I really want to kill them. It's a bit sus, but they literally won't listen to anything. Yeah, they literally won't accept any evidence. Tsubasa was there, although I guess we don't know it yet. Yagamu was there, but they literally said, oh, I don't believe Yagamu. Like, bro, what? I stayed there day after day, and eventually we reached the end of the first round. Really? You died? I don't believe that, but since I couldn't take part in the hunt anymore, I'd fallen into last place and the bees came for me. So fucking stupid. Yeah, evidence is optional, yeah, clearly. Yeah, shouldn't Shoma die? Yes. Yes, he should, because he actually killed 0. Canonically, he killed no invaders because he wanted to die the first round. But no, it's fine. Just ignore the logic and reason. Just ignore eyewitness accounts and logic and reason. Just make your assumptions and then that becomes the truth. Wait, I have the perfect way to summarize this. If you play Honkai Star Rail, you'll know a line that Cypher says when she casts her ult. She says, with enough believers, lies become reality. That is exactly Takamaru's mentality. Takamaru's team in this route, their mentality is, with enough believers, aka being them three, lies become reality. Oh dear. These guys are fucking stupid. Yeah, definitely the worst route for these three, yeah. Team up with Yagamu, this could lead a whole new path, actually. This could go down a whole other route. I would love to not team up with Yagamu and then it becomes us against the world. I really want us not teaming up with Yagamu to lead to us being an absolute powerhouse on our own and we just kill everybody. Yeah, I need the Kirito route. We've already established Imo is unredeemable, yeah. It's too late for him now. Kako can be redeemed, but Ima and Takamaru really can't at this point. Takamaru is too stupid, he always... Takamaru is so quick in every single route to immediately be like, oh, it's all Takumi's fault. He's so quick on such circumstantial evidence and just hearsay shit. Like, Eito will be like, I think Takumi might be evil, and Takamaru will take that as, like, fucking 100% accuracy. Takumi is definitely evil. Yeah, Takamaru's actually the hero. Killing him makes me a cultist, obviously, yeah. That is weird that killing Takamaru turns us into the cult route. Literally, the only reason that is because Takamaru doesn't like Yagamu producing the drugs that he is. That's their explanation. Takamaru being dead means Yagamu can produce the drugs without any backlash. And the drugs are what cause the harem stuff. Sorry, I can't team up with you. Used to respect, but Takamaru, yeah, he's established himself as way too much of a meathead, yeah. I get where his heart's at, but he's so quick to turn against us specifically. Yeah, known traitor Eito Atsuki says literally anything. Takamaru, this must be Takumi's fault. Yeah, that is his whole character the past couple routes. And it's starting to really anger me. He's so easily persuaded, unless it's us. If we're like, no, that's wrong, he's like, nope, don't believe you. I'll believe Eito, but I won't believe you. I was convinced Yagamu had to be plotting something, given that he went out of his way to approach me after I'd been ostracized. The things he usually talked about already made me uneasy. He probably just wanted to torment me for his own amusement. Oh, for the love of murder. You're a cautious one, aren't you, Takumi? Turning me down is as good as having a death wish, you know, unless you have someone else in mind. No, I'm not going to team up with anyone. I'll survive this by myself. So stop following me. With that, I ran away, and subsequently died instantly, probably. I ran and ran until I was nearly out of breath, trying to get away from Yagamu as quickly as I could. The thought that he might be trying to kill me struck fear into my heart. Now we're making assumptions. But no matter how far I ran, I didn't feel safe. After all, I was up against a professional assassin. I continued to run around with heedless abandon. Oh my god, this is going to be an instant lost one again, isn't it? Where am I? I realized I'd ended up in a place I'd never seen before. Where is this? Which direction is the school? I started looking around at my surroundings. All of a sudden, a huge swarm of school invaders popped out from the shadows. Of all the times to show up! Ah! I spun around and began to flee. Is that what they sound like? Despite my best efforts, I was unable to shake off the pursuing invaders. Sound like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. So, is the idea that we don't team up with Yagamu, we immediately die? They kept coming after me relentlessly, trying to intimidate me with their weird cries the whole time. Huff, perf! I'd been running for what felt like hours, but there was still a hot in my tail. In fact, there were now even more invaders than before. And then it finally happened. Just fight! Bro, you're pretty good at this. You can do the fighting. You have like level 7 Azure Blitz. The invaders managed to completely surround me. I saw no way out. The only thing I can do now is fight, but I can't possibly beat this many invaders by myself. Never know unless you try.
Somebody, help me!
Of course, it was pointless to call for help.
Yagamu, are you out there somewhere?
He wouldn't come help me now. Not after I slapped away his offer to work together so thoughtlessly. Sorry, I can't do... Yeah, we literally just saw that. You don't need to flash back to it. Why did I turn down his offer to help? Because I need the extra ending. Oh, right, because I'd gotten so paranoid. I lost my mind after falling out of favor with everyone else and took that frustration out on Yagamu. But all he really wanted was to save my life. You can fight this! You have such a high level as your Blitz, bro. You can fight this. It was too late for regrets. I was truly alone now. Just be Kirito. Just starburst the Streamu and get your way out of here. The invaders were getting more and more excited, like animals licking their lips before a big meal. I know it stuns him, but he can survive a couple rounds of being hit. Yeah, they have plot armor. We're in a cutscene. He's playing on despair difficulty in cutscenes. They'd found me isolated from the others, and now they couldn't wait to start tearing me apart. I love the Gaussian blur that you have on this image. Slowly and steadily, they inched closer, and the closer they got, the stronger the smell of death became. Fight back, you dick! My breathing quickened, my body was trembling. I instinctively understood that this was the end. Fight! Fighto! As I looked death in the face, I finally understood how powerless someone who was completely isolated could be. Somebody who had lost the trust of others, who had lost the ability to trust others. Channel that hatred and anger. Come on, if Kirito can do it, you can. Never mind, he sucks in cutscenes. Somebody like that was already as good as dead. Oh, sorry, I forgot how OP cutscenes are. Yakuza really was true to its word about how cutscenes are OP, huh? As good as dead. Loki better, yeah. Hey, we completed the whole of the killing game! Wow, that was fast! We went from 9 to 14 clears in fucking record time. It's been an hour. We got 5 clears in a single hour, bro. Bruh. That's crazy. It does help when they're all instant bad endings, yeah. And like half of them with Takamaru being a dick. Like half of the endings we just got were Takamaru being a dumbass. Yeah, just use his time travel powers, yeah. Yeah, I guess we could maybe find out who killed Gaku. The whole reason we joined the killing game was to find out who killed Gaku, right? But they were like, actually, we're not going to tell you. I thought the whole reason we wanted to join the killing game was to get an inkling of evidence towards what happened to Gaku. And then the sponsor was like, well, I did and I didn't kill him. And it's like, well, that doesn't help. So I guess we won't join the Invader Hunt and see what happens there. So that's our other option. Or we can not... Oh, we can leave the school. That's another option. But I guess I'll do that one. Not skip the next battle so we can Desperation Project. Honestly, I might do. He needs a little bit of... You know what we could do? You know what we could even do? We could sacrifice Takamaru again. We could watch the cutscene of him dying. We could just purposefully go back in time, kill Takamaru, then jump out of the timeline. This is gonna suck. This is gonna be the worst timeline in history. True, I could do that from the gallery, but it doesn't feel canon then. If I just rewatch the event, it doesn't feel like I've actually jumped to the timeline to kill him. I don't want to ever kill Tsubasa, so that timeline's gonna suck. I guess we'll do this one if we don't join the Invader Hunt. I'm kind of curious about that. So, what had happened by this point? It's only day 25. So we killed Eito, and then Gaku and Sirei turned up dead. Everybody blames me for it, and then we don't leave the school because we think it's a hoax. And then they're like, join my killing game! And then... we're just not going to join the killing game, and probably... yeah, true, rip the bandit off and sacrifice Tsubasa. I think I'll do that once I finish this route. I think I still want to learn more about how Gaku died. Yeah, if we kill Eito, Gaku basically just instantly dies, yeah. It's like a couple days after, or even just the day after. If we kill Eito, Gaku dies. And there is implications that we're the ones that did it subconsciously, because apparently after consuming Eito, we become Eito a little bit, but I guess we suppress that over time. But the day immediately after eating Eito, Yagamu says we become him sometimes, so... I guess we killed Gaku while we were in Eito mode. Let's not join the invade hunt. I'm curious. Do we actually care if Gaku dies? Not really. Yeah, Eito really hated Gaku for some reason. Yeah, this will be like a whole other route, probably, but...
I'm not going to join this invader hunt thing.
God, this is so early. Moko's still alive. Shoma's still alive. Kyoshika! My baby Kyoshika! Oh, I'm so glad to see you alive again. I'm so glad to see Kyoshika back. Hold on, I need to put my fan on. My under-desk fan needs to go on because it's getting too hot. Oh god, this is so early. Like, 25 days in, but I don't even remember where we were, like, mentally. I think we were still, like, everybody hates us and nobody trusts us, right? I think we're just isolated and alone and nobody likes us. Right, of course not. A rational decision. I hope you can all follow my lead in this. I know I will. God, it's been so long since I've done your voice. There's nothing to be afraid of if we all reject it together. Imagine if this is just an instant bad ending. It would be so funny if this was just an instantaneous bad end as well. Hey, don't speak for everyone just yet. Oh my god, Karara! It's been so long. What, you mean you're joining? Of course, I'll never get a chance to live out my fantasies like this again. Besides, the name Invader Hunt makes the game sound like it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm with Takumi on this one. You'll find me playing that game over my dead body. This Invader Hunt is just the culprit trying to trick us into believing it'll be fun, but it's clearly stated on the blackboard that this is a killing game. What you don't understand, Tsubasa, is playing the killing game means that we get to make love. The recording said as much too. I'll follow Takumi's lead as well. It's against my artistic principles to kill for entertainment. The message don't make sense anyway. The spots that said those not in the game will be eliminated, but we'd still get eliminated sooner or later if we did join. Don't be stupid. Nobody has to die if we win, right? Right? Darmy, are you listening to yourself? Huh? You're taking this I love killing games persona a little too far, aren't you? I am not. I'm just saying what I really think. Darumi's pigtails swayed as she vigorously shook her head in denial, but there was definitely some uncertainty in her eyes. What about you, Hiroko? You haven't said anything yet. Either choice is fine with me. What do you mean? I'm not interested in this game at all. I am, however, interested in finding out the sponsor's identity. They'll make that move eventually, whether we join this silly game or not. That's when we'll swoop in and bring that sicko down, right? That's more or less what I was thinking. Then we have an answer. Yes, we're not going to join the Invader Hunt. Darmy, you don't mind, do you? I do mind, but it's not like I can play a killing game by myself. Ugh. Fine. Fine, I'll go with the majority. Yeah, never did learn who Sponsor 1 and Sponsor 2 technically were, yeah. Like, I think Sponsor 3? No. Yeah, Sponsor 3 was Eito, but from the future, right? But Sponsors 1 and 2, they kind of said, oh, it's just a dead body being remote controlled by somebody. But they never said who was remote controlling the dead bodies. Which is weird. After that, we decided to stay together until the stipulated time. We didn't know what might happen, and there was... Oh, wait, no, there's only 2 sponsors. Right, sorry, yeah, because the first one just came back to life, didn't he? After we killed the first one, he's like, by the way, I just have another body, so... Yeah, Sponsor 1 and 2 are technically... Yeah, different bodies, same hive mind. Sponsor 3 was Eito. So technically, there's only 2 different sponsors. Eito is just the successor. Probably Eito the whole time. True, yeah. Future Eito could have been the first one, even, yeah. We didn't know what might happen, and there was always the possibility the sponsor was actually one of us. Staying together meant we could prevent the sponsor from trying anything. I didn't tell anyone about that second reason, though. Wait, I completely zoned out while reading. Possibility the sponsor was actually what... Oh, okay. He's saying that the sponsor could be one of us. They all seemed convinced the sponsor was an outsider who had infiltrated the school. Well, they were acting like they thought that anyway. The sky turned dark as we whiled our time away. Finally, it was 7 PM, the time mentioned on the voice recorder. That was when I threw the door to the Leash Lounge open. Not because I wanted to join the game, of course. I was there to declare as team leader that none of us would be joining. Everyone else stood outside just in case. Turning around, I could see the others trying to peer in through the door, which was slightly ajar. There was nobody inside the room, not even a faint presence. After looking around, I lifted my head to the ceiling and shouted, "Hey, you there? Can you see me? I'm here to tell you none of us will be joining your stupid invader hunt." No response at all? Have it your way. Burger King. That's all I wanted to say. Have a bad night. Damn, petty Takumi. After that cold farewell, I turned around and stepped out of the leisure lounge. Oh, I genuinely thought we were going to get attacked or something. Oh boy, you really said it! And after the sponsor said they'd kill us all if we refused to play the game. Don't say I didn't warn you! Well, we'd be okay. Gaku got killed the last time we did this. But that killer fled and went outside the wall of fire, right? Most likely, yeah. That's why the sponsor of this game probably isn't one of us. Kako even said this morning that the handwriting was different this time. I can't be completely sure because they used spray paint. If the sponsor wasn't the one who killed Gaku, there's also the possibility the entire thing was just a prank. So we need to not be unnecessarily shaken. That's if the sponsor wasn't the killer. The truth of the matter remains to be seen. Everybody fell momentarily silent after that. Question, what's the plan for tonight? I'm thinking sushi. Plan? Our sleeping arrangements. Where should we all spend the night? I'm definitely sleeping in my dear sister's room. I'll stay with Takamaru. Bad choice. Actually, terrible choice. He might assume you'll kill him in the night and kill you before you can do it. Because if he assumes something, it's definitely the truth. So just don't let him assume that you'll kill him. Alright. You don't trust Takumi even after he saved my life. You and me are through, man. Really? This is fucking rich coming from you. This is so rich coming from you. Oh, that's so funny. You don't trust Takumi even after he saved my life. Neither do you. Yes, says the guy who never trusted me. Ever. Despite saving your life. Which I actually forgot about. I forgot he turns his back on us after we saved him from Veshnas. After we saved his life from Veshnas, and then he still blames the whole killing game shit on us. Bruh, what an asshole. Yeah, he's one of the crazy people, yeah. He truly is. But let's talk about twins aside. Why don't we sleep in our own rooms like normal? Just lock the fucking doors, you dumbasses. Just lock the door, you'll be fine. I agree, there are 13 people here. Making everyone sleep in pairs would leave one person out. Alright, but why not put that person with one of the other pairs? We should avoid having 3 people in one room. It's too risky. Risky? Why? Oh, not again. Our team's already discussed this to death, and now I have to repeat myself. Despite her complaint, Hiroko carefully explained to those from the other academy why they'd decided having 3 people in a room together was a bad idea. That does make sense. I don't remember. It's been so long since you explained it to us. We should all go back to our own rooms then. No, you've just triggered the mother of all death flags, and you don't even know it. Well, anything to spice things up around here. That decided we all returned to our own rooms to sleep after dinner. Ima insisted on sleeping in Kako's room, but nobody protested on that point. Because we'd probably get stabbed if we denied him that. So, yeah, Hiroko, Takumi, Tsubasa would be the perfect room. Hey, even Ajugamu in there. Just get the whole polycule in.
Be ready to give your...
Just get the whole, like, hope from despair route polycule. Just get them all in. In the morning, I headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, only to find that everyone else was already there. Everyone alive? 1, 3, 9. Oh my, is that how I count? Is it that I count 14 souls? Because you're terrible at math. There are only 13 people here. Every time Kyoshika does math, I think of the 1. I can count to 1, 2. I can count to 2, 3. I can only count to 4. Somebody needs to recreate that, but with Kyoshika's face. You see, nothing bad happened. So it's just a prank after all. But by who? And for what purpose? If you're asking me, I think the most likely suspect is Takumi. We all turned to look at Darumi. Wait a minute, you're accusing me of being the game's sponsor? I don't think so. Darumi doesn't have the guts to pull off something like that. Yeah, you underestimate me. I may not have guts, but I've still got my brain meats. They're small and overpowered, but they're there all the same. Oh, for the love of murder. Hey, can't we just be happy that nothing happened? Please excuse me for exposing you to my foul-smelling dumpster breath, but why don't we all have breakfast together? After breakfast, we all headed off to do our own things, relieved that nothing bad had happened after all. As for me, I went back to my room. Almost immediately, a visitor came knocking. I opened the door to find Tsubasa! Yes, yes, yes! We stay winning! We keep winning! Did something happen? You asked about Ava's mask yesterday, remember? I bought it here for... What? Oh my god, we already have Ava? Christ. Oh, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. I took the mask from her. What are you gonna do with that? I was thinking of returning it to Ava. Oh, so if we don't join the killing game, we actually get around to giving the mask back. Interesting. What, you trust her now? Well, I've been through a whole killing game and she let herself die for Nozomi, so I kinda trust her now. Not really, it's just... Oh, I know, you fell in love with her. Don't get jealous. What? Of course not. Tsubasa narrowed her eyes at me and I felt my palms get sweaty. Damn, even by day 25 she's jealous. Never mind, it's none of my business. Everyone's free to love who they want. But I want to love you. I told you that's not it. But since we're talking about the mask, I looked it over out of curiosity and found something pretty interesting. That mask isn't an ordinary accessory. It actually comes installed with a bunch of high-tech features. Infrared night vision, zoom functions, organic life detection. There's even a miniature air tank inside that allows it to turn into a gas mask. Using that air tank, the wearer can survive completely shut off from the outside world for as long as 30 minutes. That's amazing. It almost sounds like it'd be a waste to give it back to Ava. You wouldn't be able to use it, Takumi. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. Ava's the only one who can wear it. Yep, because it was custom made by Commune. Actually, we learned that from the other route too. Guess I might as well give it back after all. Even with the best technology in the world, she can't possibly harm any of us from inside the cage, right? Oh god. I'm kind of concerned now. Is this route Ava gonna be evil? Tsubasa thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. By the way, when's she gonna give us more information about the enemy? She did promise to be useful if we spared her life. Nozomi needs to drink her blood for her to be useful. I actually think it'd be best if we could get her to join us as an ally. Me too! An ally. Yeah, so that she can fight in defensive battles along with us. We'd need some kind of safety measure before allowing her to cut loose, of course. Like a collar with a bomb, maybe. That should put everyone at ease, right? Oh my god. Tsubasa! If she tries to run or do anything funny, all we have to do is stop her. All we have to do to stop her is press a button to activate the bomb. Good god, lady! A bulb lit up in my mind as Tsubasa was speaking. That's it! Bomb collar! Tsubasa, let's say there was already a self-destruction device in Ava's body. Would it be possible for someone else to activate it? It depends on how the bomb was built. If the detonation mechanism was designed to be triggered remotely, then maybe. Huh, in that case, your plan might actually work. The detonator is on a joint on my left-hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Wait, you were being serious? You weren't just speaking hypothetically? Do you think that's something you can do? You want me to create a detonation device for the bomb inside her? How do we even test it? Yes, once it's done, we'll have the perfect safety measure. And then we can allow Ava to join us, huh? Alright, I'll give it a shot. Awesome, I'm counting on you once again. Tsubasa does everything in every route. She is the only thing keeping the plot moving forward, I swear to god. If we sacrifice her to kill Veshnus, the plot is gonna move nowhere. The plot's gonna move nowhere if we sacrifice Tsubasa. After Tsubasa left, I went to look for Hiroko to get the key from her. The key that would open Ava's cage. I walked into the courtyard, her mask in hand. Yeah, Ava's a really good combat unit. We've upgraded her a little bit. Takumi! Here you go, as promised. That's my mask! It sure is. Just be grateful we didn't join a killing game, because you would never see this ever again. Open the cage using the key Hiroko gave me. After handing Ava's mask to her, I closed the door and locked it again. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know what to say. No need, just keeping my promise. Well, I'll be seeing you. I turned around giving a casual wave as I walked away. Is she gonna come willingly, or is she gonna be evil as shit and try and escape and blow us all up? I'm back in my room, but now what? There's nothing for me to do here. I may as well go take a walk around school. Wow, free time! This is unusual for me. We're not used to seeing free time. The whole of the killing game route was pretty much just locked the fuck in the whole time. Ooh, I can upgrade Airblade. Maybe I should upgrade myself more. I don't care for Takamaru anymore. Am I the only one with an upgradable? Ooh, we can upgrade Accelerate. Ooh, Accelerate gives more voltage, actually. We do like voltage. So I can either increase my range or increase the voltage on Tsubasa. I don't think we have many other options because everything's pretty high costing now. Yeah. Alright, so it's either Airblade or bonus voltage on healing, fatigue, and move plus 10. Yeah. Accelerate's good, but an agility potion can do that job for us. Although it is good for voltage gain. But probably attack plus 1, armor plus 3 is more valuable if we can save up for that. Yeah, I think I should max myself out first. Because I am the best unit in the game, I should probably max myself out. We need a lot of resources here. We actually have enough BP to, like, max myself out. I'm just missing some textiles and rocks. We could do with a few plants and machines as well, but definitely textiles and rocks are the big thing. So, alright. Wait, can I also do that? Oh wait, I can do both! Never mind! I have the materials to do both. Never mind. Oh my god, move plus 15 instead? Christ. Alright, what's my options? Yeah, the only unit in the game we'll always have access to. Yeah, that's true. It's a very good point. Alright, who do we want to hang out with? You're on a, like, 3 route cooldown. I'm not giving you any gifts or hanging out with you for, like, 3 routes. You are on a cooldown. I do not want to see your face. Maybe Hiriko, because she kind of got neglected last route. Least amount of commander kills? That is a great question. None on Takamaru, 2 on Hiriko, 1 on Darumi, none on Eito, 1 on Tsubasa. I do want to give another one to Tsubasa, actually. Gaku could also do with 1, but he is currently dead. Ima, I do not give 2 fucks about, but he has none. We have 1 on Kako, 2 on Shoma, 1 on Nozomi, none on Karara, but I guess she doesn't really need it because she just erects a tower and then does nothing else, really. She gets... Okay, so we have 2 on Kyoshika as well. None on Yugamu. Maybe it's time for Yugamu, actually. Maybe Yugamu needs a commander buff. I have 6. I think I can take a chill pill for a second. But Hiriko's already got a couple. Darumi could do with a bonus 1. Tsubasa could do with a bonus 1. Yeah. Or Yugamu could do with 1. Yeah, her voltage move puts 3 bombs down. Yeah, it's not really that valuable. But yeah, what do we want to... Who do we want to hang out with? I think Hiriko. We already have 1 rank with Darumi. I think... No, we've already maxed out Tsubasa, so I don't think we need to bother with her anymore. We've also maxed out her skill, so... I think the next one on my favorites list is either Nozomi or Hiriko. Or Kyoshika, actually. She doesn't have a rank. No, don't fly! Thank you for the super! Yippee!
Daya, don't you know about spoilers? You have to play the entire game with the screen blacked out to avoid spoilers. It's the best.
So true! So true, I need to turn my monitor off. Thank you for the super, appreciate it. Oh, what's the thing that, he like? Horror Muni... Okay, shall we Google? That's a great question, shall we find out? Probably something fucked up. To Google! Horu Monyaki. It sounds like a food. Yaki means food, right? Horo Monyaki is a Japanese dish featuring grilled beef or pork offal, also known as horomon. Type of yakiniku. Oh, so it's Japanese barbecue, but with organs. It's Japanese barbecue, but specifically the organs of the animal, not the usual meats. Yeah, it's food, but with guts, yeah. He like, yeah, like liver and heart, exactly, yeah. I think Hiroko. Yoga outfit, scented candle. I mean, what do you rank up? Analysis? What is my analysis, actually? Where is analysis? Oh, my analysis is already maxed out. Alright, let's just see if we can get yoga outfit, scented candle. When do we get buff mommy? Oh, ages ago. Wait, I need the map. Subasa's hangoutable, but meh. Oh, we could actually hang out with Hiroko if we need more keywords, but if we can't craft or anything, we'll just go hang out with her. Yeah, scented candle we can't do. Oh, yoga outfit we also can't do. Yeah, we're a little lacking in resources, but it's already the afternoon, so I guess we'll just hang out with her for a new keyword. She said she liked something food, right? What food options do we have? Rebel pudding, chocolate, B tier feast, limited edition noodles, udon, food stamps, rare delicacies. I feel like she'd like rare delicacies, maybe. Or wine? Hiroko's quite refined. Maybe Hiroko would like a wine. Actually, I can craft that. Let's try it. Hey, Hiroko, do you like wine? You seem like the kind of lady that would like wine, because it also looks like blood, right? Vampires like to drink wine because it looks like blood.
For me? I see. Thank you. This makes me...
It looks like blood, so she probably likes drinking it. Fuck yeah! Prediction correct! And we got the bond up. Let's go. Let's hang out, Hiroko.
You want to know me better?
God, I love her voice.
I suppose I don't mind. I'm just a normal girl. I've always been serious-minded and inconspicuous.
She sounds like she does ASMR. Does that make sense?
My grades. Anyone can excel if they study enough. It's easily done in a world that acknowledges a person's industriousness. But
she sounds like she does ASMR.
That also meant that I had to suppress my own desires to live up to the expectations of others.
Yeah, she's definitely not normal.
Battle liberates me from that suppression. I can express myself fully without holding back.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, tearing the invaders apart is so very stimulating. This is the only place that allows me to shine as the person I truly am.
I get
inside.
it. So what she was saying was not she is a normal person. She just on the outside she appears to be a normal person, but because she can't show her true colors. Is that what she's saying? I'm just a normal girl. I guess, yeah. She's just saying, yeah, I appear to be a normal girl. That also meant I had to suppress my own desires, yeah. So her desires are murder. She's normal, except for the little quirky, show me your insides part of her.
These battles have set me free.
Aww.
I no longer need to care
yeah,
about
be who you
others
truly are, Hiroko.
expect of me.
Don't let other people judge you. Yeah. Don't let anybody yuck your yum, you know. Love what you want to love. Oh, I thought it was afternoon already. Whoops. Well, I guess we'll just maybe try and... Let's hang out with her, actually. Let's find new keywords. Hey, girl. Let's talk. Hiroko, what are you doing here? I've been busy doing administrative work on this computer. Accounting, clerical work, the list never ends. But I have to say, this computer is incredible. Its processing power is so high that it feels like an extension of me. It's as if I've found the perfect assistant. I wonder why none of you managed to be as useful as this computer. Don't compare us to computers. People aren't tools, you know. Yeah, humans aren't tools. Humans are... Jumps off a cliff. Instead of whining, maybe think about redirecting the effort to make yourself more useful. If you manage to get as good as this computer, I'll let you serve me personally. Your experience... Personally, you say. Your experience unlocked the word handy. Yeah, she's not like other girls. She's just a bit quirky.
Well, then.
Hiriko, not like other girls. She likes seeing your insights. I went to bed after an uneventful day. No, it only seemed uneventful. You hung out with Hiriko twice. It's definitely eventful. Something may have been brewing behind the scenes without me noticing, but since I had no way of ascertaining that, I decided to simply go to bed and embrace sleep for the night. Yeah, we'll have to get Ima's keywords eventually, unfortunately. Yep, that will have to happen at some point.
Get ready for prepare.
I'm not looking forward to that day. Where we have to romance Takamaru and Ima. I woke up as the morning announcement played. It had barely finished when a piercing scream resounded in my ears. Shoma screaming. I jumped out of bed and dashed out of my room. Please be Takamaru, please be Takamaru, please be Takamaru. Or Ima, or Ima, or Ima, or Ima. Damn it, Takamaru's still alive. Well, that's one half of my... You can't see him, but he's right behind me. He's behind my big-ass head and chest. Hiriko, Tsubasa, and Takamaru are out on the roof already. Well, there's one of my hopefuls gone. Was that Shoma just now? Yeah, I came running out when I heard it. I was already here when she came out. The scream came from the back of the building. Are you sure? Trust me, I've got a dog's hearing. Okay, let's go. I was gonna make a joke about how I just assume it came from that direction and all my assumptions are true. We made our way down the stairs as quickly as we could and headed for the back of the school. I just assumed that's where the sound came from. Therefore, I am correct. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination where we saw... Oh! Shoma's dead. Well, I'm not that fussed. Also, the music that played was very... Danganronpa. A body has been discovered! You know, the wee music that plays whenever a body... You know what I mean.
Shoma!
Oh, 26 stab wounds! Is it slowly zooming in, or is that just like a visual illusion? Am I the only one that sees that? Is it like slowly zooming in, or it might just be like a weird illusion that's happening? I rushed over to check his pulse and breathing. Yeah, we've survived long enough without him in the other
Nothing.
In the other route.
He's dead.
Oh, it is slow. Okay, it was slowly zooming in. Thank God. Yeah, it just sees the of the Danganronpa.
No way.
By this time, other team members had come running as well. It was Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yagami, and Karara. Okay, everybody place your bets. How long before Takamaru blames this on me? How many days before Takamaru starts blaming this on me? They gasped and their eyes went wide when they saw Shoma's body.
Shoma!
Impossible.
Nothing's impossible, only improbable.
What is this?
Is he breathing?
No, unfortunately.
Is he breathing? Girl, who was that? Karara? Kyoshi... Karara, 26 stab wounds.
Get your act together. It's too early to give up. We just heard him screaming. He can't have been dead longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah, put him in the Revive-O-Matic or something.
We can use the Revive-O-Matic to bring him back.
Let's get him to the infirmary!
Yes, but just one moment.
The hell?
Sir Ima, Lady Kako, and Lady Darumi have not shown up yet.
Oh, I blame Ima. I blame Ima.
Maybe they woke up early and went to the cafeteria first?
Even so, they should have heard the scream. Weird that they didn't come running with the rest of us.
I don't trust Ima for the life of me. Or this could be... It could very easily be Darumi taking revenge for the killing game not starting, so she's making her own killing game. So it could very easily be Darumi, but I think that's the obvious choice. When it's never usually the obvious choice. We know Ima has a knife, and Ima likes to make me the villain. In every route, Ima likes to try and villainize me, so this is probably going to be Ima trying to pin this on me. That's my assumption, and I'm sticking to it. Much like Takamaru, that is my headcanon, and that becomes the truth, because I said so.
This is the time to discuss that.
This is Ima trying to make me into a villain so everybody hates me.
Yeah, I'll carry him there on my back. I don't know how to work the Revive-O-Matic, though.
I'll come with you. The rest of you can go look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi.
Got it.
Ima has one knife, Darumi has many knives. True, but would Darumi be in her class armor, though, is the question. Because it's unless she just keeps an infuser on her at all times. I don't know. Takamaru put Shoma on his back and immediately ran off to the infirmary with Tsubasa. The rest of us then split up to look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi. Since the person who attacked Shoma could still be lurking nearby, we split into teams for safety. I partnered up with Hiroko. We decided to start with the cafeteria. Somehow Eito, yeah, that's also an option. It very easily could be future Eito. That is, if it's not Ima, then it's future Eito. We made our way there as soon as we could, but there was nobody else inside. Ima, Kako, Darumi, anybody there? No response. Also, I like how this route has started by killing off the two lowest, like, lowest risk characters. They killed Gaku and Shoma because they knew nobody would give a shit yet. They really, like, played it safe with who they killed in this route so far. Looks like they're not here. Yes, let's try somewhere else. Turning around, we dashed down the hallway toward the gym. But when we got there... Yeah, I don't know if just killing them with an infuser and class weapon immediately drinks them. I don't know if you can turn that off or whatever, but... Hey, I can't open the door! Is it locked? This is the most amount of emotion we've ever seen from Hiroko. I peered through the small opening in the slightly ajar door. There's a latch! Someone latched the door from inside. Hiroko and I looked at each other nervously, neither daring to breathe. Yeah, if Tsubasa died first, the route would be in peril, for sure. We're gonna have to break the door down. You're right, on 3! 1, 2, 3! Yeah, if they were playing it safe, they should have killed off Ima, unless he's the culprit! I think they probably kept Ima because it's also, like, a good... Oh, he might be the one who did it, because you know he has a knife kind of thing, so... The door refused to budge, even after we threw ourselves against it numerous times. Soon the noise we were making started attracting the others to the gym as well. We need some help here, guys! Hey, fucking bull-headed Takamaru, can you break this down? What we were trying to do was obvious enough that we didn't have to explain. Everyone nodded, took a couple steps back, and prepared to charge the door. Ready, go! Yeah, probably keep Ima around some Kakarus and a sobbing mess, so true. And also so you have somebody to suspect as well. That's my assumption. Because if you have Ima and Darumi, then you have, like, a couple options that are logical, and then it'll turn out it's somehow Eito anyway. The latch broke apart with the cracking sound, and we all tumbled into the gym together. And lying on the floor in front of us... Oh, wait, she poisoned herself? Eh. You know what? After the last route, I'm okay with this.
This is...
unbelievable.
Wrong twin! Wrong twin, you assholes! But, you know what? She deserved it after trying to kill Steel. Actually, no, she did kill Steel from Nozomi, so... You had this coming. I ran to Kako and put a finger on her neck. There was no pulse. She was deathly cold. Hiroko came from behind me and started examining Kako's body. Can't be Ima, but it's poison. It could have been suicide. She could have learnt that he killed... Yeah, she could have learnt that Ima killed Shoma. And then she's like, I'd rather die than have a brother who's a murderer. So, that's my assumption for that too. When she had finished, she turned to look at the others and silently shook her head. But Kako, you were the one that liked detective stuff. We needed you around for a murder mystery.
But it's okay. She couldn't have been dead for too long, like Shoma.
Wait, did Shoma live or not? I completely blanked out. Did Shoma not make it? Or did we just get him into there? I think we just got him there. I literally blanked out. Okay. So Takamaru went to the infirmary, but we don't know the results. Okay, we don't actually. Yeah, Kako was the only good one of that batch, and that, yeah. That's why they had to kill her. And she was the only one with detective intuition, so she had to die as well, because now it's a murder mystery all of a sudden. But it's okay, she couldn't have been dead for too long.
Then we should take her to the infirmary now!
Yeah.
And she's definitely still got blood in her body as well. Nozomi ran over to Kako and lifted her up. As she did, something fell out from Kako's right hand. In case you couldn't see it before. TTX. Isn't that the company that have, like, the really loud thing before every movie? And it, like, blows your ears off at the beginning? That might be THX. By the time I noticed it, Nozomi had already ran out of the gym, carrying Kako's body. The poison is just that, but from your insides. It's the THX logo, but it explodes your insides from its loud sound pollution. As the rest of us started to leave, Hiroko suddenly spoke up. Wait, Yagamu, you go with Nozomi. Moko, Kyoshika, Karara continue looking for Ima and Darumi, and Takumi, you stay here. What? Why? Just do as I say for now. I'll explain later. Alright! Let us be off at once! The others nodded at each other and then ran toward the hallway. Yeah, ruptures your insides with the vibrations of the THX logo. That's my headcanon for what TTX is now, and I'm sticking with it. Leaving only Hiroko and myself at the scene of the crime. Why only me? There's only one exit here. Not true, actually. And it was latched shut. I turned to look at the exit. Lying on the floor nearby was a mop that had been broken into 3 pieces. The mop handle had been used as a makeshift latch. It would be impossible for someone to latch the door like that from outside, which means this incident happened in a locked room. Assuming this is true, there are 2 possibilities I can think of. Can you guess what they are? Answered hesitatingly. The first possibility is that, as much as I hate to say it, Kako killed herself, right? Yes, look at the bottle that dropped from her hand. What does the label say? TTX. It's an abbreviation for tetrodotoxin. It's extremely poisonous. Swallowing just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. Are you saying Kako drank this? I don't know, but we'll have time to think about that later. The other possibility is the more pressing one. Because if Kako didn't take the poison herself... Yeah, she knows this how. She's just smart like that. I mean, she has the analysis stats, so... It didn't take me long to make the connection. The killer is still hiding somewhere in the gym. Yes, if there is a killer, that is. That's why I told you to stay behind. Is this where we learn about the location of the rocket early, maybe? Alright, let's look around. Maybe we'll find the rocket. Hiroko and I searched the gym as cautiously as we could. Despite leaving no stone unturned, we didn't find anyone hiding anywhere. Did you find the loose floorboard? This makes it clear that Kako took her own life. Does it though? Shoma was found sliced up at the back of the building around the same time. Don't you find it strange that somebody killed him while Kako killed herself? No, there's nothing strange about that if Kako had been the one to kill Shoma. After stabbing him to death, she ran into the gym, blocked the door with the mop handle, and ingested the poison to kill herself. I decided to state my opinion objectively, even though I really didn't want to say those words out loud, and also it makes no logical sense why that would be the case. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense if Kako died before Shoma. Oh, it is a real poison. Well, I like consistency and continuity. Remember how Kako felt when you touched her body? Yes, she'd already gone completely cold. I noticed it too. It's probably been several hours since she died. So Kako killed herself sometime last night and then somebody killed Shoma sometime this morning? Unless Shoma was already dead and they played a recording of his voice. Because we know there is voice recorders, so... Or Kako was also murdered, that's a possibility as well. How is that possible when the door was latched from the inside? Wait! There's something more important here. If Kako had already been dead for a few hours... Yes, I'm afraid it's already too late for her. Oh no! It's no use! The Revivomatic! It's no use! The murderer is bees, yeah. I'm surprised we didn't find the loose floorboard, actually. I guess the only reason Tsubasa found it was from the floor plans, right? So, I guess maybe you wouldn't know it's there unless you know it's there, if that makes sense. Tsubasa, Nozomi, and Yagamu were in the infirmary when Hiroko and I arrived. Sorry, Kako's gone. They were standing around with grave looks in their faces. How are Shoma and Kako? Well, we managed to successfully revive Shoma. That's great! Yes, what a relief. But he's still unconscious. His physical body has been restored to full health, but it seems he hasn't recovered mentally from the attack yet. Where is he? Sleeping in his room. Takamaru's taking care of him. And what about Kako? We did put a body in the Revivomatic, but... alas. Is Shoma gonna stay in a coma the whole... Shoma coma. Is Shoma gonna stay in a coma the whole route just because it would be way too easy otherwise? Hiroko and I went back behind the Revivomatic to look at the monitor. What was written on the screen made our hearts sink. Cause of death, respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. Estimated time of death, day 27 between 1 and 4 a.m. Oh, it's again between 1 and 4 a.m. Wait, that's interesting. It's the exact same time frame as Gaku. Traces of TTX poison detected in body. Oral intake of TTX presumed to have led to respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. No external injuries found on body. Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. The silence of the room was broken by the door being thrown open and 3 people running in. Darumi, you're safe! Where were you all this time? In the rec room, playing slots. So respectable. Honestly, Darumi's a real one. You can't blame me. I overslept this morning and didn't see anyone in the cafeteria. I just assumed everybody was off doing their own thing. Kyoshiko and I found her in the rec room and dragged her here. We've already told her about Shoma and Kako. Still, we didn't know yet. Still, we didn't yet know if they'd been successfully revived, so here we are. Did it go well? Well, 50% win rate. Not bad. Just then, two other people barged into the room noisily. Oh! Why are you alive? Miss Suzuki told me what happened. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night, but when I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking around for her ever since. I saw him running around the hallways like a headless chicken and brought him here. How do we not run into you? We've been all over the school. How did we not run into you earlier? Where is my dear sister? What has happened to her? I explained the situation to everyone who had just arrived. The news that Kako could no longer be revived hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Tears started welling up in Moko and Kyoshika's eyes while Karara was sniffling away under her mask. Darumi alone shed no tears. She had a vacant look on her face as she stared absently into space. I agree, Ima is suspect number one for sure. Because how the hell would she get up and leave the room without him noticing? And as for Ima...
No! No! No!
You deserved this after last route, you fuck.
Dear sister! My dear sister!
Now all we need is Takamaru to get traumatized, and then all the wrongs of last route have been righted. Maybe this is the true best route. With an anguished cry, the distraught Ima lost control of all reason and started lashing out. We managed to wrestle him to the ground and pin his limbs down even as he struggled violently.
Wait here while I go grab the Gamma Feel.
What the fuck is a Gamma Feel? That sounds like a Final Fantasy boss. Don't bring them here! They're probably level 99!
A powerful anesthetic.
Oh.
We have some in the biolab.
Well, thank you for clarifying. I thought you were going to do a Final Fantasy summon. Yugamu dashed off as quickly as he could. He came back a while later with the Gamma Feel, which he then injected into Ima. Don't make that sound. The drug caused Ima to weaken and slump over. Yugamu observed him closely.
All is fine now.
Whoops, I injected him with TTX by
tomorrow
accident.
Morning.
Oopsie, I injected him with TTX. Well, at least he's with his sister. We moved the unconscious Ima to his room and assigned Moko to watch over him. After that, we took Kako's body to the morgue. Ah, Gamma Seal. That must be what I was thinking of. That's why. There were now 3 bodies lying on tables in the morgue. Kako's body was the smallest. I kept staring at her. When I closed my eyes, I could still see her innocent smile. I couldn't believe the girl I'd thought of like my own little sister. Really? When was that established? When did you ever consider Kako your own little sister? Well, now she's gone, so... An indescribable ache spread through my chest at that thought. Unable to stand the pain, I forced myself to look away. After that, we went to the courtyard to check the cages. Hi. Ava was still inside hers, the door securely locked. Not wearing the mask? Hiroko and I went on to tell the others what we'd learned from investigating the gym. The improvised latch, the bottle of poison, and how there had been no one else inside. While we were talking, the sun had set and the darkness of night was slowly taking over. It was already evening. Since nobody was in the mood for a meal, we gathered in the leisure lounge instead of the cafeteria. We went for a nice swim to ease the day. To ease our worries away. Sir Takamaru, were you not supposed to be attending to Sir Shoma? Yugamu took over. Shoma's still out cold, but he's physically fine now. I just don't understand why Kako would kill herself. As I've already explained, we don't know for sure that it was suicide. We haven't found a suicide note, not in the gym, on her clothes, or in her room yet. But the gym door was latched shut from the inside. And you didn't find anyone else in there, correct? Yes, but I find it hard to accept Kako had killed herself when Shoma was clearly killed by someone else. Why would she even do such a thing? I won't be fully convinced until a clear reason surfaces, or we find the hidden room in the gym. I think she was murdered too, by that sponsor who was trying to get us to join the invader hunt. They didn't warn us this would happen. We all heard what that recording said, remember? All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. All who refuse? That means the rest of us are targets too. You telling us that sponsor wants to kill us all? The first threatening message said something about everyone dying too. That sure did. The first and second threats, we assumed they were written by different people because of the handwriting. But I'm starting to think it was the same person after all. We went against the first note. Oh, we learned that the sponsor is dead bodies. So what if it was just a different dead body that they were controlling? I don't know if that would affect the handwriting, but what if it was just a different body being remote controlled by the same person and that's why the handwriting was different? Is that possible? I wonder if that's possible. But I'm starting to think it was the same person after all. We went against the first note. We ignored their demand to leave the academy and chose to stay behind instead. That gave the culprit an idea. I'll hold a killing game and force these guys to murder each other. But when we went against the second request as well, they decided they were going to have to do it themselves. And by it, you mean killing us? Yep, it all makes sense when you think of it this way, doesn't it? That would mean the perpetrator has already murdered 4 people. 4? Sir Gaku, Lady Kako, Sirei, and Sir Shoma. Though Sir Shoma was lucky enough to escape the jaws of death. So up against a ruthless serial killer here. We can't just let someone butcher our friends and get away scot-free. Almost like you were doing that in the other route. You were prepared to kill Nozomi, asshole. But how do we find them? Haven't I mentioned this before? The killer may well be one of us. A Mogus. Everyone tensed up at Hiroko's words and started exchanging suspicious glances. I blame Ima. Not everyone is a suspect, though. It would have been impossible for Takumi, Tsubasa, Takamaru, or me to have done this. How can you be so sure? Oh, that's right. The 4 of us met each other on the rooftop this morning, immediately after hearing Shoma scream. He was stabbed at the back of the building. Oh, he was stabbed at the back of the building, even if we could teleport. There's no way we could have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. He wasn't thrown down from the rooftop after being stabbed either. His body hadn't taken any fall damage. Just a moment. What if all 4 of you were working together? Yes, it would definitely seem possible from your point of view. That would also mean 1 in 3 of our team. 1 in 3 of our team are killers. I don't think the SDU would be worth much then. That line of reasoning isn't strong enough to prove your innocence. Anyway, what were the rest of you doing at that time? I remember those who came after us were Nozomi, Kyoshika, and Kanaba. Moko and Yagami too, though they aren't here right now. Where did you guys come from? Oh, they killed Gaku and Kaku. So, the reason Shoma survived is because we heard him scream. He wasn't killed between 1 and 4 a.m. Somebody else killed him, I think. Because the MO at the moment between Gaku and... Gaku and Kako were both between 1 and 4 a.m. in the morning. But Shoma died just after the morning announcement, and we heard it. So we were able to get to his body fast enough that he still had some life left in him, I guess, for the Revivo Medic. But apparently he's mentally not there still, so... Who knows, he might die even still, so... I ran from the entrance hall. I simply found myself in a group. I was heading to the back of the building. How did you know to go there? Well, I heard Shoma scream, but I chose to wait in my room first before making a move. Then I overheard you guys talking outside. You said something about the scream coming from the back of the building, remember? So I followed you to the scene of the crime. Nozomi and Darumi said the same thing, but I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. Whatever the case, there was no denying the perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without realizing. Your suspicions are misplaced, especially when there is a much likelier suspect to cast aspersions on. Yes, someone who didn't even show up at the crime scene. Eh? Wait, you mean me? You were totally trying to get us all to join that stupid killing game. So when we refused to cave after the second threat, you decided to... It wasn't me! I had nothing to do with that threat. I overslept, that's all. We all shot Darumi's deeply suspicious looks, although I know she wouldn't, because she is a precious cinnamon roll. Her dismay and bewilderment were palpable. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, making her makeup run. Hey, can I say something? I think it's counterproductive for us to be doubting each other like this. Could you say that in every single route? Please, could you just be there to say that every single route for me? How are we going to handle future battles if we can't even stay united? Let's calm down and think about things rationally. But yeah, Darumi's lucky, because she's not me. If that was me, nobody would ever believe me ever again for the remainder of the route, especially Takamaru. But luckily for Darumi, everyone will have completely forgotten about that suspicion by tomorrow. Under normal circumstances, the probability of the killer being an outsider is a lot higher than the alternative. But would an outsider be able to slip in without triggering the alarm? Well, we learned from Commune that all you need to do is hold hands with someone and you can get in without alerting the alarm, so... Well, that's... Maybe it was Ava! Impossible, we checked the cage just now, remember? She was still inside and the gate was properly locked. Not only that, I have the key right here. This is the only key and it can't be duplicated, as Hiroko said. Also, I locked my door last night so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was asleep. What if you were working with her? I can debunk that theory. Takumi has been with me since morning. Even if he had let Ava out of her cage last night to stab Shoma, he couldn't have locked it back up this morning without my knowledge. You need the key to lock the cage just as much as you need it to unlock it. That means it's one of us! No, it can't be. There has to be a way for someone to come in without triggering the alarm. Many ways, actually. Over, under, just having no aura. There's always the possibility that nobody slipped in at all. What are you saying? I'm saying the killer could have already been hiding in the academy before the first team was dispatched here. That's true. If they were here already, they wouldn't have triggered the alarm. And they could be hiding in the basement. So that person's still hiding somewhere in the school right now. Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student hiding somewhere in this school. She's back again. All of a sudden, Tsubasa raised her voice. I know, I can make an organic life detection device. You can just do that? Organic life detection device? Put simply, it's a machine that detects the number of large living organisms on school grounds. It won't be advanced enough to pinpoint their exact locations, but having a precise number should tell us if there's really an outsider hiding here. You can make something like that? I found a similar function while investigating Ava's mask. Oh, I guess she, yeah. She was inspired by Ava's mask, I suppose. I took the opportunity to study it thoroughly. So yes, I can make something like that in 7 days, maybe. 7 days. Ah, just like The Ring. One of my favorite horror movies. I understand, Tsubasa. Until then, let's stop being suspicious of each other like Nozomi suggested. We'll assume that the killer is an outsider until proven wrong. What do you guys say? Everyone nodded in agreement. The moment I saw that, the world around me started to spin. What is this? That was the last thought on my mind before it shut down completely. I just passed out, I guess. Day 39. Did I become Aito again?
Get ready for your 30. Prepare to be ready to give your life.
Oh, this CG again. Hey, how's it going? I woke up to the now all too familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. Hey. It was deja vu time. She noticed right away that I was awakened. We lost 2 weeks, bro. Oh, wait, this happened before? I don't remember this happening before. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times more than the last before finally coming to a stop. Oh, wait, this is the route where we died saving Takamaru. Because we died saving Takamaru and then we got revived. We didn't just save Takamaru, we literally died for Takamaru. We literally died for Takamaru in this route, actually. I completely forgot about that. And then we were out of commission for like a week. What was the other one? Did I die again or something? I don't remember the second time, but I remember definitely the long period after we died. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. What day is it today? Day 39. I fainted on the night of day 27, so I've been out for 11 days? Yes, we're almost out of emergency feeding drips. Why did I lose consciousness? I didn't get stabbed on day 27 and my old wound didn't reopen. Oh, right. He died on one day and then he went to battle as soon as he woke up and went into a coma again because he opened his wound. I forgot, that was it. Yeah, Takamaru was like, let me solo her, yeah. Fucking dumbass. Nozomi regarded me with a somber look on her face as I mumbled to myself, then she gave me the diagnosis. We think you have the fainting disease. Okay. A bit vague, but go on. Fainting disease? Also known as psychogenic pseudosyncope. A disease that causes you to suddenly lose consciousness after being exposed to strong psychological shock or stress. Like your mind just blows out. I have a disease like that? Yes, after what happened to Shoma and Kako on day 27. Your mind suffered a heavy blow, and even though you somehow made it to nighttime okay. It's so funny. You've been diagnosed with the fainting disease. It sounds so fake. Like, you'd expect it to have a fancier name, but the fainting disease just sounds so childish to me. Oh yeah, this is going to be the skip days route, I guess. The moment you felt like you could relax, your mind completely shut down, just like that. So are we going to keep, falling asleep until a new murder happens? Is that how this is going to be? I'll just only wake up for defensive battles and murder. How could you tell I had this disease? This is the third time you fainted out of the blue, right? And it always takes you a long time to regain consciousness. This didn't seem like normal behavior, so we decided to scan your brain, using the Revive-O-Matic's diagnosis function. I don't remember contracting any disease like that. This is what the machine's analysis said. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as after effect. Oh, because my brain got exploded, probably. Because I died, I got brain damage. Add that to the list of out-of-context moments from this game. I died, so I got brain damage. Treatment on damaged parts of my brain? I don't know what exactly happened. At any rate, the damage isn't life-threatening and doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. So that part's nothing to worry about, at least. Easy for you to say. That means I could faint again if something stressful happens, right? Yes, but I'm sure it'll be alright. As long as we make sure nothing too stressful happens again. So, has anything changed? Changed? Like, have you guys learned anything about the killer while I was out? No, we haven't made any progress in that area. The unknown killer remains at large and we don't have a single clue to follow. Nobody's been attacked since then, so it's still alive at least. What about Shoma and Ima? Shoma's regained consciousness already, but he said he doesn't know who stabbed him. Really? He was stabbed in the front! How do you not know who stabbed you from the front? You can ask him about it for yourself later. And Ima? He's barricaded himself in his room and hasn't said much to us. Good, leave him there. Just a word or two when we deliver food to him. Needless to say, he didn't fight in the defensive battle that happened on day 33. Ima, Shoma, and Darami set out the battle as usual. Really? Wait, Darami's sitting out battles? Are those three still suspicious of me? Yes, they seem to think you're the most likely suspect, but even if you weren't the one, it had to be someone from the SDU. That's what those three believe. Oh wait, we've been out long enough that the organism detector should be around, right? We don't know the results of Tsubasa's life organism detector. Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together where everyone except Ima, Shoma, and Darami were gathered. Oh boy, okay. When they saw me, they said things like, "You're awake," or "Thank goodness," and "You were trying to cross the border, weren't you?" Everyone was quietly rejoicing about seeing me on my feet again. Their reactions were a lot more subdued than before. I could hardly blame them. This was the third time I'd woken up after losing consciousness for several days. You know, I'm thinking about it more. I don't think it was our death after saving Takamaru that did the brain damage. I have a weird feeling we've died before. Like, this is going to make no sense whatsoever, but they're saying, oh, damage repaired on the brain. I wonder if we've died prior to these 100 days and were revived with a Revive-O-Matic type thing. Maybe? I wonder. I think that's unrelated to our current revives. I can hardly blame them. This was the third time I've woken up after losing consciousness for several days. At least that was what I thought. It turned out they had another reason to be despondent. Am I winking? I'm not trying to. I'm just blinking, but I just accidentally wink sometimes. The dark gloomy aura that hung over the group indicated there was something more at play here. My eyes seem to be desynced today. like, why is one eye blinking but not the other? I finished breakfast and returned to my room soon after Tsubasa came knocking. Yes! Yeah, prologue was very stressful. It didn't happen then. Yeah. Maybe time travel? Yeah, true. Maybe consuming the Ato Hemo Anima maybe did something to our brain. Oh, the pop at the beginning? Yeah, true. Maybe we died and got revived after that pop. That would be wild. You saw how dejected everyone seemed just now, right? Want to know why? Oh, your scan probably came up negative, right? Sure. She pulled out something from behind her back. What's this? It looks like... I don't know. It looks like a scouter from Dragon Ball Z. What does the scouter say about his power? 7,000! The life detection device. Yeah, that's it. No, the Dragon Radar. I've never watched Dragon Ball Z, but it looks like something out of Dragon Ball. It's so Dragon Ball coded. Oh, right, you finished it. 5 days ago, yeah. But now I wish I hadn't. Why not? Because this is the reason everyone's jumping at shadows. She turned the device on as she spoke. Oh, it's not like a... I thought it would tell us, like, generally, like, you know, give us, like, dots on a map, but not just a number. 13? Yep, the total number of life forms in this academy. That's all of us, including Ava. Which means there are no outsiders in this school, and the culprit is really one of us. Yeah, that's what everyone believes now, except for me and Nozomi, that is. You two still think that it was an outsider that did it? I don't know, but the killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma, right? The possibility of that happening seemed low to me, but I forced myself not to voice those doubts. Yeah, she didn't say it would pinpoint the location, but I thought it would, like, give us general circles on a map. Anyway, that's why everyone's so down. Basically, it's because they're all suspicious of one another. This isn't going to end well. Without trust, we won't be able to put up a united front during the next defensive battle. Which... maybe it's right now. Can't you do something, Takumi? I know you'll do... I'll do what I can to help as well. Just tell me what you need. Wow, I suddenly lost the ability to read. Oh, I just remembered. I finished that other thing you asked me to make a while ago, too. What thing? You know, the remote detonator that'll trigger the bomb in Ava's body. I managed to complete it after carefully investigating her body with her consent, of course. Nice. She investigated Ava's body. Sweet. Tsubasa rummaged through her pocket and took out something that looked like a remote control. I took it and gripped it tightly in my hand. Thanks, this puts me at ease. I'll probably add Ava to the team starting from the next battle. Yeah, that should help out our combat power. The problem is getting the others to trust her. Oh well, I've done my part, the rest is up to you. Literally, the plot would not survive without you. With that, she left the room. Up to me, huh? How should I do this? What was it Tsubasa said before? The killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma? To be honest, I didn't think they did. I had no concrete proof, but everything that had happened so far felt like a part of a larger scheme that someone was orchestrating. Killing game. Sirai dead. Gaku dead. 26 stab wounds. Killing game. Poisoned. 26 stab wounds. Electric boogaloo. At the very least, I was convinced the culprit wasn't going to stop at Shoma's stabbing. In that case... excluding myself, the killer must be one of the other 12 students in this academy. No, wait! Shoma was a victim. If Hiroko, Tsubasa, Takamaru, and Ava were also innocent, that leaves just 7 suspects. Ima. Out of this lineup, I trust everybody here except Ima. I have grounds to trust literally everybody in this lineup, apart from Ima. Ima wouldn't kill Kako, but what if Kako killed herself after finding out what Ima did? Is the question. Darumi, Nozomi, Kyoshika, Yagamu, Moko, Ima, and Karara. Unless... Ima killing Kako would definitely relieve suspicion from him. Very easily, but... I don't trust it. Maybe he did it to... I don't know. Crazy people like to rationalize killing people as saving them. I feel like that was a, also Aito, yeah. What? I feel like that was in an anime or a movie at some point where somebody was killing people and then was like, but I'm saving them. It's my duty to save them. I have to kill them and that will save them. I feel like that was so clear in my mind that was like somebody's motive in an anime or something. Or maybe it was another game we played. Somebody claiming themselves to be a savior. I never willingly chose to treat any of my friends as suspects, but as it turns out, I don't have a choice right now. I won't gain everyone's trust until I identify the real culprit. Yeah, with how her death was different to the others, yeah, I agree. And if I don't have their trust, the SDU would fall apart and everyone would be annihilated by the invaders. Unless Kako killed Shoma and then killed herself. Which would be weird, I don't know why, but... the only way to prevent that from happening is to reveal the identity of the killer. You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. That was what the boy with the Undying Flame said. He must have known something like this would happen. Oh, wait. This is when the timeline's already corrupted, right? Wait, so it could be future Aito. This could still be future Aito as the culprit, because Flame Boy has already, by this point, told us, by the way, there is corruption in the blood space. Somebody from the future is messing things up. You have to deal with it. I'm dying. Okay. Aito is somehow the culprit, as always. At any rate, this was the only way of resolving all this that I could think of. I have to find the culprit no matter what. I clenched my fists and resolved to devote myself to the investigation. Alright, time to investigate. Well, I guess we can try and get an emo, but I don't think we're gonna get much. Was it after starting the killing game? I thought it was before, but I don't know. I guess we're still in the general area of that, right? So that's still a possibility. It's still a possibility because we're in the same generic area of that time zone, so maybe. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. Ema, I know you're inside. Can we talk?
Hey!
I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. At that, a voice called out from the other side of the door. Oh, you're awake, Mr. Sumino. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell you. Come on, there's gotta be something. You see, I'm suspicious of you too. I think you may have been the one who killed my dear sister. Really? What are you talking about? I didn't kill her, and in the first place, Kako, she... killed herself? Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion. There was absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing. She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop any, she would have told me about them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Hey, that's a lead. That's at least something to go off of. Like I told you just now, I suspect that the killer may have been you, Mr. Sumino. The only reason I haven't exacted vengeance yet is because I'm not completely sure it was you. Really? You're not acting off of an assumption. Holy crap. Is this character development? He's not killing me based on an assumption he made? Accidentally killing the wrong person will be playing right into the hands of the real culprit, but I might lose my sense of reason if we continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave now while I'm still in my right mind? I could sense that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. Ema refused to respond to any further attempts to talk. Ema had character development? Look at him go! If Takamaru was with him, he'd kill me on the spot, though. If Takamaru was with him and Ema said that in front of him, he'd be like, yeah, it must be Takumi, we're gonna kill him. He definitely killed her because you think he might have. If Takamaru was present with him, I'd already be dead. Moko! What day is it? Top right corner, day 39. Oh, you're still in the cafeteria. Don't talk to us now! We are in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refuses to listen to reason. What's the discussion about? I still don't believe the culprit is one of us. I'm trying to tell everyone to stop being so suspicious of each other. You saw that device is total for the number of life forms in the school. Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside jobs. The culprit must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we're trying to tell you that is not possible. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a killer who stabbed one or two victims. They clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't. Takumi, say something. Huh? Well, I stammered hard because I was more in line with Kurara's way of thinking than Nozomi's. I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I decided to simply avoid committing for now. Sorry, I just remembered I have something... Really? You can't say, I don't know? You'd be like, I've got something I need to do. Bye. Gotta go, bye! Wait, Takumi, hey, come back here, please! Really? You can't be like, I don't know for sure. I'd rather not make assumptions either way. I ignored Nozomi's pleas and quickly bolted out of the room and got into the hallway. Well, relationship with Nozomi -10, yep. Great, you couldn't just simply say something along the lines of, I don't know. Hey Hiroko, how's your day going? You're still alive in this route, so that's a positive. Hiroko, you were here the other day too. What's so interesting about this place? Dead bodies. What else? I wanted to investigate Kako's body again. What about you? I mean to investigate the case as well. As if your clumsy brain could ever bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet! She's playfully teasing with me about my chronic disease. About my chronic fainting disease. Hiroko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice. As if your clumsy brain... Hey! You know that's not what I meant! Anyway, have you already looked at Kako's body? Yes, and the other two as well. Huh? Eito and Gaku too? Didn't we already check Gaku's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I needed to check it again. I've discovered two surprising facts after re-investigating Kako's body. Surprising facts? The first concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body's been almost completely drained of it. What? There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung up for an extended time. It was returned here after being almost completely drained of cryptoglobin. When? I'll get to that later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Hiroko walked to Kako's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. And time to faint again. There, she flipped the body over and what I saw flabbergasted me. Her naked ass! What the hell? Wait, what is that? Marks of a stolen heart? Oh! What? That's like a perfectly circular hole, though. Somebody cut a hole in her back, smashed her ribs, and dug her heart out. What the fuck? Why would anybody do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. Did nobody notice this? I swear to Christ. How did we not notice this? Unless it happened after they were moved to the morgue. Because we did not steal Ato's heart out of his body. We definitely didn't do that. They had the exact same marks, a large empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute, what's going on here? What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies. I know, that's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Gaku's body on day 24, his back was still intact. Okay, thank God. They didn't miss the obvious giant hole in their back. I'm so glad they're not that stupid. It still was on day 27 too. I checked Ato and Gaku's body when we moved Kako's body here. Nobody had holes in their backs at that point in time. That means it must have happened sometime after the night of day 27. The perpetrator likely did the deed to all three at the same time. That may have been why they extracted Kako's cryptoglobin as well. Who? Simple logic dictates that the culprit behind this series of events did it. But why? How should I know what the culprit is up to? Perhaps they're simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of... Oh, Yagamu likes eating organs. He likes Japanese barbecue so much he's willing to steal other people's organs to grill them. We just learned Yagamu's favorite taste in food was grilled organs. Uh-oh. This ain't looking good for old Yagamu. Perhaps they're simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of grilled myocardium with lemon on top. Both examples are crazy! There's just one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why were the hearts extracted from the back? Making an opening in the chest would make removing them so much easier. Why go about it this way? Great question! Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again. But there was not a single further clue to be found. He isn't a cannibal. You'd hope. You would certainly hope he isn't a cannibal. But we do know he likes eating organs, so... medicine. One of mankind's most eminent inventions for sustaining life. And dealing death. Hi. How can I help you today, Takumi? I told Yagamu that I was investigating the case. Does that include Kako's death too? Yes, the suspicious circumstances of her death bother me as well. Hold on, I need to take a drink. There's way too much reading. Yes. I feel like one of the characters made that reference as well. That nothing like a nice liver and with fava beans and a nice Chianti. Somebody made that reference, and it might have been Yagamu as well. Yeah, they're not going to use these. Yoink. My main objective was to solve the attempted murder of Shoma, but that didn't mean it was my only concern. Any information that might help solve Kako's case would be more than welcome. There were other cases to think about as well, like serious destruction in Gaku's murder. But I hadn't found any further clues to those cases despite my thorough investigation on day 24. So I decided to focus on Shoma's case first, while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Yes, there is. Remember her cause of death? She'd ingested tetrodotoxin, an extremely potent poison. When we found her, she was holding a bottle labeled TTX tightly in her hand. That bottle was originally from this biolab. You're the culprit! You must be, because I said so! So the poison was taken from here? That would appear to be the case. Whether by Kako, who then killed herself with it, or by someone else who used it to kill Kako. Yeah, joining the killing game has us abandon the murder mystery when the whole, like, reason we convinced Takamaru to join the killing game because it would help us solve the murder. But we completely abandoned the killing, like, we completely abandoned the murder mystery in favor of the killing game when that was our whole argument for joining the killing game in the first place. We're so dumb. Is this room open to everyone? Sure is. There's no lock on the door and the cabinets are unsecured too. Anyone could have taken anything at any time. Somebody also stole some Gammafiel, plus syringes and needles to administer it. Gammafiel, the substance you used to knock Ima out on day 27? The very same. Huh, but if it's still here, it hasn't been stolen, right? There are multiple bottles here, several are missing. It didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottles on day 27. When I came here to get the supplies needed to help with Ema, I saw that there were already some missing. Why would the killer do that? We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole them. The thing is, at the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Oh. Are we saying Gaku was tortured? Are we saying that somebody who knows medicine tortured Gaku? Perhaps that was what the thief wanted to use it for. Alright, that's concerning, but I guess we're just gonna move right along. Hey, Ava! Takumi, long time no see. I heard you were out cold for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? There was no point asking Ava about the case, so I decided to talk about something else. Do you remember what you told me before? It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. By the way, I have a bomb remote now, so you have to join our side. And then you said you decided to take your chances with us, right? Yes, I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence, for the reasons I previously explained. Then, will you fight with us instead? What? ក់ʰែក់, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings. Is that why Tsubasa asked to conduct a thorough investigation on my body the other day? So that if I ever tried anything, your team would be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely? Damn, you're smart. Damn, she's clever. Using the device she made? Yes, but I just want to make one thing clear. I didn't ask for the device because I'm suspicious of you. It's just something that's needed to put the others at ease. Ava thought for a while about what I said. Alright, you saved my life, so if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Thank you! Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait for a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear it with the others first. Understood, I will wait. Nice! Ava, new teammate. Shoma! How the hell do you not know who stabbed you from the front? What are you guys doing here? If it isn't serial killer Takumi! You're awake. I'm not a serial killer, so stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right now. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? Yeah, non-brainwashed Ava is the best version of Ava. Well, can you be, like, any more shameless? The criminal's role-playing as a detective now? I'm not talking to you, I'm asking Shoma. Also, that is actually a trope where the detective is actually the murderer. Isn't that... I think that was actually a Sherlock case at one point. Like, I think that was a Sherlock Holmes story, where he actually made, like, a nigh unsolvable case for himself. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I've told the others a bunch of times already. I didn't get a good look at him. Wait, I thought you were sure Takumi did it. Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so... Really? Fuck you, then. He's sure I did it? Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? No, I did see someone, but they were wearing a mask. How about the person's height or body structure? I can't be sure they were dressed in a long black poncho thing. You must have seen some identifiable features. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I screamed immediately, and before I realized it, I've been shoved to the ground. I don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first 2 or 3 stabs. Oh, it appeared in The Simpsons? Oh, wait, did it? Oh, whoops. Yeah, every character's stocks are dropping lately, true. Oh, you're off. No, it's never stopping by, you know, appreciate it. So you don't even know if it was a man or a woman? We did just give the mask back to Ava, though, is the problem. We did just give the mask back to Ava. Did they say anything? Actually, I did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, die, die. Then you should have been able to recognize the voice. The thing is, I didn't. Why not? Their voice had been changed with a voice changer. A voice changer, huh? I went to the gym last. When I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takamaru were already there. We found the voice changer in the back of Tsubasa's garage, right? Well, she said that... No, it was in the extra room in the back of the garage that she was like, I didn't know anybody else knew about this. So the sponsor did it, I guess, yeah. Tsubasa, Takamaru, perfect timing. I need to ask you guys about something. What is it? Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Shoma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh? Yeah, he did. You guessed right, Takumi. The device has gone missing. I knew it! The culprit stole it, huh? I think so. When did you realize it was gone? On day 28, the day Shoma regained consciousness. I went to the garage to check after hearing his story, and the voice changer was already gone. Yeah, without anyone realizing. She showed us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24. So it must have been stolen between that time and the morning of day 27 before Shoma got stabbed. Did you show just me, or did you show everybody? What are you two doing here, though? I did a lot of thinking myself while you were out, and I just don't believe Kako would kill herself. Me too. At first, suicide seemed like the only possibility based on the situation. After listening to Hiroko, though, I started to realize how unnatural the whole thing seemed. But if she was killed, how'd the culprit get away? That's what we needed to figure out. And so here we are. Maybe there's a secret tunnel or something here that we completely missed, you know? We're all here to do the same thing, then. You mean... Yes, Kako died under such mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about it. Let's check the place out together. Yeah, we can trust each other since all three of us here are safers. Safers? Those of us that can be safely removed from the list of suspects. Safers. That's true. And thus we began to investigate the gym. We went around knocking on walls and floors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed before Takamaru shouted at us from the stage. Hey, we actually did find it. Hey, come over here, I found something crazy. He was standing at the corner of the stage, Tsubasa and I hurried over. There we go, we finally found the hole. What in the world? No way, there really was a hidden tunnel. Or should I say a hidden ladder? I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What did you do? Told you I got a dog's hearing. I knocked on the floor and knew right away there was an empty space underneath. Sus. How did you know this was here? Then I groped around the surface and what do you know, a rotatable handle came flipping out. Grabbed the handle, pulled it, and there you have it. Let's go see what's down there. The only reason Tsubasa found this in the other timeline was because she had a floor plan. The only reason we know of this existence in the Killing Game route is because of a floor plan I believe the sponsor gave her. So it's weird that he's just like, yeah, I just knocked on the floor and knew that there was something there. I don't know. Maybe he does have good hearing, but that's really it really goes against what we know about him, because he really doesn't listen. He may have good hearing, but he really isn't good at listening. Yeah, I'll assume about Takamaru, because he assumes the shit out of me too. We slowly made our way down the long ladder. Yeah, I guess hollow floor, I guess. Eventually, I felt my toes touching solid ground when I saw there was. I just don't trust that he has good hearing. From what we know of him, I just don't trust he has good hearing. Isn't this... You know this thing? Yeah, remember what I told you before? This is the escape pod that deploys on the last day. Huh? No way. Damn. Does that mean if we can get inside, we can go to the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance of the pod and checked the door. There was a note pinned on it. The door to this pod automatically opens on day 100, no manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking around for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. Nope, this thing can't be opened from outside. Okay, before we carry on with the, like, the plot here, I do have an interesting theory. They were stealing the hearts, and they drained the blood out of Kako. The rocket needs hemoanima to fuel it. So I wonder if somebody was trying to preemptively fuel the rocket behind our backs. Somebody might have found the rocket early, figured out what its deal is, and is, like, prematurely fueling it by draining the hemoanima out of people. Weird theory, but it could happen. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? Then the pod becomes useless because outer space is a vacuum. So we have no choice but to wait until day 100. We'll have to give up on the idea of boarding the pod before then. Shit! By the way, have you guys forgotten why we came down here in the first place? Of course not! We were trying to solve the locked room case, weren't we? Yeah, Hiroko and I thoroughly investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But if the killer had been hiding in this storeroom or the ladder shaft at that time, you couldn't possibly have found them. Then after you and Hiroko left the gym, the killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet. However, this does disprove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been murder. Wait, assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takamaru, Shoma, and I were in the infirmary, whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone else. 2 were missing. Exclamation point? That's right, Darumi and Ima. Ima couldn't have been the killer. He worshipped the ground she walked on. Ah, that's your misdoing. This thought process will be your undoing. Assuming Ima wouldn't kill his sister is a very dangerous line of thought. Yes, he loved his sister very much, but immediately discounting him as the murderer is not a good idea. Darumi, though, she said she was playing slots or something. She could have been lying through her teeth. But it's always possible that an outsider did it. You made that life detector device yourself, unless you're telling me you made that number up. I did no such thing. That was the correct number, but the killer could have already gotten away by the time I finished making the device, right? She did say it took 7 days to make, so... It can't be Darumi. Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be Darumi because she's such an obvious pick. For a mass murderer, Darumi would be the obvious pick, so it's clearly not going to be her. The crazy psycho bitch? Yeah, it's not going to be her. It's too obvious. Just then I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, an item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. It caught my eye for some reason, and I walked slowly over to pick it up. Hey, what's that? A handkerchief? Isn't that Ima's handkerchief? Or... I forget what their last name is. Because I could be Ima's. Ima something? A handkerchief? So it seems. Let's see. Something embroidered on it. That reads it. Ah, Tsukumo. Yeah, so Ima Tsukumo. Yep. Information technology. Or maybe it's just it, as in it girl. No. Guys, why do you embroider things? Guys, think for 5 seconds. Why do you embroider things like a handkerchief? Could it be referring to initials of a name? Thank you, Takumi. Ima! Tsukumo? Dun dun dun. Bom bom bom. When we exited the gym, we saw that it was already nighttime. I asked Takamaru and Tsubasa to gather the others before heading to Ima's room myself. Come out, Ima! I need to ask you about something. Somehow it felt like he would keep hiding if I'd told him about the handkerchief, so I decided not to say anything for now. We found a clue that may lead us to Kako's killer. I made that assertion even though I had no solid proof she had been killed because I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared from behind it. You believe me about my dear sister being murdered? Yes, can you come with me? Slowly but surely, Ima nodded in assent. Oh yeah, Ima killing Kako to do the mental gymnastics to blame me for her death is exactly the kind of thing, because he knows Takamaru would make that jump in logic as well. If Ima told Kakamaru he suspects me, Takamaru would switch on me so fast. And once they have 2 people, it's Jova for me. Nobody trusts me at all, so Ima could very easily flip the story on me. It's exactly what happened with Eito and Nozomi's story in the previous timeline. Eito just told somebody, hey, Nozomi isn't from around here. Nozomi is not from our team. And then immediately everyone turned on her. So it's not difficult to get this team to turn on people. Takamaru, Tsubasa, and I took everyone to the storeroom where the escape pod was being kept. We told them how we found the place and how the pod could only be used on day 100. After climbing back out, we all headed to the cafeteria. True, they could have stolen it from Ima and left it there to place the blame on him. That is also an option. But it's good to pursue the line of logic that Ima is the killer, because I'm so sus of this bitch. Like, I've never liked him. Ever. I do not have any trust in this guy at all. Yeah, Takamaru just blamed me for Darumi and Hiriko's death. Yeah, exactly. Like, so what was the clue that you found? Before that, I need to check something with Darumi. On day 27, when we found Kako's body, were you really playing slots at that time? Hey, you're still suspicious of me. Then check the machine's play log. Then you'll know for sure that I was playing around that time. And how could I have possibly stabbed Shoma if I'd been hiding in that storeroom the whole time? The only way out of that place is through that tunnel, right? Oh, that's true. I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear. Mayhaps you clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft. I'm no Spider-Woman, and that shaft has no footholds. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You were the one to kill Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma. You're suggesting there were two culprits? I mean, is this a Chapter 3 type situation? Very Danganronpa Chapter 3-esque to have two murders, two culprits. Indeed I am, and does the number 2 ring any bells with regard to the situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 people missing from the scene. You're suspicious of me as well? Ima's face twisted into a grimace. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but decided to show everyone the handkerchief we had found. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod storeroom. The letters IT have been embroidered on it. Are these initials? Wouldn't they refer to Ima Tsukumo? I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ima? And the fact that it was in the storeroom means... So, Ima killed Lady Kako? Are you out of your mind? Me killed my very own dear sister? I don't think that was possible either. Unless Ima was the one to stab Shoma and Darumi was the one to kill Kako. Ima dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was casing the joint. I told you it wasn't me! You think Miss Amamiya and I were accomplices? And then I tacitly approved of my dear sister's murder? That's no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself. You're all crazy. I can't believe that thought even crossed your minds. Ah yes, the classic, like, final bout in an Ace Attorney game. The final defense of, you're crazy. Nope, sorry, your gaslighting doesn't work in the face of evidence. You're crazy is not a valid defense. So you deny the charge? Yeah, now Ima knows how it feels. He's finally getting his just desserts. I'm so happy. Of course I do. Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the storeroom? That's because... You see, you're feeling guilty. No. Oh! Yeah, that's right. Ima dashed out of the cafeteria screaming. Wait, Ima! We all dashed after him. In my defense, Your Honor... Well, I remember seeing a video where it was just, like, ridiculous, like, millennial defenses in court, and it's like, Your Honor, my client would like to... my client would like to plead oopsie daisy. I don't know why that popped back into my head. Your Honor, my client was just feeling a little bit silly on the day. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. Oh my god, Ima dies, please. He was running at full speed through the schoolyard and none of us could catch up. Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side. We followed behind. Yes, Ima dying route. Yes. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us. Ima! Bro got eaten by the onion. The onion object then flew high up into the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. Well, guess that takes care of that. The police got him in the end. What just happened? The Pikmin timeline, yeah. Well, he was successfully arrested by the space police. What was that thing? I'd seen that onion-shaped thing before in the previous timeline. That was probably a commander. Alright, that guy.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Remember when we shot this down? It was Olimar! Olimar killed Shoma, exactly! They turned him into an Onion article, yeah. Are you serious? He must have been captured by the enemy? No way. That can't be true. It's alright, we could probably figure out where they went, or we could just leave him to die. Yeah, how does the tomato mask match the lip flaps? I have no clue, but I'm glad it does. What? You know how Ima's been rather emotionally unstable lately, right? So much so, I thought he might just up and go missing one day, so I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when bringing food to him. Once again, Tsubasa progressing the plot along, although I would be happy just leaving Ima to die, honestly. We should be able to see why they took him from the war room. You clever girl, you. Clever girl. Okay, let's all head back for now. Oh, Tsubasa, you clever little sneak! We traced the transmitter and quickly figured out exactly where Ima had been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some discussion, we decided to split into 2 teams. The rescue team, me, Hiroko, Takamaru, Tsubasa, and Karara. Pretty awesome of a team, actually, apart from swap Takamaru for Kyoshika, and I'm very happy with that. The rescue team, me, Hiroko, Takamaru, Tsubasa, and Karara. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Shoma, and Darumi. Why the hell are we taking Karara on an offensive mission again? Karara builds turrets. She plays tower defense, not tower offense. Why do we keep bringing Karara on offense missions? You douchebags. Must we rescue him even though he may very well be the killer? Thank you, Yugamu. It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Could you ever live with the fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? Well, he's not innocent in other timelines. I knew you would say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people on the defense team is not very reassuring. Yeah, can't we add 1 more or something? No, what if the enemy attacks in the meantime? We can't afford to relax on home security. In that case, Takumi! Yeah, it's time. Everybody follow me! We have a new friend. Ava! Oh yeah, I guess if we were playing on Despair difficulty. Is Despair difficulty going to be the canon way we think about battles now? Like, everybody dies in a single hit and we need armor to survive? Is that how we're thinking of this? Sir Takumi, Lady Ava is out and about now. Why have you done such a thing? Yes, as you can see, I let her out. But why? But why? I intend to let her join the rescue team. Huh? I explained how the bomb in Ava's body and the remote detonator we had made to trigger it. And you really think this will work? Yeah, Despair must be how cutscene losses work. It's gotta be. Even then, I feel like I could still win some battles on Despair difficulty. It would take way too long to stream the whole game on Despair, but I think we could probably do it. I think we're good enough. But I'm only playing on normal difficulty because it's the way the game was designed. So, if you feel she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. Oh, sorry, that's me talking. If you feel she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. Huh? I put the remote detonator into an astonished Hiroko's hand. Now do you feel reassured? Hiroko fell silent at my words. After a few moments, she said, have it your way. Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you. True, at least we would have a bunch of voltage from Despair difficulty. Also true. Alright then, we'll be right back. With Ima! Or not. Either option's fine. Good luck. Stay safe. The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station where Ima was being held captive. True, the game was designed around the idea that you're willing to let people die. So I feel like the fact that I've got this far, not letting people die, I think if I added the ability of letting my teammates die for, you know, like burning through rounds and getting extra voltage, I think we could do Despair difficulty, honestly, if I committed to letting people die. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was just starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station. Oh, true, aside from the first Ato boss fight, yeah. But that literally felt impossible without last resorting. He was doing, like, all of our health in a single attack.
In this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
This is a pretty solid team, actually.
That has to be Quenzele.
Which one was that?
Quenzele? Is that his name?
Could you tell me in terms of what they look like and weapons?
Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
Ava being like, yeah, kill him, actually.
Flying enemy?
Oh, it's the flying guy, sorry.
Sounds like
of course.
a headache already.
We literally had the whole conversation about how he was abducted by an onion. Wow, my brain is tired. Streaming twice a day must be destroying my brain.
Skill on our side.
I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot.
That's why we brought Carrara. Takumi isn't an idiot. I forgot we still needed to shoot this guy down. I forgot we still needed to shoot the fucker out the sky. That's the whole reason she's here. Okay, no, I get it now. Takumi, sorry, I misjudged you.
The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
That seems oddly convenient towards the plot, but okay, sure.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Oh yeah, Ava also has flight +2. Maybe Takumi is like a good tactician. Also, why is Takumi giving me like... Not Takumi. Why is Takamaru giving me like a death stare? Can you see that? Bro is staring daggers at me from across the row. What the fuck?
Okay, guys. Let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out.
Offensive battle begin. Yeah, 5 minutes in anime, yeah. Alright, not a bad team then. You still can't forgive Ima for sending Carrara on an offensive mission to fight a time traveler. And what was it we needed to do? We went to second to last Defense Academy with her and somebody else that was really ridiculous, didn't we? True, easy to plan when you already know what the enemy's capable of. That is also true. Very easy to plan ahead when you know exactly the counter. Okay, just jump into the battle. Is this a... Yeah, do it in one turn. You got it. Hiriko, you are perfect for this. Oh, skip this battle? Okay, yeah, we've already done this. We've already done this battle. I don't mind skipping it. In fact, isn't this literally the same as... Remember in the killing game route when they stole the kill from me? This is the exact same commander, actually. So yeah, we did this in, like, the last stream.
Now, do you understand that I would never betray you?
In the other timeline, this is when Ava had already left and we found her again here.
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
Yeah, no desperation, Takamaru. We'll probably get another chance to fight, though.
That Quenzele guy?
He should be here any time now. Aha. Speak of the devil.
Oh, he's the paragon of repulsion. So I guess that makes sense why she calls him a creep. Oh, this is the exact same battle actually as in the other route, but instead of Nozomi crafting the turret, Carrara's here to craft the turret. That makes sense why Nozomi made the turret in the other route here then.
Understood.
I do want to see more of Ava's reaction and grudges to the other commanders, yeah. She doesn't like Veshness, and she calls this guy a creep. It's kind of funny that she doesn't like most of the other commanders. Which makes us feel better about killing them, actually. Holy shit, you finished that fast! God damn, Carrara, you work fast! Good God! That was instantaneous!
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
You said the exact same thing in the other timeline. Yeah, that's true. She didn't want to be a commander. That's true. She said she was forced to be one because she had the special blood. Much like us, actually, because we were also forced into this on account of our special blood. Bar Nozomi. Is Ima dead? I sure hope so. I really goddamn hope he is. The instant win is so funny to me. The pain!
It hurts.
Do I get to choose? Oh my god, do I actually get a buff?
What prompted this cruelty?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're
Ava! I noticed you were here a while back, but does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Kinda, yeah.
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
I do feel bad when they start crying, but suddenly Quinzel broke off instead at something behind us.
Overlord Veshness!
Nah, we're not gonna fall for that one. We all turned around at the same time, but...
Huh?
You idiots! You fell for the oldest trick in the book! We turned back around, but it was too late. Oh, I needed my kills! During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely. Oh! God damn it, when will I get buffs?
Coward.
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been... quenceled.
Girl, I'm gonna need you to not. I'm gonna need you to not right now. But yeah, that did remind me of a brilliant video that I saw. Like, I think it's like a VR boxing game. Yeah, we can have Ava back now. She is a mom. Oh my god, she really is a mom. But there's a video of two guys like doing VR boxing, and the one guy like points like to behind him, you know, doing the look over there, and like the other guy turns around. And then when he turns back to face the guy that pointed, he's also staring. It's such a funny like bit. I don't know why I love that clip because he points off. He's like, look over there, and the guy's like, what? And then he turns back around and he's also just staring off into the distance. Bro fell for his own trick. Well, we fucked up. But hey, at least we got some BP. Ah! This is a slight issue, because now he's probably going to leave and tell Veshness. He's probably going to leave and tell Veshness that Ava's switched sides, so now Veshness might come and just blow Ava up for us. Because can Veshness remotely blow us up? Or remotely blow her up, I guess. After that, we split up to look for Ema. It took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in a cage. And we left him there, because it's funny.
Ema, are you alright? Hold on, I'll get you out now.
I do like Ava. That was a pretty funny pun, I'll give her that. I swung my sword down on the lock and killed Ema in a swift motion. I wish. It broke apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided Ema outside, but then... I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye, right next to the cage.
A bomb?
How did I not notice that before? The next moment... And I died. The end. Did I live? I instinctively grabbed Ema from behind. Really? You protected this asshole? This snap action meant my body shielded Ema from the brunt of the blast. A scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain and wait, isn't this right after I already had a back wound, though?
Ema, are you okay?
Isn't this literally after I had a back wound already? Am I just gonna keep stabbing myself in the back over and over again?
Yes.
Yeah, use him as a shield, yeah.
But what about you?
Yeah, don't worry about me.
Don't worry, the wound on my back just randomly opened up again, and now I'm going to be out of commission for another 2 weeks, so...
As long as you're fine.
Enjoy 2 weeks of time skip.
Huh? Huh? Mr. Semino?
So I got stabbed in the back, and then my wound opened up, and now I've had an explosion rip my back apart.
Mr. Semino! Mr. Semino!
Not again! End of route. You died. The end. Day 50! Bro, how fast is this route? The back wound reopened so they can steal my heart too!
Get ready for your 50th day of active service here at Last Defense
Yeah, my
Academy.
back being blown out route. That's a better way to put it.
Folks, you're halfway there. Like a lizard on a chair.
Yeah. You're halfway. I love that every time. Like a lizard on a
You're
chair.
stepped in blood so far. In honor of the occasion, if you're hearing so, no presents.
Wait, no presents? Wait, what? Oh, that's interesting. That's different from usual. Normally, when Sirei dies, it says, oh, come to the gymnasium. But in this timeline, they know Sirei's dead. It means your commander is no longer with you, so no presents. That's different. Why do they know that Sirei's no longer there? What's different about this route that they know that Sirei's gone? I guess maybe Nigo reported it in? That's weird. Unless Sirei was never actually dead in the initial timeline. Ooh. What if Sirei never actually died? I guess hopefully it's just a case of Nigo actually reporting it. But yeah, if Sirei was never actually dead the whole time in those other timelines. Ooh. I woke up to the expected son of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. Hey. Me again. You getting used to watching me sleep? This time she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
Yep. I didn't have to ask about the day since it was mentioned in the announcement just now.
It's day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy.
I really can't keep fainting like this.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips, and I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you
How
were
are you
out.
always the one to wake me up, though? I think that's kind of funny. I sat up in bed for some strange reason. I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. Did I die? Did you revive or manic me? You seem fine physically. The truth is your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease. I think so. Wait. I literally took the full force of a bomb to my back. And I'm just okay. Weird. Yeah, we finished the killing game route, yeah. I guess that was pretty much the last two streams, was just all the killing game route. Has his back been... Has his back been blown out and fixed so many times that it's now strong? Bro gained a turtle shell from having his back blown out too much.
Huh?
Has anything changed? If you mean the murder cases, we haven't made any progress. Ima and Darumi are still denying they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either, but the others... Yeah, Killing Game route was quite long. It went the full 100 days, actually, yeah. Oh, something else has changed, though. Ima's been taking part in the defensive battles. What? Why? You shielded him back at the enemy relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. Aww. I see. Ima actually doing something? No way. That said, he's still as reticent as ever and hardly ever leaves his room otherwise. Who can blame him, though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everyone's suspicious of him. But he did say that he was willing to tell you and only you everything. Really? Yep, so go find him later, okay? Later? Were you expecting me to not act right now after what you just told me? I jumped up and dashed outside immediately. I'm still concerned about the fact that I took Did you see, like, all the blocks of C4? Like, that were in that bomb? Why did it not hurt me? It's just weird that it didn't do any damage. They're like, yeah, it didn't actually... Yeah, it didn't actually hurt you, you just passed out. Just strange. There's something more there. Mr. Sumino, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Don't mention it, really. What I want to hear from you is some answers. Like, what the fuck is going on in your room? Who the hell did the interior design here? Ima nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. Not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer. Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. Yes, rooms at Kako's Sprite Gallery. I remember seeing something about that on Twitter. Somebody said that his room... I thought they were just making a joke, but I saw somebody post on Twitter that apparently Ima's room isn't even, like art of Kako. It's just her sprites from in-game. So the implication being that it's just photos of his sister, like, blown up. Rather than, you know, like, actual drawings or, like, anything. It's just pictures from in-game. It is my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister, and then smash their face in with a hammer over and over again until there's nothing left of it. Well, I'm glad I didn't say stab them 26 times, because that would have raised my suspicions. Huh? Yet I am but a detective's assistant. I do not deal well with deductions. So I have decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you. I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. I intend to do just that as soon as I get some answers from you. Now, first of all, why didn't you kill Daramy? What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you?
Yeah.
Why didn't you kill Daramy? That's an odd jump in logic. When Kako's body was found, you and Daramy were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were the killer, but that can't be, right? Of course not. If so, from your perspective, only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point of time. None other than Daramy, yet you didn't go smash her head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Sumino, I see what you were getting at. Are you alright? It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in the storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Opposite the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Is this it? Yes. So you're saying they vented? The imposter Amogus that has killed 4 of our friends vented. Okay, it really is Amogus, yeah. It's big enough even for Takamaru and Moko to pass through. You are quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? Oh my god, wait. And Takumi's red. Uh-oh. With the sussiest colour. No, sir. I stuck my head into the shaft but couldn't see anything in the pitch black darkness. When did you realise there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why didn't you tell anyone? I guess, yeah, Emma's clothes are more red. Just my hair is red. I did not tell you before because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise me you'll not get angry. Yeah. Because my sister and I had intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. That's not possible! The door can't be opened manually. We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I sighed and continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret even after Kako was murdered. If you'd told us about it, we'd be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised my dear sister that no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise. I want us to live together in the Tokyo residential complex again, just the 2 of us. Wow. So you wanted to condemn the rest of us to death? Move Kako down the tier list. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here. Wow.
Yeah.
I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time. When I was putting it back into my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space. Even after my dear sister lost her life, it felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled non-stop. True, yeah. She had only known us for 10 days, I suppose. I guess, but still. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage, as usual, when we stepped inside. Ima, you're an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake? I mean, I already heard about you from Nozomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know. Anyway, what's up? Just wanted to know if there's a recon drone around if there's a recon drone anywhere around here with lights and cameras if possible. Yeah, but what do you need it for? It's kind of hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? We needed to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a sec. Uh-oh, if there's a ventilation shaft here, that means I see how it is now. Yeah, exactly. If ďÁka was killed, the presence of this shaft makes everybody in the academy a suspect, including the safers for Shoma's case. Including me, yet you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? Absolutely. You are my wife in another route. Kind of, sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it, though. Okay, let's start. I mean, you were pivotal in the killing game route, so I'll allow it. Thanks. If you ever end up being evil in any of these routes, I'll be very sad. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. Right, in summary, this is what we've learned. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends towards the school building. Splits into a grid structure halfway and connects to different parts of the building. Oh my god, it really... The vents really do connect everywhere, huh? Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. However, the bends are extremely narrow and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. I'm more concerned about what we found halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. We found Shoma out the back of the school. Isn't Shoma the only one who wears green as well? Or does anybody else wear green? Because I just think, well, he climbed out of a vent out the back of the school and then was stabbed. Yeah, Shoma vented. He's small enough. He's small enough to do it. Yeah. A bend only a small child can go. Green cloth. Yeah, Shoma's the smallest. Yeah, but why? Why would Shoma be... Unless ďÁka colluded with him on something. But then who stabbed him? After he got out of the vent, who the hell stabbed him? This thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. Thankfully, we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone. You're so smart! It's a piece of cloth, right? A square green piece of cloth about 1 inch long. I looked at Ima, then Tsubasa. Then they looked back at me with wide, questioning eyes. It was apparent they hadn't yet realized the grave implication behind this. He stabbed himself 26 times, yeah. Maybe a certain incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. I put the piece of cloth in my pocket, looked them both in the eye and said, Tell everyone to gather at the gym at 7 PM tonight. Huh? This is quite sudden. Please just do it. They turned to look at each other. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. I'm gonna go check everybody's clothes. I had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted just one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. I spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time that I found something, a faint trace of blood on a corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think blood from his injuries could have sprayed that far, which meant... I entered the gym at 7 PM sharp to find everybody already gathered there. Eva, you're here too? Yes, I've received an official release. I've been given Eito's room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. Awesome! All credit goes to Takumi and Tsubasa. The remote detonator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I deprecated the device and gave a... You should not do that! You should not give everybody access to killing her. I feel like that's a terrible idea. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Nah, I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Well, you see... I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
It was like, because she's purple. Yeah. Rah! Ah! Mr. Summoner, wait a minute, please. You just said with absolute certainty that my dear sister was indeed killed. Danganronpa 3 Evil? I don't think you can. You're kind of on rails. The only thing you can do in Danganronpa 3 is take the liar paths. Like, you're pretty much on rails. There's not really any decisions you can do in the game, unfortunately. Yes, yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me something first. Promise me you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. Put the hammer away. I saw him gritting his teeth with a scowl on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, fine, I promise that I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum.
Good. All right. Much as I wish I didn't.
Do I actually have to point them out?
Goes. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
It's Shoma!
It was the name of...
Oh my god. Takumi, really? You don't need to do this.
That person is...
Get to the point. Really? Oh, the anime? What? I don't know what you mean, then. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma is... Oh, I actually have to pick, wait. Wait. Is it just choose correctly or choose wrong? I mean, the only one with green like that would be Shoma. It's Shoma's hat, right? It's Shoma's hat's colour, or his pants, or his backpack. It's gotta be, right? And he's the only one small enough as well, but why would he stab himself? I don't really understand, but I can choose me? Okay, I'll choose Shoma because that's the obvious choice here. Karara's mask isn't the same green. It's a lighter green than that. It's the exact same colour and, like, cloth texture as his hat. Is Shoma the one behind this? I mean, look at the colour of his hat. Or his backpack. Or his pants. Yes. I guess you have to choose right or wrong is the two paths, right? There's not going to be a path for choosing every individual person, right?
The real killer.
Surely not every answer is going to be a different route. Hang on, let's see. Ah, okay. Choose Shoma or choose other. That's our two decisions. It's either choosing Shoma or choosing other. Okay. So Shoma's the one it wants us to choose, but just choosing anybody else is a different route.
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
And that's why we'd very easily discount you as one of the killers. Why'd you hate Gaku so much?
Stop running your mouth. And just
Stop running your mouth!
Every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Can I play the comic book game from Danganronpa now? Oh, okay, this is good enough. I wanted to play the comic book minigame, but... I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 AM on day 27. You met up with her before that on day 26, to tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. So she showed up at the gym and, as asked, where you made up summaries of her to swallow that thing.
That thing?
The TTX. The BMX. The potassium cyanide. Obviously.
I'm talking about TTX. Tetrodotoxin.
The BMX. I really wish I should have chose that for the funnies. It's extremely poisonous. Ingesting just 1 to 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poison Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put the ball of TTX into her right hand. Then you block the gym door using a mop as a latch. Thinking you could make her death seem like suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of the stage into the escape pod storeroom. You already knew that shaft was there, because you'd seen Ima and Kako going into the trapdoor before. Yeah, this is a new game, yeah. It came out like a couple months ago. You did your homework and went down to check out the storeroom as well before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft. And you used that vent to return to the school building. That's the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason? Why is Shoma evil in this route?
Anyone could have used the ventilation
You left your
shaft
scent
to get
behind?
back
The shaft
into
was
the
like...
school.
You're the only one who could
You
fit.
can't accuse me of being the culprit because of that.
You're the only one who could fit!
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you! Shoma, the ultimate depresso! You can't say that for sure. A girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No, it's physically impossible. None of these girls are flexible enough. Trust me, I checked. Tsubasa's like, what? Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. Just trust me, we had a whole harem route, just believe me. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof?
Red underwear, green cloth, blue hair.
Let's see this proof.
Alright, here's the green cloth. This proves
Here
it!
it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Huh?
Out of all of us, only Karara, Takamaru, and Shoma wear something green on them. But Karara's tomato mask isn't made of cloth. So what is it made out of? So the scrap can't be hers. This shade of green on Takamaru's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap too. Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it! I just checked. Part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. The torn part perfectly matches this cloth scrap. Indeed, I too witnessed it and have concluded they are a perfect match. And you couldn't have passed through the narrow bends of the shaft while still wearing your backpack, but you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tied the shoulder straps to your feet and, wow, that's a wild assumption, and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught in the sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. The cloth scrap got torn off because of that. No, this is fake evidence planted by the real culprit. Someone's trying to frame me. If that was the case, why would that someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion away from you. Well, he's slightly convinced. Now, this next part is all just conjecture. But as we've learned from previous routes, conjecture is the truth, usually. In our eyes, conjecture is everything. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? That plan went awry because Kako showed up to the gym alone. So you had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If you told anyone about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. And if we pursued the case as a murder, we would eventually close in on you. So you wanted to kill Ima afterward. But it was almost dawn by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. If you could make everyone think you had been mutilated by the culprit, we would never even dream of suspecting you. I mean, managing to stab yourself 26 times is pretty impressive. The only other person I've seen be capable of that is Yuri from Doki Doki Literature Club. And as we know, she was a psycho.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent?
You weren't actually gonna die.
What's the point of being seen as innocent?
Revive-O-Matic, dumbass.
Of course. Actually dying was never part of your plan.
In fact, you were absolutely confident you wouldn't die because we have the Revive-O-Matic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That's why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement so that everyone could hear you. Then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic. No one in their right mind. Oh, if he numbed the pain, though. Please be realistic. No one in their right mind would willing to stab themselves that many times.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Gramophone, germaphobe, gamophile.
Cutting your wrists or slitting your throat here. Stabbing your own body over and over again like that? You'd be in too much pain to physically continue after a while. It's just not possible.
Not unless you were gamified.
No, it is possible.
Nuh-uh. Your Honor, I plead nuh-uh. If you injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic like gamophile. Remember what Yagamu said? At the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. But how the fuck do you know that? Yep, and I still stand by that. How the hell does Shoma know about that, though? It does make sense. So you're trying to say that I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where?
The Biolab. Man, this is a long interrogation. That room isn't locked and everyone has access to the shelves. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. You know, this makes me realize how easy Danganronpa would be if other people weren't interjecting. Because having a 1v1 is making this a lot easier, isn't it? Rather than the random interjections and fake truth bullets. Oh, we're pushing him. Alright, assuming that I did inject myself with that anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards?
Swallowed it?
At the back of the building, was there anything like that on me?
Hit it inside your wounds? I don't know, they're pretty deep.
You hid the needle
inside
your body.
You pushed it deeply into one of the wounds made with the knife. That means the whole syringe should still be in my body. Oh, I guess. You know that. No, he wouldn't have tossed it away because we wouldn't have found it. Yes, you must be in a lot of pain. I'm not in any pain at all. But that, on account of the germaphobe, you wouldn't be in any pain. Wait, what did I get wrong? Give me a minute. I need to rethink this. I guess he swallowed it? I mean, oh, true. I guess he would still be under the effects of the anesthetic. Just the gross thing is the idea of swallowing a needle. I don't like to think that that's possible. Yeah, there was blood on a rock away from him, but you swallowed it. Wait, that's also wrong.
You swallowed.
You've always been a glutton. Okay, I'm kind of glad we did it wrong because this is kind of funny. Wait, we didn't find the needle though. Are you insane, Takumi? Huh? Wait, what did I get? Well, but if you threw it away, we would have found it. Did nobody spot that? God, these guys suck at investigating a crime scene. Yeah, blood was on the rock, but why did we not find a needle? I thought the blood was from when, like, it tore his... Oh, did they say it was his backpack? Not... I would guess I was under the assumption it was like his pants or something that tore. Like he got cut on the rocks as he climbed out. But give me a minute. I need to. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I guess that does make sense, but I feel like we would have found a needle if they actually looked harder. It is really a skill issue.
It's somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed that far away as well, just like you did with the syringe. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No. But nobody searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. Oh my god, they're so fucking stupid. Nobody looked! Nobody decided to look around his dead body for a murder weapon. You could have collected those items the next day on day 28 after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You've got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof. It's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something some 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it?
The champagne! The airplane. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? This makes sense now. Now that I know they didn't investigate, that makes more sense. The logic that he just threw it away makes more sense now that I know nobody looked at the crime scene. Because I feel like the blood or, you know, a syringe would be very easily spottable. Yeah, they're all too panicked to get into the revive-o-matic. Yeah, nobody stayed to look for a murder weapon. Damn. In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains proved that the bloody knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you're trying to say because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence.
Lie, trick, or bluff?
Anyone could have left that behind to frame me. All it proves is that I could have committed this crime.
I'm gonna go the Danganronpa V3 route.
Prove that I was the only one.
I've played Danganronpa V3. Truth and Lies. Yeah, the game. If you played V3, the game is telling you to perjury. I could just imagine Takumi's face showing up like, perjury! I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of TTX Kaku was holding? Your fingerprints were on it! Hell yeah. Nice one.
Can't be. It can't be. can't.
And why not?
You can't.
Hell yeah.
My fingerprints can't be on that bottle.
How do we know we don't? We lied.
I was wearing gloves when I...
Oh!
You fell for it.
You fell for my lie. Kokichi would be so proud of me right now.
No.
Thank you, Kokichi.
That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean, it was just... anyway, I'm not...
You fucked up,
Give
son.
it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making
Because
her
you just
drink
told me.
TTX. It was none other than you.
Why is he speaking like he's like, it was none other than you! Shoma Genzaki!
Shoma Genzaki!
I guess the bluff and trick wouldn't work. Cause it was the only one that progressed it, so. It must be because Gullible is written on the ceiling! What? Got you! Oh, they're all the same? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just a non-stop debate. I love that. That's making me nostalgic. Takumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part you were correct. It was me, I killed Kako. Go! Back off, Ema, you promised. But... Hammer, it's hammering time! You don't understand, I must hammer. So which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with, I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to do so by a certain someone. Let's call this person X for now. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling the truth, please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. When I opened my eyes, X was there, right in front of me. You didn't lock the door? I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. Oh, it's Ato. Ato has a history of hiding under people's beds. Under the bed or something. Yep, Ato. It's gotta be. Gotta be Ato. What did X say? X? Wait! Elon Musk! X said...
I killed Gaku and intend to make you my
Ato!
But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me, or tell the others about my existence...
Oh, he's gonna blow up.
I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately. Yes. The bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot.
How do you have access to that? Ato is a good boy? No, he is not. Ato is not a good boy. Just who is this X person? Formerly Twitter. I didn't know they were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice change to hide their real voice. That sounds like the fake stabby you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true, I wasn't stabbed by a person in that description, but that person definitely exists. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed. What? I didn't want to be killed the way Gaku had been. X came up with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hanger, and ventilation shaft. The tetrodotoxin, it was X who obtained the bottle of TTX too. After that, I simply asked Kako to meet using the script X had prepared. What did the script say? I mean, we should probably be standing further away from him if Ato's gonna blow him up. If Ato's gonna blow him up for telling the truth, we should probably not stand right next to him. I speak to her on the afternoon of day 26. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch the pod into space. So would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ema? If so, come with Ema to the gym tonight at 2 AM. The plan was to kill not just Kako, but Ema as well. Because they were the only other people who knew about this storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their deaths seem like suicide. Okay, but why was... I'm just gonna assume X is Ato, just from my prior knowledge of him hiding under beds and just we know Ato can travel back from the future. Why would Ato specifically want to stop the two twins escaping early? Surely he wouldn't give a shit, because that condemns the rest of us to die on this planet. Why would he want to stop that plan? Unless he didn't want anybody to escape? He might not want anybody to escape, that's true. Like, oh, I can't have those two escape so that I can kill you all, maybe. Maybe he's a perfectionist. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their death seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at that specified time, 2 a.m. She knew something was off then. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what you told me yet. First, I need to verify whether your information is authentic or not. If it's true, then we set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she showed up alone. But X also told me. Oh, why does nobody ever use the bombs? We did, actually. In the killing game route, we used the bombs against the sponsor. Like, they were used against Aito on day 1 when Sirei died. Sirei blew up Aito, but he just revived anyway. Which actually doesn't make sense, because we've needed to carry the bodies to the Revive-O-Matic before. Every time we've had to carry our bodies manually, but Aito just got to be sent there for free, I guess. But yeah, Sirei could have blown up Aito so many times. Oh, so many times, yeah. But no! He very reluctantly doesn't like to blow people up. I think it's like a last resort thing. So I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Takumi more or less covered what happened after that until I returned to the school building. Except I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Emo. It was gonna be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen by then. Suddenly X appeared again. LA Noire? No, I haven't. I own it. I've been meaning to play it.
If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide.
I joined the Supreme Leader route? We already got rid of Sirei by that point, I believe. I don't think Sirei was alive around that time. I don't think, anyway. But no, yes, LAUR, it's on my to-do list. I've been meaning to play it for a very long time, but this game came out, like other games came out, just too many things got pushed up in the schedule.
The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time.
Yes, that's right, the cult group murdered him, that's true.
Out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why you went to the back of the building and stabbed yourself. Yes, I had been left with no other choice. But I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with the gamma field. Once I did that, it was as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. Oh, X gave me the gamma field as well, along with a knife and syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed. Okay, I was gonna say, where did the knife and syringe go? Because we didn't see that. Because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. His story thus told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiroko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Back or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you, your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's that. Takumi? Yeah, X must have done it if Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everybody was looking at us in confusion. Probably because nobody knew that someone had stolen the hearts from the dead bodies. I'm still convinced it's Aito. I have a weird feeling okay, so the radar that Tsubasa made shows 13, right? How specifically does it work? One of us may not have the same readings as the others. Well, I guess Ava's still on that list, and she's not one of the group. I was gonna say, oh, maybe it's only humans that are detected by it, and maybe Aito's on that radar, and one of the other characters aren't for some reason. I guess, yeah, Aito being a zombie. It detects life signs, actually, so that's true. So Aito being a zombie... Don't confirm or deny this, by the way. I don't want spoilers. I'm just spitballing my ideas, just in case I'm right. I think, because in the other killing game route, they were talking about how the sponsor could remotely control bodies using hemoanima. I think it could be Aito, but being controlled by whoever the sponsor is. Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it, I'm gone for. I told you about X. The bomb inside me is gonna blow up now. Nothing's happening. Did this X person lie to you? X gonna lie to you. He gonna lie to you. X gonna lie to you. What? I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make a detonator for the bomb in our bodies. Only someone with my level of skill and experience. So Mr. Gonzaki won't be executed? Uh-oh, here come the hammers. Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. He does have a knife. Ima let a guttural roar and charged towards Shoma so quickly nobody had time to react. He shoved Shoma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off. I mean, he can come back, it's fine.
To hell!
52 steps. I mean...
Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. Shoma had fainted and was frothing in his mouth. Yagamo darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister!
I mean, if he was forced to do it. If he was forced to do it, it's not really Shoma's fault at the end of the day. I guess he could have... He could have just not gone through with it, I guess. After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started comforting him. Like, why are we so afraid of being blown up if we can just be revived? Everybody else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted to the spot. The sound of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. I mean... Oh yeah, you couldn't have taken that risk, I guess, but... What is it about the Revivomatic? That's what I want to know. So, the Revivomatic revived Aito when he blew up. But in every other case, we've had to carry the body back to the Revivomatic manually. I don't fully understand that. Is this still the route where the drones aren't working? I thought Tsubasa said she fixed the drones, though. Because I thought the whole point about Gaku not being revived was the fact that the drones weren't working, and that's why he didn't get revived. Oh, Aito blew up on day 2. Not in this route, because we stopped him from killing Sirei, but when he kills Sirei in the prologue timeline, so in our initial timeline, the first 100 days, when Aito kills Sirei, Sirei blows him up in response. Yeah, he did blow up, didn't he? But then he was revived. I guess. But it must be that he didn't? He told... I guess, unless he lied, but... We were told he did, so... Aito said, yeah, I blew up, but I just revived. So unless he just weirdly lied about blowing up... But I think the Revivomatic might be wrong. Yeah, when he... Yeah, he one-shotted him, but apparently in response to Sirei... It was mentioned at the end of the prologue. We could go back and watch the VOD for it. Like, at the end of the prologue, Sirei does mention that apparently he can blow him up in response or something. Yeah, I just shouldn't put it past him, I know. But it's just, I guess the only thing it could come down to is the Revivomatic not using the drones in this timeline. Which is still weird, because I thought they were fixed, but... Yeah, I think the detonation was automatic, I think, yeah. We moved the unconscious Shoma into the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. You might be right, yeah, I think it was, like... Just for attacking Sirei, it automatically blows you up. Once that was done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying another word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up at the night sky, I thought about what had happened. Kako's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Gaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. This was likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I had to find out who this person was by hook or by crook, and I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fists tightly. I would let nothing shake me from this firm resolve. You'd think the bomb going off would automatically delete him, but it didn't, no. I'm pretty sure that is what he said. Like, Ato said, yeah, in response to...
Wake up! Something's happened!
Oh! Hold on. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember Ato saying that now, whereas like, oh, in response to me attacking Sirei, the bomb inside me went off, but because I killed him in one fell swoop, he didn't have time to delete me from the records. I think that was it. Alright, who's dead? It better not be Tsubasa, I swear to Christ. Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. The only person I'd be mad about is if it's Tsubasa. What happened? Well, at least Hiriko's alive. Ah, you're still alive. What's going on? I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma, and... Shoma here! What happened to him? Just come with me, quickly! Okay, it's Shoma. We all knew where we were going. Everybody made a mad dash for the courtyard together. We ran through the second floor hallway and burst into the courtyard, then ran toward the cage without stopping. He's there and dead again. There we saw... They're really getting mileage out of this 26 stab wounds thing.
Shoma!
Yoshika grabbed the gate and tried to open it. It's still locked.
It is still locked and will not budge.
Actually dead this time, for real.
Have the key?
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
I dug the key out of my pocket and slotted it into the keyhole. Oh my god, maybe I am the killer! Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
What?
I touched his clothes and they were wet as well.
Well, is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Wet, like...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Like, not as in blood wet, like actually water wet. Since I'd touched the body, I knew already that too much time had passed. But I decided to go along with it anyway,
Yeah,
just in case.
we should try that.
Did he get waterboarded? Is that what they're implying? Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 51, between 2 and 5 AM. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade around 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Whatever. Yeah, we do get the diagnostic at least, yeah. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. So it's slightly later than the usual MO. The hell's going on? How'd the killer get to Shoma when the cage was locked? Takumi, did you lock your door last night? Yeah, I did, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was sleeping. And I know I'm repeating myself, but that key is unique. It can't be copied. Oh, great. Everybody's going to suspect me now. Well, that narrows down the list of possible suspects to just Takumi, right? Darumi, please. Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing? Did we ever look at the other possibility? That he stabbed himself like before? This time in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him? I can't think of any other reason why he'd wind up dead in a locked cage in the middle of the night. Well then, who supplied him with the knife? It had to be X, right? Should I go and thank you, super? Yippee!
As an American, I am legally required to hand you this cell as it's July 4th in Britain now.
It is July 4th. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I haven't taken my pill today. It is July 4th. Thursday, yeah. Happy July 4th, I guess. Congratulations on your independence, or whatever. One of many colonies. It's fine, we can lose a few. If it was X, they would have passed him some Gammafiel in a syringe. You ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged the hell out of their mind. He could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. We moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. I'm glad nobody's suspecting me immediately. Other than Darumi, but nobody trusts her, so it's fine. I'm glad nobody immediately suspects me as being the perpetrator this time. There were now 4 bodies lying on tables there. At Ima's request, we made sure that Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Oh. Ima walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time. Then he said, You got what you deserved. I was like, why does it matter? But then I was like, oh, sure, I mean, I guess he killed her, so he doesn't want them next to each other. Fine, whatever. After that, we investigated the courtyard together. But despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or syringe. The only thing we found was... a balloon? What? It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it into my pocket just in case. Soon the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon and the darkness of night took over. Can you waterboard somebody with a balloon? Carried water over there with it, and it was already way past dinner time. I don't know. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after all that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at the rec room instead. Drug in the balloon? Yeah, I don't fully understand the balloon thing yet. This makes it 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Of course they did! We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. Because that would mean there are 2 killers of X's caliber running around free. So, who do you think X might be? Aito Atsuki from the future. Everyone fell silent. That was the question I was dreading the most. And it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we'd all been avoiding that particular issue. But it was time to face reality. I steeled myself and turned to Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes. 12 remain. 12, the exact same number as the people present here. That means somebody among us is X. Unless one of us isn't real. But I guess that could also count for Aito not existing as a life form. If it said 13 still, that would have been even funnier. No, wait! It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left the school before the sun came up. Sadly, that's not possible. The device comes with a history log. At 4 AM last night, the number changed from 13 to 12 and stayed there. Ah, so Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 AM last night. Huh? Yeah? Miss Magadori, we are discussing something more important here. No, actually. The time of death has been very vague thus far. Now we know an exact time of death. That's actually kind of more important. Kyoshika actually said something smart for once, and people are dismissing it, but the fact we know the exact time of death instead of somewhere between 2 and 5 in the morning. I guess we could say all the deaths were 4 AM now. Maybe. 4 is the number of death, actually. I don't know, maybe it's some ritualistic thing, but 4 in Japanese is a very unlucky number because it's considered the death number. So 4 AM is the time of death for everybody, possibly. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life, but after that it neither went up nor down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. X trying to kill us all in that message, and they're doing just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping dead, one by one. Well, I agree with the part about doing something, at least. Hey, Takumi, you're the leader. Come up with something. Maybe. How about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day? Did someone mention that 3 is a risky number? That was because your 2 other teammates could be working together. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right, so a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night, specifically 4 AM. Then we should what? Then we should what, Takumi? All have a sleepover? Yeah. Phew, done and done. Are we all going to be sleeping here from now on? How bland and boring. Getting evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in a ditch? We've used curtains to divide the area up into rooms so everyone will have some semblance of privacy. You know, if Ava really was working against us at this point in time, this would be a great time to blow us all up. Is this really going to work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, that's why we've avoided sleeping in one spot until now, right? Yeah, and the fact we have a bomb that any of us could blow up at any time sitting right next to us. Just gonna point that out. We all have a remote control to blow up Ava. Just gonna point that out. And if one of us is X, we can push the okay, blow up Ava button and kill a bunch of us in one go. In fact, that's why we've avoided sleeping in one spot until now, right? Yeah, and that's why I'm thinking of having a sentry system. 3 people will be on watch at all times. We'll also rotate 1 person out every hour. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we're agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now we just had to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There was just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes. Which meant Shoma was dead. Whoa, 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 whoa. Which meant I needed to sleep for 25 days? Bro, that's too much time. Slow down.
Get ready.
That's too much of a jump.
Be ready to give your...
I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought to cross my mind at that time was, not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in the gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. Good morning, everybody! Takumi? He awakens! I didn't want to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days. Oh, 23, sorry. Is that a new record? Oh, for the love of murder. Do I not need to, like, eat or sleep or pee or, like, what? I turned slowly to look at everyone, then said, everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words. My last words? For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember? Those were the instructions you gave us on day 51. We've been able to survive all this time because of them. X hasn't had an opportunity to strike. Unless I am X. That also means X is still... Yes, we still don't know who they are. If we did, we would have thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. So how have defensive battles been going without me? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. We haven't had to do, like, any battles this route. Now that I got a better look at them, I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is a Mogus. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. They've all had to spend the last 23 days under the crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Oh, right, there's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the undying flames. Oh shit, he's back. He showed himself? Yeah. Well, he was feeling very unwell, but he said he had to tell us something. And what was that? Oh, did we finally learn the illness thing? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in this school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1 though, because the two teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. That's fucked up. At any rate, no matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, that survivor would be extracted and put on standby, while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Oh, that's our out. If we travel back in time after learning the whole code, that's our out. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have capacity restriction. That means people from both teams 1 and 2 can board with no issues. The second to last academy does not have a transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Unfortunately, I did not know where that transmitter is located. Still, it seemed to me like this information could be of some use to you. That is why I came here to tell you about it. Wait, oh, yeah, okay. Still seemed like this information could be of some use. So yeah, I think we need to learn the codes from various routes and then come back to one central route and, like, go really early in the game through the distress signal. We do that in Zero Escape 2. Like, a big thing about the final route in Zero Escape 2 is, oh, we'll collect a bunch of codes from every different timeline and then collaborate them into one route to save us all. And it's really cool, actually, when it all comes together. Because, like, you'll go to the end of one route and be like, what is the code for the bomb? And he's like, I'll tell you 1 of 3, but only that much, so you can try and guess the other 2. But then he'll tell you a different one in each route. It's so cool. A distress signal transmitter. I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Same here! After hearing that, we split up into groups to search for the transmitter, but we still haven't found it! Yeah, this is very Zero Escape. Yeah, the codes are different in each timeline. Exactly, yeah. So, like, we'll ask the same person for a code, and they'll tell us a different one in every timeline, and then we can collaborate them all into one. Because they always do the cocky thing of, I'll tell you one code, but you'll never figure out the other 2. But then they always tell us a different code, so they fuck up. It doesn't matter, we'd have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of X was our top priority. Oh, so there is like a collaboration route. Ah, cool, okay. X was most likely the one to kill Shoma, or they could have ordered someone else to do it like they did for Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shoma's murder. As long as we could figure out who killed Shoma, we'd find out who X is. Alright. I clench my fists tightly. Hiroko, Tsubasa, come with me.
Oh.
What? Sorry, I just need... I woke up after a 25-day nap. I'm feeling kind of riled up and I need my favourite 2 women. Anyway, where? To the courtyard. I'm going to reinvestigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but... What's that? Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving. Understandable. And thus Hiroko, Tsubasa, and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Yep, time to repopulate, exactly. I've wasted too much time already. Why did you ask us to come along? I can't go against my own last words now, can I? The part about moving together in groups during the day? But why choose us? No reason in particular, I just felt like it. Felt like it? One of us could very well be X. Then it'll be a 2-on-1 fight. What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation? I'm not worried. They would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important. Yes, that is true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody had an alibi for 4 AM on day 51, right? When Shoma was killed. Yeah, if Hiroko was X, we'd all already be dead, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, because they're both wife, they're the 2 I trust the most from other timelines. After our last route, these are the 2 I trust with my life. Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Ava was in Ato's room, actually, but you know what I mean. The only time Hiroko has betrayed me has been when Ato told her we were the traitor. She made way too many leaps in logic one time. What about the murder weapon, or any other clues? So far, we haven't found anything. In that case... But Tsubasa has always stood by us. Hiroko has had one faltering, but the previous route really redeemed her. Like, the way she, like... protected Darumir, really respected her in that previous route. The fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Figuring out what that method was could break this case wide open. Who could have done that? And thus the best line of investigation to pursue. How exactly are we going to do that? This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when we first found it, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving the case. Can we check in the water? I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then... a frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser or open dam. A giant column of water shot up into the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. Yeah, true. I guess Nozomi has never betrayed me, so... The 2 most trustworthy is Tsubasa and Nozomi, and then Hiroko slightly under that. Phew, that was close. What exactly were you trying to do? I'm glad I was standing over here. I'd be all wet by now if I'd been any closer. And why do you think I brought you to? I was trying to soak you with the water fountain. Because Takumi probably has a fetish for that. Next, I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. That's what it... Brown Dust 2's summer event had something about a fetish for, like, getting women wet. Yeah, if only they're all white, yeah. It was during one of Brown Dust 2's summer events. There's, like, a water park, and there's a portion where somebody really likes getting women wet. For some reason. There was a large handle here as well. Technically, Darumi has never betrayed us, although she's very against us in this route, calling us a murderer the whole time. I turned the handle, and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned the handle to its original position. Question mark? Question mark? I briefly saw Hiroko and Tsubasa staring at me in confusion as I proceeded to my next destination, the cage where Shoma was being held. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There are no hidden tunnels underneath, and the bars are as strong as can be. No scratches on the lock either, and no traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges on the gate are also untouched. Yeah, they're just your wet t-shirt CG. Yeah, exactly. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. I think it was supposed to be modelled after a bird cage or something. You see that ring suspended from the top there? Yes, what about it? I didn't answer, instead lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage where something caught my eye. This cage isn't secured to the floor, it's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base. But the cage is impossible to move manually, it literally weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint of the courtyard on the war room's computer that had some information about it. I see, so it weighs 1 ton. Hey, that reminds me. Did you know this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research? Biotope? Please tell me what that means. I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. It's said that before world death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. And each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area, including plants, microorganisms, and vertebrates. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystems that those creatures had been living in. Yeah, Tsubasa is just smart. Tsubasa is just so smart. She is just like the lore keeper of this game. Like, whenever something needs explaining or creating, she's just there. This is what I mean. She is the plot drive. Like, she doesn't just drive cars, she drives plots too. Because we would get nowhere without her. She has the trivia, she has the mechanical skills to craft whatever we need. Like, she's just perfect. That's why there are blasts of hot air to simulate a desert environment. It can also withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. But wouldn't that amount of pressure cause the windows to break? What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows, they're all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully and you'll see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way the sky could be visible from here. We are inside the school after all. You might be right, but what about the exits on both sides connected to the hallways? Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls, don't you remember? Oh, right, they opened up after Sierra released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is a completely sealed space. A completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet, there's just one more thing. This. Balloon. A balloon? The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using the Giftomatic. Giftomatic? Holy shit! We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there! Oh my god, the history! We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the Giftomatic resulted in a few discoveries. Like, what else was crafted around that time, I guess? Oh, that's true, yeah. Unless it's about drugs and then it's Yugamu, but everything else is Tsubasa. And then if it's murder, it's Hiroko. The official name of this is the Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using a very durable material. The description on the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. 10 liters? Should be quite big when blown up. Good God! Wait, that's so much water. So I guess they were waterboarding him. According to the history logs, it's been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons and for what? Unfortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. That data and only that data has been erased. You can erase the history? Takumi, remember how the whole issue with the coming of age route was that everyone found your tattoo in the history? And you could have deleted it the whole time. You could have deleted the history the whole time, you dingus. I put it back in my pocket anyway. Tsubasa, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has castor wheels attached to it. Anybody can move it anywhere. But why do you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clearer picture of how the events unfolded. A clearer picture? And when will that happen? Probably by 7 PM tonight. Ooh, bro's thinking. Takumi is thinking. We returned to the gym together where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did, and soon it was night. This time I had asked everyone to meet me. Oh, the time I had asked everyone to meet me had arrived. God, my blood sugar is going low. I can feel it. I can't read properly, so I must be going low. It was exactly 7 PM when I quietly said to everyone, "Hey guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss." Using the balloon as a counterweight to lift it? Bro. That would be so crazy if they were like, yeah, I filled it with 10 liters of water and used it as a counterweight. Before we pursue this, I need to do a Google. Oh, and they said there was 100 of them? Oh my god, wait. 100... Wait, was it 10 liters? Water? Weight. Tons. Water weight calculator. There we go. Sorry, I have to... Room temperature? Why would that matter? In liters... 10 liters is 22 pounds? How much is 22 pounds in tons? 10 kilograms. Wow, 10 liters is basically 10 kilograms. Oh, 1 ton is a... Oh. Okay, so a liter is a kilogram. So if it can hold 10 liters, then each balloon can hold 10 kilograms of weight. Times by 100? No shot. They filled all the balloons to 100 balloons filled with 10 liters of water as a counterweight to the 1 ton. Oh my fucking god, that is ridiculous. 100 balloons, 1,000 kilograms. Yeah, so they can use 100 balloons filled with water as a counterweight too. That would flood the room, yeah, but they did say Shoma's body was wet. So unless the rest of it just dried by... Was Shoma awake when that happened? Yeah. Okay, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, but that's the running theory. What is this important thing we had come all the way here to discuss? Well, you see... I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
Exclamation point! 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 Who did it? First, we must answer the how. How did the killer stab Shoma while he was inside a locked cage? This route really loves the panning across everybody shocked thing. Once we can figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done all that under those circumstances. Okay, I still don't really know where he's getting, but I get the theory. Just cut to the chase and tell us who the killer is already.
Alright.
Alright.
I'll tell you. The person.
Oh, shit.
Who killed Shoma.
Would it be Moko because she's strong enough to carry 10 liters of water?
It was. The name of that person is...
I know the theory! The person who killed Shoma is... I mean, we could just reload behind this option if we need to. Hold on. I have to go pee. I will go pee, and that will help me think about it. Yeah, I don't know who. I know the how, but I don't know the who. Is my issue. Yeah, Aito, I guess. Hold on. I will be back momentarily. I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll have a think about this. Alright. PRB! Alright, I have returned. Okay. Sorry, I took a bit longer because I was grabbing chocolate for my low blood sugar. I mean, I feel like Mr. X is Ato, but who set this up at his command? You did not hear me purr. I did mute, as a matter of fact, so... You could not have heard me purr. Okay, so... My weird suspicion would be on Tsubasa. Because she knew the weight of the cage. Tsubasa knew the weight of the cage. And she is the only person who is smart enough in this group to know that you can... 10 liters is probably going to be about 10 kilos, and you just times that by 100. Who else would know to make those sort of calculations? That's what I'm saying. I don't think it would be Tsubasa. It just wouldn't logically make sense. Unless, obviously, because Mr. X is forcing her to do it or something. But... I think you can select the grayed out people. I mean... The other obvious choice would be Ima. Because, like, Ima getting revenge for Kako obviously would be the obvious choice. Yeah, Tsubasa, Darumi, Ima, or both go. My two suspicions would be Tsubasa or Ima. Can we actually see? Like, if I go to chapter select... The chapter select spoils it! Wait, that's so funny! Wait, that's really funny. If you go to chapter select, you get spoilers. Okay, wait, you can suspect yourself? Other, or Ava? I guess we'll pursue Ava, because Takumi is an odd one. Why would I choose myself? Other? Or Ava? I guess Ava would make sense. It did kind of ruin the surprise. I was curious if it was going to work, and it actually did, weirdly. Yeah, Ava, but why? Yeah, I don't get it. Oh, wouldn't show up in the gift registry? I get. Let's pursue Ava. It would not make sense to choose me. Or should we pursue Ima? Because that was going to be my first choice. My first guess was going to be Ima. I would not have chosen Ava or myself at all. So, shall we pursue the other? And just see what happens from there? Ava probably has the same reason. Maybe? I'm curious. I want to see what his line of thinking is, but I'll probably pursue the Ima because I was going to go that route or Tsubasa, so we would have ended up on other regardless, I think. We were going to end up on other regardless. With my current thought process. Yeah, I shouldn't let you go to the chapter select the first time you reach a decision, yeah. I think that was a bit of an oversight for this style of decision. The real killer is... you, Ima Tsukumo! What are you talking about, Mr. Tsukumo? How in the world have I even done that? I'm to eat chocolate first, so my blood sugar comes up, and then I'll explain. Right. I do also have a weird thought. If you suspect yourself, it might be because you're coming from later in the route. Because we know that Ato can take over our body from the killing game route, right? So I wonder if the suspect yourself option is a choice. Because we probably know that Ato can take over us. Very well, allow me to explain. What you did was, you know, it's all very simple. This guy's stinking to high heavens. 'Cause he is. He's X after all. Oh my god, this is really... Hey, now that I think about it, nobody got attacked when— oh my god, here we go. Nobody ever got attacked while he was unconscious, right? Maybe he's trying to frame someone else to make the rest of us lower our guard down. Wow, that is quick assuming. After that, he'll tell us there's no need to travel in groups or sleep together anymore, and then commit his next crime. Yeah, he doesn't retain memories from other timelines. He hasn't yet, but I get the feeling the whole thing about the codes for the distress signal proves that we might end up there, right? I don't know, it's weird. After that, he'll tell us there's no need to travel in groups. Yeah, the whole thing that's kept you safe. I don't know. So he brought this matter up in a futile attempt to shift suspicion away from him. It does make sense. Really, even you, Nozomi? Yes, it does indeed. But I don't know why it would be Ava. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer anything in rebuttal. He leaves us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait! This is a mistake. I was just groggy from my 25 days of sleep. Okay, put me in the cage. Yay, another bad ending to the tally. In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. Do we actually learn anything from choosing wrong, though? What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. I mean, Ima had motive. Come on, guys. Ima had motive. You've got to be with me on that one. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. I would love to see it pan out, though. Like, we die? Wait. If we died and then everybody else was like, oh shit, it wasn't him. I think that would have been really funny. We reached day 100. And nobody else died, I guess. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside. Only to notice that someone was lying in the cage next to mine. I ran over to see who it was.
Ava.
Oh, Ava died! I didn't even need to check. She was clearly already gone. The cage was unlocked. I went inside and touched her arm. It was deathly cold. Now, who killed Ava? She'd been dead for at least a few hours.
What's going on here?
Oh, my cage was open. Oh, now they're gonna suspect me even more. Yippee! I stamped down my disquieted thoughts and quickly started searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika.
Oh! They all died while I was locked up. Well, well, well. Unless it was me and I don't know. Kyoshika! No, I checked her body. She wasn't breathing. She had no pulse. Okay, so we learned how everybody else could possibly die. Okay. You look like you were strangled, maybe? Because there's no stab wounds, so you just... poison or asphyxiation. Judging from how cold she felt, it seemed like she had died a few hours ago as well. Oh, everybody died. Oh, wait, did we get out of our cage and kill everybody? As Ato? I get the feeling Ato mode happened. Thinking everyone might be in their rooms, I proceeded to the roof. She died of cringe. It was eerily silent all around, though. No signs of life anywhere. Still convinced there had to be someone around, I opened every single door to check. Takamara's room, Hiroko's room, Darumi's room. Their rooms were completely empty, abandoned. Karara's room was next. I went inside and my glance fell on her bed. Lying there was...
No!
Unmasked!
Got it too!
I checked her body. Like Ava and Kyoshika, she was cold to the touch.
No, wait. Maybe...
Clinging to a ray of hope, I decided to move Karara's body to the infirmary. But... what does it say? Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. Was all the monitor would display. Ah, no cause of death? I had a really bad feeling about this whole thing. Dark despondency pooled and congealed at the pit of my stomach. But it's fine. It's going to be fine. That's what I kept telling myself as I continued searching. I checked every room on the second and third floors, and then any other rooms that I hadn't checked. I didn't find anyone. Finally, I reached the first floor. Upon stepping inside the mysterious room with no name, I saw...
Yugamu.
Yugamu got cut up. Not 26 stab wounds. Also, he has an X drawn into him. I don't know if that's important, whether the cuts make an X across his heart. Wait. Right? The X is where his heart would be if you reached from the back. If you created a hole around the X, you'd be able to reach in and grab his heart from the other side. But why are they marking the heart with an X? There was no need to even check on his body. I could feel an eerie chill crawling underneath my skin and spreading to the rest of my body. Yeah, he has organs printed on his clothes, yeah. The last place I visited was the garage. I pushed the door open, cautiously stepped inside, and then... Okay, that's interesting. When I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. I like that the game has censored Hiroko, like, even though her skirt has completely fallen down, somehow it's trapped between her legs. When I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over the bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. They're all hanging upside down, cut from the neck, bled out. Again, it's the weird thing about draining them of blood. They're all pale because they've been drained of blood. Why are they being drained of blood? Aito is trying to fuel the rocket with all of our blood. Takamaru, Ima, Darumi, and Tsubasa's hearts had been removed through their backs. Acting on a hunch, I peered underneath Hiroko's clothing to check her back as well. There was a large empty cavity there as well, just as I had suspected. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. Yeah. I think Aito, whether it's future Aito or us as Aito, is trying to power the ship to escape to the artificial satellite to kill more people. I think if it's future Aito wanting to end humanity, he probably wanted to fuel the rocket by killing all of us so he could go to the satellite to kill more people. No, Aito is not a good boy. He has never shown any signs of that at all. He is awful. Stepping outside, I wandered around aimlessly for a while before coming to a stop in the schoolyard. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time, then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. As I took in the breeze, a slight sense of suspicion flashed through the back of my mind. How many dead bodies have I found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. I can't count no more! I was put in the prison cell on day 75. How many survivors were there at the time? 12? Including myself, there were 12, yeah, which meant... But that suspicion was quickly dispelled from my mind when the remaining 2 survivors appeared before me. Hey, you guys! We fought so hard in the defensive battles. Everyone gave their all. We even beat Veshna. You beat Veshna's without me? God damn. And yet... This is what we woke up to!
Takumi... You killed them all, right?
What?
What?
We're the last 3 still alive. No one else but you could have done it.
But I was in the cage. I don't know why my cage was unlocked, but her accusation jolted my mind into action and I started to defend myself desperately.
No, it wasn't me. I went through the same ordeal too. My cage was unlocked when I woke up and I walked out to almost everybody dead.
But I don't know why my cage was unlocked.
You really think we'll believe you after what you've already done?
What I've already done? The fuck you mean?
Could have done this, huh? Tell us.
I don't know. Mocha was right. The 3 of us were the only ones still alive. It stood to reason that one of us had to be the killer. But how would I have gotten out of the cage? Like, who unlocked the cage? I'm assuming they took the key off of me. If they didn't take the key off of me, that's very stupid. But...
Come on, we're waiting! Who killed everybody if
I don't know, but why was my cage unlocked?
It was...
Wait, a decision here? Aito Outsuki. Me or Aito, maybe? X? Who killed everybody? I can really say Moko, Takumi, or Nozomi. Really? What? I don't know! I have no fucking clue! Sure, Takumi. Sure, I did it. Whatever. I have no idea. I ain't got no clue. I keep passing out and people die, so...
I probably just didn't remember it.
Chapter doesn't tell us yet. We haven't found an ending, so... We're not sure what the chapter is. Because there's no way either one of you here could have done all that. That means you must be right. It was me. I must have killed everybody somehow without being conscious of it. I slumped my shoulders and hung my head weakly. Immediately after... I do it! As Moko said that, she reached behind her and took out a large butcher knife. Moko, why were you carrying a knife? If everybody has been stabbed and cut apart, why are you carrying a knife? That's oddly suspicious that you're just carrying a knife on you. That's awfully suspicious. The next thing I knew, I was staring at my kneeled body, arms drooping lifelessly on both sides. How was I able to see my own body from this angle? She cut your head off? That was the last thought that ran through my mind before I blacked out completely. Moko cut my head off. That does not seem like a sane person thing to do. Mystery route. Okay, terminated Sumino. So it's the mystery route. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Holy moly, look at all that death. Okay, so don't pick... Wait, I'm kind of curious what else... Wait, there's 3 very quick endings here. I guess I'll choose Moko again. I'm gonna pick Moko because she had the knife. Who killed everybody? Moko, clearly! I mean, I get the feeling it's all gonna end up in the same place anyway. It's gonna end up in the same goddamn place regardless, I think.
You! Moko Mochiro!
I have no idea why, but you killed everyone. It had to have been you. There's no mistake about it. No. But why do you have a knife? Moko charged at me deliriously while brandishing a massive butcher knife. I instinctively grabbed her wrist, snatched the butcher knife away, and... I guess I died. Oh, I slashed her neck! I watched in horror as Moko collapsed to the ground. Why did she have a butcher knife though? I killed her! I hadn't intended to, but it just happened. My knees were knocking against each other, my strength gave out, and the butcher knife fell to the ground. It was self-defense! Immediately after...
Moko.
Yeah, we're racking up the endings now. Nozomi screamed at the top of her lungs and dashed over. The knife that had fallen from my hand was lying at my feet. She quickly picked it up and swung it wildly. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, hey, at least Nozomi lives, I guess. Everyone just goes crazy this route. God damn.
Nozomi, why?
Nozomi was standing in front of me with an astonished look on her deathly pale face. I stared absently at her until my consciousness faded into nothingness. I like to think when he fades into nothingness, that's his mind time traveling again. Nozomi won the killing game! Congrats! Revenge for Moko. This is so dumb. This is so funny. Yes, 16 clears now. Alright, we'll choose Nozomi, I guess. I guess these are all gonna end in variations of the same thing. Moko will attack me with a knife for suspecting her, probably. Alright. Nozomi it is! She's also the... Like, in that previous screen, she was the only one on the left, too. Alright, well. Go Nozomi. None of it's the right answer, I'm guessing. It's gotta be 8, I'm sure.
Sorry. Nozomi.
You're the only one who could have done this! How would you even say such a thing? It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. No, forget it, I don't care anymore. Everyone died like that. So I... Oh, she's going crazy again. She suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs and ran off toward the wall of fire. I quickly followed her. Before long, we reached the wall of fire. But Nozomi did not slow down. She continued running at full speed right into the wall of fire. No! Damn. Suicide is badass. This wasn't what I wanted. All because I made that accusation. Because of me, Nozomi. Oh, what font do I use for thumbnails? I forget the name of it. I think it's called Futura. I think it's called, like, Futura Bold or something. No, wait, it's gonna be fine. I may still be able to make it. I'll save Nozomi, drag her out of those flames, and my body was already moving before I could finish the thought. I launched myself into the fiery flames the very next moment. Ow! Flames are hot! I was vaporized in an instant. My consciousness ceased as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes, but I still have the power to time travel, so it's okay. I quickly traveled back through time as my consciousness died. I don't know why. I kinda well done. Wait, that's so fucked up actually. I don't know why I have the weird headcanon that it's like every time it fades to black is just our consciousness going back to basically this screen. Wow, that's a big jump, Jesus. Yeah, Moko just watching as that happens. Yeah, I guess we have to choose ourselves or Ava now. Weird. Yeah, one bad ending led to 3 bad endings, yeah. What was I gonna say? I completely lost my my train of thought over that. Oh my god, what was my thought process before that? Well, fuck it. I guess it's gone. Yeah, I might choose Takumi, I guess. Why would I choose myself? Oh god, this is gonna probably lead to another bad ending. Is Takumi the one behind this? Yeah, sure. Oh, that was it. So yeah, after the first conscious time travel, like, my thought process for it is...
I don't have any memories of it, but...
Like, my thought process is, the first time during the prologue, we time traveled consciously, but now, because in Zero Escape this happens as well, as characters die, their consciousness shifts to another timeline. So I think now that we've learned how to do it, we do it subconsciously every time we're about to die. That is my headcanon for, if there is a route where we remember things from other timelines, that's my headcanon for it. We can still time travel, we just don't remember. I don't have any memories of it, but...
The killer. It could very well have been me.
Why did you laugh at that, Yugamu? Don't laugh! Yeah, like I've been saying all this time, right? But how could you not have any memories? It's simple, I just don't remember. Then you cannot be the killer. But I don't believe any of you here could have done something so cruel. Also, I'm the only one who could have gotten inside since the key was with me. There are other reasons too. Nothing happened when I was unconscious, right? So I guess this is the paranoid end. That would make sense if I was the culprit. The cause of my fainting disease may have played a part as well. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely develops as an after effect. Teehee, I forgot. If those damaged parts have actually yet to heal properly, I could have gotten up subconsciously at night. And did all those things happen without being aware of it, right? That's why I'm saying it was probably me, maybe. Then you leave us with no choice but to lock you in a cell. Are you okay with that, Takumi? Sure, whatever. No! Huh? You're still trying to put up a fight even after you've confessed? I wasn't confessing, I was just saying it's a possibility. But you were so confident you knew who the killer was. You're being utterly incoherent. Anyway, hold him down, everyone. Okay. Wow, you're awfully eager. Stop! Stay away from me! I said, stay away! Do I pass out again? I screamed and started running. You bastard, stop right there! I burst out of the room into the hallway and just kept running. I don't remember! I forgot. Some time passed. I was finally able to throw off all my pursuers after running around the school haphazardly.
I'll be in danger if I stick around here. I should leave the school for a while and get my head together.
I headed to the entrance hall and grabbed a fire extinguisher before sneaking out. Before long, I arrived at the wall of fire, but somebody had been lying in ambush there. Yugamu! You are X. No! But you basically admitted it just now. I told you I was just throwing out possibilities. Save your excuses, now I can finally kill you without regrets. What? Have you forgotten that I am an assassin? Wait! Does that mean... No, Yugamu pulled out a dirk and walked towards me with a smirk on his face.
Stop!
A dirk with a smirk. Nozomi tried to stop it. No! You stabbed Nozomi, you asshole!
Nozomi! Why?
I saw you, so I ran after you.
Yukamu! How could you do this?
You bastard!
Hey, this wasn't my fault.
I thought you were meant to be a master assassin. Can't you see somebody jumping in front of your blade?
I was just trying to intimidate you. Killing you had never been my intention at all.
Sure, buddy. That's what they all say. I charged at Yagami with a feral roar, and we grabbed hold of each other. As we were struggling, we lost our balances, and our bodies careened into the wall of fire at the same time. What the fuck? The very next moment, we died. Our bodies vaporized in the blink of an eye. What the fuck is this ending? This ending is so dumb. My consciousness ceased as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. This fucking ending was so dumb. I might be the killer. Okay. I guess I'll just... go run to my death with Yagami. Dance in the purple flames. That is really fucking stupid. Nozomi gets stabbed and we just jump into the fire? How are we speedrunning endings now? We're almost at... We went from being at 9 clears to almost 20. Yeah, it does make sense that the dumb ending is choosing yourself, but how are we meant to know it's Ava? I don't know what Ava has to do with this. Like, I don't understand the logic. Like, I get that, you know, the whole 100 water balloons filled with 10 litres can act as a counterweight to a ton. I get that, but... why Ava? Mist is... yeah, but it's not to do with the mist, right? She was in the cage before... I don't know, it seems weird. The person who killed Shoma is apparently Ava. Although I'm not entirely sure why. I'm not entirely sure. Is Ava the one behind this? You know what, actually, something I do want to check. Is, because my sneaking suspicion is Aito being X, what happens if we do say Aito? How does the game respond to me saying Aito? Yeah, Ava never made the mist, yeah. The real killer is him, Aito Atsuki. He's always the cause of all my problems.
Huh?
Sorry, what? Huh? Aito's long dead, though. Yeah, but not his future self. Yeah, you killed me yourself, Takumi. What are you trying to say? How does a dead body do any killing? You would know. You would know. I know it falls under other, but I want to see their reactions. Because technically, it's not that far-fetched. Aito has come back from the future, which is disturbing the blood space. Which is why the corruption is happening and why the Flame Boy is feeling sick. And once we kill Aito in the killing game route, that corruption disappears. Aito can time travel somehow. We know he can. It's not actually that far-fetched if we did have the knowledge from another timeline. Yeah, this Takumi doesn't remember that. I'm aware of that. But I'm saying, in logic from other timelines, it does make sense. If he could suddenly remember between timelines, this logic is realistic. I was wondering if they'd throw in an Easter egg for it, is what I'm saying. Very well, allow me to explain. What you did was you... oh, okay. Okay, it's the same again now, but... like, it makes sense from the knowledge we know, but obviously, it would have been cool if, when we chose that option, the game was like, oh yeah, I remember now from another timeline kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, tapping into the multiverse, yeah. Because we know as players that Aito is still around. Aito arrived in Killing Game and affected... oh, because Flame Boy said again that because we killed Aito, he travels back in time to get revenge on us. He has the same affliction in this timeline. Flame Boy still says he's feeling sick. And the cause of the sickness was Aito's time traveling. So... the fact Aito is in the killing game route means he's here as well. He's possible... Aito is possibly a time traveler in every Kill Aito timeline now. Is Ava? Apparently yes. I'm so curious how this plays out, because I have no clue about this. I genuinely don't know why Ava is the one. I wish they'd started going through the actual like, string
The
of
real
events.
killer. You, Ava.
I wish I knew why specifically Ava, but I get the general theory.
What are you saying, Takumi? I came to the school on day 21. I couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku. That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed.
Indeed!
What?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not.
Did not?
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start.
Yeah, unless you try all the other combinations first, or choose wrong first, yeah. Like, this one doesn't really make sense. Like, even Ato makes more sense because of our other timeline knowledge. This does not. What makes you think I'm the killer? Before getting to that part, we'll have to explain how the murder even took place. I wish we'd led with this before choosing somebody, because then it might make a bit more sense who was capable of it, because there's clearly something Takumi knows about Ava that I'm just not remembering. Shoma's dead body was found in that cage. He had been stabbed multiple times. That means you had to have figured out a way to get inside the cage. But the door was locked, and you were the only one with the key, Takumi. Yes, I did have the key. So you couldn't have used it. You used another way to get inside. Another way? The key lies in the design of the cage.
The design?
Bottom not
What are you
secured.
talking about?
The cage is alive! No, the bottom is not secured. See, this part I get. I just don't understand how he's linking it back to Ava.
Isn't secured in place.
It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That
Wait.
cage isn't secured in
Lifted the
place.
cage up. Unless he's saying because she should have known this from being locked in the cage. Is he saying she's the only one who could have been the killer because she knows that the cage wouldn't be locked to the ground from being trapped in one? So you went inside from the bottom. What nonsense is this, Takumi? How is it possible for anyone to lift up such a heavy metal structure? Very true, that cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. Wait, aren't you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now you're saying it's too heavy to be lifted?
Buoyancy. No, she's not strong enough to lift it.
You used buoyancy.
She's using the water and the balloons to create counterweight. Buoyancy? You have two very big buoyancies on your chest. That's right, you made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains. And then you flooded the entire place. There's a fountain there, right? You opened its valve fully to release an enormous amount of water through the nozzles, turning it into something like an erupting geyser or open dam. You left the fountain valve wide open for a while to fill the space with water. This part I understand. Heh heh heh. Oh, she's ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ing. Oh, I'm sorry, your explanation was so outrageous I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you not know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assume water was released into the environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out because those walls would be under constant pressure from the force of the water. No, that wouldn't happen. That's how this place was designed. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose?
A research check humans, deep sea research, space development
Now you're
research,
just
right?
talking nonsense.
This place was a biotope.
Yeah,
to be
that's the
used
word.
For space development.
I'm glad they didn't
research.
ask for biotype, because I wouldn't remember that word. It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. That's what Tsubasa said. See, I feel like with the evidence, like, oh, it weighs a ton. Oh, there's a lot of math involved. Oh, this place was originally used for this purpose. Tsubasa would be the logical explanation, right? Because she's the only one that would have known the calculations and known its original purpose, because she said she checked the computer. So, logically, Tsubasa would make more sense to choose here than Ava. Because I'm guessing the logic they're going for is you knew the cages weren't secured to the floor, Ava. But Tsubasa also knew that. So, like, where are they getting off on that? And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leaks. After a while, the place became filled with water. Considering the water flow of that fountain, it probably took about 3 hours for water to rise to the top of the cage. Shoma was killed at 4 AM. Counting back from that time brings us to 1 AM for the approximate time the water started accumulating. Even if you were right, that entire cage is made of iron. It literally weighs a ton, you said so yourself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged in water.
The sturdy rubber
Doesn't work
balloons.
that way.
Oops, that's not the right choice. There we go. Almost pressed the wrong button on the D-pad. That would have been embarrassing.
Sturdy rubber balloons.
Rubber balloons? Ones that can be filled with air up to a capacity of about 10 litres. You inflated 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. To be more precise, you put the deflated balloons into the cage first before inflating them. Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyancy force is... You know, I thought you were going to fill them with water to create a counterweight. I was not thinking you were going to use Archimedes' principle. How do you know this? How do you know this, Takumi? Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant force is equal to the weight of displaced water. 100 balloons that hold 10 litres each weighs 1,000 kilograms. That's what I was getting at! That's what I said! In other words, the effect is 1 ton of upward force. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. Takumi should not know that. Yeah, this should be a Tsubasa interjection. But, yeah, the guy who hates studying somehow knows Archimedes' principle. Like, you barely need to use a single finger to lift it then. You were easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. 110-litre rubber balloons? That's just not... It would be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? More than likely used a certain tool. Oh, Tsubasa did say there was a pump.
A certain tool.
The yeast tire pump. Yeah, I made him read the books, but none of them had Archimedes' principle in it.
The parking lot. It's an electric air.
Oh my god, it would be so funny if you can't pursue this line of thought if you don't have maxed out math. Because you know how you have one of the stats is mathematics? Imagine if you had low-level maths and you literally couldn't pursue this line of dialogue if your math stat wasn't high enough. That would be really funny. The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot is an electric air compressor. It's mounted on wheels and could be easily moved here. Using that would make it a literal breeze to fill up all those balloons. Okay, so it's slightly different to the way I thought. Because I was thinking she filled them with water and then just used it like scales. But that makes more sense, using Archimedes' principle, I guess. I'm going to pretend like I fully understand how that works, but I see, that method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while it was submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shoma would have drowned inside, yet the reviver manic stated his cause of death as hemorrhagic shock.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction holds true, Shoma would have drowned to death before he was stabbed.
He breathed the balloon air? I don't know. I guess it wasn't completely submerged. You mean he untied them? Oh, while trying to desperately save... Yeah, it's gotta be the other one. Really? We didn't completely submerge it? Stop wasting my time. I'll get there. Hang on. As soon as I chose it, I knew it was a bad idea.
Doesn't that if your deduction
The cage wasn't completely submerged, I guess?
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
Well, yeah, I guess it only needs to be filled out the... Yeah, I guess it doesn't need to be completely submerged for... I think this would help if I actually knew what Archimedes' principle was. Maybe if I knew more about what the fuck he was talking about, maybe it would make more sense. The water only had to stop just below the topmost part of the cage for it to work. Discharging water equal to the volume of the cage itself created the buoyant force needed. This was definitely... Is this route a Uchikoshi route? They're talking way too smart. This has to be Uchikoshi, surely. Shoma kept his head above the water surface and breathed through his mouth, gaping and gasping for air the whole time. You took this opportunity to lift up the cage while underwater, slip inside and stab him multiple times, despite water resistance. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? You opened the drainage walls to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's
Oh, the hot air blast. True.
You used blast of hot air to dry the place up.
What? I mentioned just now that this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research. Because of that, it's perfectly capable of reproducing a desert environment, which means it has the ability to blast hot wind around the area. After draining the water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to the lack of time, however, the water didn't dry up completely. When we first discovered Shoma's body, it was actually still somewhat damp. It was dry enough though, plus we were all distracted by Shoma's dead body. That's why we failed to notice the remaining wetness in the area. The only thing we did notice was that Shoma's body was damp. Fine, I understand, this is utter foolishness. Let me summarize what you were trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage, stabbed Shoma multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface. Then I dove underwater again and turned the valve handle to open the drainage walls. Look, Takumi, I am neither a diver nor a mermaid. Also, why does it have to be Ava? Specifically, why does it have to be Ava? It could have been anybody. Even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do even
Oh.
one of the things you're accusing me of. And underwater at that.
It suddenly clicked. Yeah, her helmet has the air tank, I guess.
It's absolutely
That's why it pins specifically to her, I guess. You used your mask, Ava! Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. Okay, so that's what I was forgetting, was the... I remembered the life form scanner part, but I completely forgot it had an air tank in it. She did that, she did the side quest for Knuckles to get the air tank. Of course, should have known. You should always get the air tank as Knuckles. You can breathe for up to 30 minutes using it like that. Yeah, I did say that. I never thought it would work underwater, though. Oh, she convinced now.
Yes, I remember now. My mask did have a function like that. But someone stole it from me.
Oh, is that so?
That person must be the real killer. Yes, that
Oh,
has
if we
to
go to
be
her
it.
room, her mask's
I
gonna be
know,
there, probably.
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind this.
Ever try SO2 randomizer? No, I don't I'm not that into Sonic Adventure, so...
Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape.
Oh, also that part.
According to Tsubasa, you're the only one who can
That's
wear it.
also true.
You were right.
Tsubasa once again coming in
This
clutch,
isn't a
clearly.
crime that a regular person could have committed.
Obviously, Tsubasa coming in clutch with the info once
Only
again.
a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, the person.
Oh, he's hitting him with the ergo. Alright, Miles Edgeworth. Alright, you're not no Miles Edgeworth. Pipe down, Takumi.
And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me.
Eito Outsuki!
It's none other than you, Ava!
Ah, dang it, wrong again. You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
The only one who could have killed Shoma!
But why?
No! No! No!
Okay, that makes more sense now. Now I completely forgot about the mask specifications. That is obviously the turning point for why it has to be Ava. Hello? Oh, there we go. Yeah, bro is locked in. Bro is well rested. Yeah, X made me do it, yeah. I get the feeling that's where this is going now. Yeah, we didn't really care much for him anyway, it's fine. Takumi, you're right. I killed Shoma. Quite an elaborate murder, I gotta say. The method and flow of events were as you have deduced. I have nothing to add. But have I really done something wrong? I too had been threatened by X. I had no choice. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 AM on day 51, just before the murder. I heard a knock on my door. Why do people keep opening their doors? And you opened it? Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside that door did flash through my mind briefly, but I'm not a part of the SDU, and I wasn't even here when you saw the threatening note. I just assumed I could not have been on X's radar. Well, what did X say?
I have the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body.
There are many. You don't have the, you have one of.
Here it is. In case you think I'm lying, I'm going to give you some instructions now.
Everybody was given one. Bar me.
Follow my orders quickly, or else.
Tsubasa? Remember the remote control you were going to give to me and I said, no, I don't need it? Is that missing? Just out of curiosity, the one remote that she saved for me, I bet it's gone missing now.
Should you go against me, or tell
Everybody
me
has one bar me,
assistance,
and there is one that I should have had, but it's not with me. Well, now everybody's a suspect. Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on the detonator? You made one for everybody! Maybe they stole it from one of us! No, X said they obtained it through the proper channels from Tsubasa herself. No! I duplicated the device and gave her a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Now we are 100% sure that X is one of us. No, I think you can remove me from that list. I passed the first detonator to Hiroko and never got it back, and haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa yet. Oh, okay. So she never gave it to us. We didn't refuse it, but we never received it. That is fair. Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list for suspects. Everyone else started scrutinizing each other with great suspicion, not daring to even move their bodies, only their eyes. Right, Ava, just one thing. Yes? X said they'd blow you up if you told the others about him, right? Yes. And that's what you're doing now. You feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet, indeed? I believe they could, if they wanted to. The device is small enough to fit in the palm of someone's hand. It could be hidden in the sleeve, or the chest, or around the waist, and no one would notice. It would be easy to simply press the button at the opportune moment, but X cannot do that for one particular reason, because she's standing around us all. And what's that? Takumi, do you remember what I told you about the bomb mechanism before? Yes, I remember. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at that time would be blown to smithereens. We're all within 25 yards. 25? That makes the blast diameter the length of an Olympic-sized swim. Oh, wow, that's bigger than I thought it was. Olympic-sized swimming pool. Basically the length of this entire courtyard. So that's why X isn't pressing the button. They'd kill themselves. Because they'll be caught in the blast as well? And it's not like they could simply run away. Taking such action is as good as admitting you are X. That's why X has got their hands tied, eh? This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information about X from Ava. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything we want. Great idea. Ava, do you know anything else about X? Their height, body shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Shoma previously described and used a voice changer as well. So it was not possible to discern who they were by their looks and voice, but... Ava looked down. A short, hesitant silence later, she spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
Oh, are you gonna say, it's you, Takumi, because I say so? Oh, everyone's doing the exclamation point thing again. Yep. How did you figure that out? By their mannerisms. Ah, smart. That's how I figured out the who's in the mech thing from Danganronpa V3. This is how I figured out who was in the robot in V3, by the mannerisms. They actually cleverly did that too. Their mannerisms? You know how some people will subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when thinking about something? Those sorts of mannerisms. They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So, who is X?
All right, I will tell you. X is the real identity.
Oh, come on!
Of X is.
Stop it! Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over me. My mind started working overtime as I went through all possibilities. Maybe X would really press the button now. Everyone thinks X won't do it because that would mean blowing themselves up as well. But if their identity was revealed, it would be the end for them anyway. They might even prefer to die with everyone in the blast over being caught and imprisoned. But in that case, why weren't they pressing the button now before Ava could reveal their identity? Were they banking on the possibility that Ava might say the wrong name? If she did, it's probably me. She's probably like, it was Takumi! I bet she's gonna pull that shit on me. I'm highly convinced it's like Ato through us. If she did, X could just sit back and watch the show without doing anything. Well, we protected Ima earlier, didn't we? I'll just turn my back to you. I've acquired a very strong back. If I just turn my back to you, I can survive a blast. And if she really said X's name, they could always press the button at that time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude right now. It might be dangerous for Ava to say that name out loud. Even if she got it right, everyone would die anyway. No, she never met Ato, but she'll probably say Takumi. But then we'll be like, huh? What? I don't remember doing that, though. What do you mean? Kind of thing. Like... and everyone's gonna suspect me because I perfectly, like, deduced everything they did. Everyone's gonna suspect. She's gonna say it's me. but it's actually Eito flowing through me because consuming Eito's blood twice made him brain control us. That's what we were told in the other route. Eito can occasionally brain control us, but now we're passing out for 25 days at a time. So, in those 25 days, it's very easy that Eito could take over us for a period. Still, I might just be overthinking things. I could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What do I do? What should I do? There was literally no time to hesitate any longer. My final decision was... Wait, I need... What? Huh? Blow up Ava or not? Like, what? Why do I make a decision here? Wait, what? Shut Ava up? No? Why is that a decision? I guess because she'll say, it's you, Takumi. And then everyone's going to believe her, so... I decided to let Ava finish her sentence without interruption. However, she stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What is the matter, Lady Ava? X got your tongue? Or do you actually not know who X is? What? Then why do you pretend like you knew? At Eva's question, Eva suddenly, heh. She smirked and let out a chuckle, looking as if she was mocking us. When I saw her expression, the truth dawned on me. Of course, you're afraid, right? You're afraid to die. Even if you were forced to do so by X, you were still the one to kill Shoma. That is an unforgivable act. Then you thought to yourself, I'm going to be thrown into the cage again. This time, they're never going to let me out. Why should I stay then? I'll blow myself up and take everyone in the SDU with me. But you were afraid to face death. You never had that courage to begin with. So you decided to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing the button to activate the bomb. Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's identity. Wait, that means you're going along with us all this time was just an act? When you said you hated Veshness, was that a lie too? Also, you could gain our trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight. No, she's just doing it for commune. Eva said nothing in response. Her lips didn't move for a second. But something else did. Her hands. The detonator is on a joint on my left hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Oh, shit. My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over to Ava at breakneck speed. I grabbed her left wrist and shouted loudly.
Everyone!
I thought everybody made a mad scramble for the exit. Right after that, Ava grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw a raised foot and... I found myself being kicked away. I landed near the exit where there were 5 other people. They had just reached the gate and were not yet outside. The other 5 had rushed to the exit on the other side and were about the same distance as well. I quickly stood up and looked in Ava's direction. She pinched her little finger and said,
Is this the courage you said I
"Oh, we shouldn't have goaded her. We goaded her into doing this, you dumbass. Yeah, use the invincible back, yeah. Yeah, Eito inside of us is trying to make us kill her. I think that might be Eito's influence saying yes to shut her up. She pulled on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. And she blew up. But I'm okay, because I'm invincible. Yeah, I don't have a detonator. How would I do that? Exactly. That's what's concerning me about that decision as well. Day 80. Another 5 days have passed. Did we get revived? Did anybody live?
Wow! We have just
wow! It's day 80. I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact that I was somehow still alive. Come to think about it, I seem to recall someone pulling me back with great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. I wonder who saved me. I didn't see who it was, but I remembered a lavender fragrance. Isn't lavender like Nozomi's thing? I can think about that later. Is everyone okay? I stood up from the makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. And then... What do you mean Tsubasa and Mocha are gone? Exactly what I mean! They were both missing when I woke up. Lavender's a lesbian thing. No, I thought it... Oh wait, Nozomi's here. Who's missing? You were the last 3 on watch last night, right? Yes, but halfway through my shift I felt a pain on my neck, like something had pricked me. Somebody must have jabbed me with that stolen anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. And when you woke up, they were both gone. Moko! I blame Moko. It can't be Tsubasa, I blame Moko. She did have a... Okay, in the bad ending, she had the cleaver, and as soon as we suggested it might have been her, she immediately gunned for us with it. I think Moko might actually be the culprit. Unironically. That's what I've been trying to say. It was at this point that everyone finally noticed I was awake. Hi guys. So, Takumi, I see you have decided to rejoin us in the land of the living. 5 days, no see. Pretty fast, all things considered. Yeah, hey, shouldn't we be looking for Tsubasa and Moko? Yes, the 9 of us here will split up into groups of 3. But who killed Gaku? Great question, I have no idea. But it's just suspicious that Moko has a knife. It's just weird that just Moko has a knife randomly in that bad ending. Like, after she said she just woke up and everyone was dead, and then suddenly we're like, I think it was you. And she's like, I'm gonna kill you immediately without questioning it. I don't know. Moko is weirdly sus because of that one ending. I don't trust her butcher kniferiness. After some discussion, we decided on the following groups. Group 1, me, Nozomi, Daonomi. Group 2, Takamaru, Kurara, Kashika. Group 3, Hiroko, Yagamu, Ima. I mean, I don't know. The way she attacked me as well. Yeah, why would she need a knife? Yeah, exactly. She could have just beaten the crap out of everybody. Why did she need a knife in that instance specifically? Let's go find them! Also, we all lived? Unless we got revived, I don't know. And thus we embarked on the search for Tsubasa and Moko. We visited every place in the school to see if we could find any traces of them. God, I hope Tsubasa's still alive. This route will suddenly get very depressing if she isn't. However, they're nowhere to be found. It's already been an hour since we started looking. And we've looked like a whole little amount. Suddenly we heard a strained voice coming from the schoolyard. Bad news! Teams Takumi and Takamaru, can you hear me? If so... Oh, this is different people talking. If so, come to the parking lot right now. We give each other knowing glances before rushing toward the stairwell together. Takamaru's team was already at the parking lot by the time we arrived. There were a few trees near the parking lot. Hiroko and Takamaru's teams were staring agape at oh, I hope she's not hanging. Agape at something near the top of them. Dread started to pull in the pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously to look in the direction of their stairs. What I saw was... Oh, I wouldn't have minded Moko, but Tsubasa, that's it. Somebody just made my shit list. Somebody just made my absolute shit list. But again, why are they being drained? Yeah, also 2 at once. It was clear they were both dead. I also really hate how chody her friggin' outie belly button is on Moko. Blood drained from my face and I felt sick to the bone. Now 5 of my friends are dead. I didn't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. Somehow I held myself together and said,
Help me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary.
Yeah, it's either us being controlled by Ato or Ato. It's gotta be. Well, hey, at least we can take Moko off the list now. At least we can take Moko. Subject, Tsubasa Kawana. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Between 5 and 8 AM. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade, about 8 inches long. What is it with the 8 inches long shit? Unless it's Shigamu, because he had a dirk. That's the other thing. Because he has the dirk, right? Which is probably... To Google! What is a dirk? What is a dirk? A dirk is a long, straight-bladed dagger historically associated with Scotland, particularly in the Highlands. Long and straight blade. Symbolism! Not just a weapon, a symbol of Scottish heritage, bravery, and tradition. Okay, that's not really helpful. How long are they? Are they usually 8 inches? That looks 8 inches to me. Speaking from experience, the image on Wikipedia, I'm just saying, that looks like 8 inches. Etymology? No, I don't think there's any information about it. Yeah, it doesn't say how long they usually are. But the image definitely looks 8 inches. Our killer is Scottish! Damn! Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin. Impossible to revive. Makamoshiro. Cause of death. Yeah, between 5 and 8. Lacerated... Oh, lacerated carotid artery. Murder weapon is likely a sharp blade of unknown length. The butcher's knife? Lacerated carotid artery is the neck, right? I wonder. Yeah, well, they kill him in different ways, yeah. Unless Moko died to her own butcher's knife. I guess she's just been carrying a butcher's knife since fucking days ago. And she tried to fight back, maybe? Too much time has passed since death, yeah. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room turned utterly gloomy. We silently moved their bodies to the morgue. Aww. No, it's not a dick reference. The Yagamu's weapon is literally called a dirk. It's an actual name for a knife. A dirk. Hey, do you mind if I mention something? Go on. It's something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. She got her heart stolen like the others. Wait, how do you know about the hearts being stolen? I decided it was not something worth hiding and told them about it. Ah, right. But I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their backs cut open. Then what is it you wanted to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it when the hem of her blouse hitched up while we were moving her body just now. Jeremy walked over to Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and pulled the blouse up so that we could all see the strange thing on her back. Two? Think so. Could be a Z or an N as well. Don't know. No, that's definitely a 2. Oh, the 8 inches. Oh, yeah. No, yes. That was meant to be a euphemism. 2. Why is it pink as well? The mark is small enough to be completely covered by a hand. Not located in the center. Oh, not located in the center, but more towards the left side of the spine. This is indeed curious. The purplish color even makes it look like a bruise. What could this number mean? Nobody had an answer to that. The code? The code! We checked Moko's back as well, but there were no markings at all, let alone one that looked like a number. Koshika hasn't talked about her sword the whole time, that's true. She hasn't referenced the Holy Jumanji sword. That is true. After that, we turned them both back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. I wonder if we look in the same place on the other bodies before they got... Was it in the location where the hole was? Why would somebody put a number of the code on corpses? Great question. But why would there be a hole in that location if it is the same location? I'm not sure. Where did I say it was? Left side of the spine? Not located in the center. They didn't say... was it lower back? Yeah. Yeah, maybe everyone's had a number. Everyone that died had a number. Maybe. After that... And that's just where I'm going with this. I don't know. It's stupid and probably not the truth, but the person that's killing them is putting numbers of the code on the back, and then somebody else is coming and ripping the hole to delete the number. They're deleting the number by creating a hole and removing the heart or something. I don't know. It sounds stupid, but maybe the hole is obscuring the number somehow. After that, we turned them both back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko! Don't run into a wall of fire this time. Somehow Aito's behind this. Yeah, that is exactly my thought process too. Somehow Aito will be behind this. I don't know how, but he is. Nozomi clung on to Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguished chokes and sobs reverberated throughout the hushed morgue. Night soon fell, and when bedtime approached, Karara suddenly brought something up. I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? The organic life detection device. 9, same as the number of people here. Ain't it about time you just showed your hand, X? You're one of us here, aren't you? No criminal in their wrong mind would happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. How about this, X? Festival we promised not to throw your sick little ass into jail. So come on, help us out here. Are we only talking to X right now? Say what? X instructed someone to kill Kako and Shoma. What if it was the same this time? Hey, don't go putting weird ideas in my head. You're basically saying there are 2 killers among us. Whatever the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree. X should still have some of that anesthesia left. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to just sleep in their own rooms. What do you think, Takumi? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it before saying, yes, going back to sleeping in our own rooms may be the better option at this point. On the condition that nobody opens their door until the morning announcement. Are we clear on that? So true. Yeah, it must be lower back, I guess, not where the hole would be. Yeah, this route is more Danganronpa than Killing Game route, yeah.
Get ready, prepared.
I like it, though. It's a very good route. Other than Tsubasa dying, but I didn't black out despite having gone through so many stressful events yesterday. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I'd been cured of the fainting disease. During the day, we split up into groups to investigate the deaths of Tsubasa and Moko, but we didn't find a single clue. Damn! Soon the sun started setting. Darkness took over. Yeah, Tsubasa had to die in one of these routes, yeah. At least she died right at the end, like day 80.
You never will, then.
She died right at the end of the route. Also, true to her form, after she died, the plot is now at a standstill. Lo and behold, Tsubasa dying has now ground us to an absolute halt. It happened right after the bedtime announcement had played. The sound of the doorbell sent a chill up my spine. Was it X? Were they here to get me? Those thoughts raced through my mind as I gingerly made my way over to the door where I was greeted by a familiar voice from the other side. I know what you're thinking, Takumi. Maybe Hiroko is X, right? But you would be wrong. I'm not X. Yeah, you say that, but just listen to me. I need to tell you something. You are likely innocent because you did not have the detonator for Ava's bomb. For that reason, I trust you and want to tell you something I remembered. What is it? I'm going to the morgue now. If you trust me, meet me there. I'll be waiting for you. I heard the sound of her clacking heels getting softer and softer until it went completely silent. Yeah, you'd hope that the doors have peepholes, but no. Definitely designed with killing games in mind, this place. What should I do? I don't believe Hiroko is X, but... Ah, damn it. I need info, so I hid my infuser under my clothes as a precaution and ran directly to the morgue. Hey, that's a good idea. Everyone should start doing that. I've never met an idiot as stupendously naive as you. Did you even consider what would have happened to you had I really been X? But you said you weren't. Only a gullible idiot would believe a potential suspect is not a bloodthirsty serial killer simply because they said so. Yeah, but I trust you. You're awesome. Ah! The truth! It hurts me physically! I gritted my teeth in frustration and said, anyway, what was this thing you remembered? Hiroko walked over to Tsubasa's dead body without a word. She stopped in front of the body and removed the sheet. She turned the body over before lifting the blouse up. It's that strange number we saw yesterday. What about it? This is her liver mortis code. I'm going to pretend I know what that means. Liver mortis code? It's a unique number that appears on the back of all SDU members when they lose almost all of their cryptoglobin. What? That's why they were draining us. They were trying to show us the code. So if our bodies get drained of hemoanima, it reveals a code. The person who was killing everybody was trying to show us the code. Yeah, also, how does she know this? Although she did... I still stand by Hiroko might also be a time traveler. Because Hiroko has always known more than we do about everything. She said, even since the prologue, weirdly, from our first 100 days, she said she knows something nobody else does, and she wants to tell us in the following day, and then she went missing, so... Yeah, if they get turned into blackened husks, you can't see it, but if you get drained of all your blood, you can. Which seems kind of stupid, because if we're gonna have our blood drained, we're probably being eaten. Only those from Team 1 have this. Which distress code? I was right. Distress code is related to this. We need to go back and check all the bodies. Only those from Team 1 have this. Where did you hear about this? That is a 3-day-long story I can tell you about another time. I can tell you now. All I can tell you now is that this is a very reliable piece of information. She moved to Shoma's body next, removing the sheet covering him. She flipped his body around so that his back was facing up. There was a large gaping hole there! Shoma too? Yes, I believe X must have done this. It was in the place of the number! It was in the place of the number. Yeah, she mentioned the emergency... No, she didn't mention the emergency SOS thing. Right? Somebody said that Flameboy approached them and told us about the distress signal. I was right. X, who I'm assuming is Ato, is covering up the numbers by taking out the hearts from the back. But when? We've been moving in groups ever since he died. Well, there was just one sliver of opportunity X could have taken advantage of. What's that? When Ava self-destructed. Everyone got caught in the blast and were knocked out. It was the next morning by the time we regained consciousness. X must have woken up sooner than the rest of us, and... Hiroko showed me Ato and Gaku's back cavities next. Finally, she turned Kako's body over. Now we have 4 cases on hand. Okay. Future Ato travelled back to kill all of us. Take our codes, and then he could use that code in another timeline to get himself out of here. He's taking the codes and then covering his tracks so he can escape on his own, whether in this timeline or another. I was right about Ato trying to get in the rocket and leave. I think Ato's trying to escape on his own to wipe out humanity. I'm standing by that. Every wound is the same shape. X used the same method to remove their hearts from their bodies. Sure seems that way. What do you see when you look at this wound? Well, the outline is rather clearly defined, like they were cut open with a scalpel or something. Oh, I get it now. It's in the exact location. That has to be it. The part of their backs with the livor mortis code has been cut out. Well done. Is it the same for Moko? Haven't you been listening? The livor mortis code only shows up on those from Team 1. That's why she was killed differently. They didn't give 2 fucks. Moko is from Team 2. Naturally, her back is code-free. After saying that, Hiroko returned the bodies to their original positions. But why would X do such a thing? I'm guessing it's because they do not want us to learn of their existence. If the bodies were left in their original state, somebody was bound to notice the code sooner or later. So they cut out the part with the code out in order to keep them hidden from us. But how did they forget Tsubasa's? Why dig up the hearts too? Most likely a red herring. Think about it. What would be the first thing to come to your mind if you saw that multiple bodies had only a certain part of their backs cut away? I would think there had to be something on our bodies as well. You see, now you're getting it. You would think X is targeting something invisible on that part of our bodies, right? And what would you do with that information? What am I supposed to do? For example, I would cut out that part of my body before X could get their hands on it. God damn, she is crazy. Or cover it with something like a tattoo of a soaring dragon. Sometimes Hiroko has really cute moments. X would likely be highly inconvenienced if we did that. That is why they took out the heart as well. They wanted us to believe their target was not that patch of skin on our backs, but the hearts in our bodies. That's why X did that. Though that still leaves us with one question. What's that? I'll explain later. You see, X's objective has to do with knowledge of the livor mortis codes. Our current hypothesis is that X cut out that particular part of the skin. Not because they were avid skin collectors, but simply to stop us from knowing about the existence of the codes. But if that's true, why set up the red herring? Because if X's objective was only to know what the codes were, they could have simply gotten rid of the bodies once they saw it. They could have tossed the bodies into the wall of fire, buried them in the forest, yet X did none of those things. Why? Not sure, maybe they needed the bodies to be left in the morgue for some reason? You think so too? Yes, X clearly wanted to leave the bodies in here. But by so doing, it would allow us to find out about the existence of the livor mortis codes. That is why they went through the trouble of setting up such a complicated red herring, removing the skin and hearts of those already dead. From the killing game route, we did learn that if it is Ato was the sponsor the whole time, future Ato being the sponsor, he can manipulate dead bodies. He needs dead bodies to function. Without dead bodies, he has nothing to control through his hemoanima. That's what it is. He needs the dead bodies as backup options. So the question is, why does X want the bodies preserved? That is what I'm trying to find out. Let's put that aside for now and talk about something else. Why does X want to know what the livor mortis codes are? It has to do with the distress signal transmitter. Yep. The transmitter the boy with the undying flames told us about. I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. What? Yeah, and if Ato's the only remaining member, then logic checks out. Once the correct series of codes has been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Oh, I know. The correct series of codes he mentioned must be referring to the livor mortis codes. Yes, there are 10 people on Team 1. Entering 9 of our codes will summon the rescue craft. Because knowing the livor mortis codes of 9 people indicates that 9 people have entered total death. Total death? It means the complete cessation of life. In this state, a person is impossible to revive. Okay, but how did you come across all this information? The same way I came across the previous information, by remembering them. Oh, the 3-day-long story you were talking about. Yes, I'll explain further when time is more on our side. For now, our priority is to identify X. Do you understand now? Do you understand why I said X's objective is to find out the liver mortis codes? Does this mean X is trying to summon the rescue craft? It is very likely. So that they can leave this school? Quite so. Which also means X already knows where the distress signal transmitter is located. It's interesting because they knew way before the Flame Boy told us. Yeah, how do you know in which order as well? And also, if there's 9 of us and you just need to input the codes, like, if you need to input 9 codes, just type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because unless it's like they do have duplicates, maybe, or are some of them double digits, or what? Like, yeah, if you can use this code in a different timeline, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, matching number to pictures. Okay, that would make more sense. There is a puzzle like that in the first Zero Escape game, where you have to match the number to the face, which is a big piece of evidence for who the final culprit is, because of aphantasia, the prosopagnosia. A big puzzle is matching numbers to faces, and the culprit can't do it because of prosopagnosia, which is really clever. It's such a brilliant plot twist, which also means X already knows where the distress signal transmitter is located. But they knew before the Flame Boy told us. He said, I recently learned around day 50. So how do they know before the Flame Boy knew? Because the liver mortis codes would be useless otherwise. That is a logical line of reasoning. Keep going. If we find the distress signal transmitter ourselves, we may find a clue to X's identity. Hiroko nodded deeply at my words. That is why I'm going to start looking for the distress signal transmitter now. Care to join me? But it's almost midnight. What are you, 5? Well, it is almost 2 AM for me. Alright. Yeah, they're gotta be assigned a name or photo, or, yeah. There's gotta be some extra layer to it, like Tsubasa 2 kind of thing. Tsubasa? Hiroko and I ran around the school all night in search of the distress signal transmitter. We found nothing in the end. It's almost 6. If we're not in our rooms for the morning announcement, the others may suspect us of being X. Yes, we should call it a day for now, and just as Hiroko was about to finish her sentence. Oh, hey, Karara. Karara! Shh, hide yourself. What in the world? You made the rule that we should never go anywhere alone, remember? So why is Karara wandering around by herself, then? Oh, now that you mention it. We peered out from around the corner of the hallway to see where Karara was going. She quickly vanished in the direction of the staircase. The sound of footsteps on the floor above us slowly became softer and softer until we heard the roof door closing. Then there was silence. Karara went upstairs. I mean, we are on the ground floor, but she just came from that staircase. Why would she come down the stairs just to go up again? Maybe she didn't come down the stairs? Are you saying... We started investigating the area around the staircase, groping around wall surfaces to see if we could find anything. And then... Karara? Oh, maybe it's a Z. It looks so much like a 2, though. It looks so much like a 2. That cannot be a Z. Anyway, what is this?
Secret door.
Secret tunnel.
Let's see what's inside.
Yes.
Please don't be the distress signal thing here. Behind the door was a staircase leading down into pitch darkness.
Kudata didn't come downstairs.
She came up from here.
So, at the end of this staircase...
Yes. There's something to be discovered for sure. Let's go see.
I'm concerned. I am having a hecking concern, unless it's not Karara. What if Karara was already dead? She's wearing a mask the whole time. Nobody would know. This place. I cannot believe we're still discovering new places in the school on day 82. It's freezing in here. It's freezing. It's like that guy from Yakuza Infinite Wealth. where he walks around Hawaii complaining it's freezing. And the plot twist is that he always thinks it's freezing because his heart went cold because he lost the love of his life. It's such a silly side plot, but I love it. Your unfunny jokes made the heat in the room shrivel up and die. I don't recall making any jokes. There is a device of some sort in the middle of the room. We should check it out. Hiroko and I approached the device instead at the display monitor. Ah, it does link up to pictures. Okay. Is this what I think it is? Yep. There was a user manual of sorts in the bottom left part of the screen, which read, Distress signal transmitter. But what? Who hides the distress signal transmitter in a hidden room? How are we ever meant to find this in case of emergency? How would we ever find this? Enter the level mortis code of each SDU member in the blank spaces on the screen. A distress signal is transmitted when 9 correct codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, poison gas will be released from the tank behind the device. Uh-oh. There is a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of physical objects. Okay. Oh, I guess Sire would tell us. Yeah. Neither a gas mask nor a biohazard suit will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned.
Oh.
This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we are looking for. To think it's been here the whole time. This is a major discovery. In my excitement, I started looking around the other areas of the room. The next moment, I felt my blood going cold. I saw something I hadn't noticed initially because all my attention had been on the device. An object in a corner of the room. No, that wasn't an object. It was... That was... Holy shit! I called it! Karara Usuzuki's dead body.
What?
Also, convenient hand placement for dignity. I actually called it.
We have to take her to the infirmary.
Don't bother. A dead body doesn't freeze up that badly within an hour or so.
So, she's been dead for a long time?
How long has Karara not been Karara? Yeah.
You have eyes? Can you not see? This is definitely Kurara Osuzuki.
Have you ever seen her with a mask off? Also, that is strangulation. If you look around the neck, she's not been stabbed, she was strangled.
I know, because I've seen her real face before.
Oh, when?
Usual tomato head mask.
Okay, but when? Because have we seen it in this timeline?
I've seen her face before too.
On that note,
Hiroko's a fucking time traveler. I swear to God. This is not Hiroko's first timeline.
Yes. Someone dressed like Kurara.
But the real Kurara is here, which means...
Has Kurara even been speaking? When was the last time we heard Kurara? Oh, I guess Kurara has been talking about...
Who the heck was that?
One thing is for sure.
I guess she was talking a bit, but not often.
That person is none other than X themselves.
What do you mean, caution lock? You've arrived at story lock 3? There's 3 of these things? You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. It's real. I gotta reach story lock 2. Oh my god. Okay, we are... That's a deep story lock. Okay. Okay. I was right. We can carry memories between timelines. Now it's coming into play. Now we know. Okay. So, yeah. We're gonna need information from another timeline, and we need to time travel back here. Yeah, it is very surprising it took us this long to hit one, I guess. Maybe they're hidden in weird routes, though. Like, routes you wouldn't normally take on your first playthroughs, I guess. Wow. Alright. Story lock 2, I guess. Mystery route. Yeah, you're certainly right about that. Oh god, where do we even go from here? Choose to shut Ava up is an option? Oh god, okay. Who is X? Yeah. Could be a few different people, honestly. Ugh. I mean, I need, like, a height chart. No, I don't need the endings numbers. No, we're just gonna play through it. I don't want to... I don't like playing these games like a walkthrough or anything, so... No, it's fine. Oh, do I have to select a route to go down? Oh, I was gonna just save and quit there before we start a new thing, but I guess we'll choose shutting Ava up. Yeah, this is an interesting route. Because now, the issue being, we know that dead bodies can be reanimated in this timeline. And, okay, Ato has time traveled. So Ato came back. And then also, the bodies can be reanimated using hemoanima. So, literally, it could be so many options of people. Shut Ava up, yes. I don't know why this is an option. This is a weird option to choose. But I'm curious to see where it goes, because this is probably a very quick ending.
Ava, stop! Don't say anything.
Hey, what are you up to now? Wherefore have you stopped her? I explained my reasoning to the others. I get it, you are afraid X may try to take us all down with them. At that, all of a sudden, we heard. Ava burst out laughing to everyone's astonishment.
Mind sharing the joke with the rest of the class?
Is she gonna be like, it was you, Takumi?
Is how you are all being so obtuse.
Don't worry, they always are.
What? It's the same.
What is?
Your ultimate destiny.
Wait, are you?
I shouted, but it was already too late. Ava had pinched her little finger and pulled it out without any hesitation. Well, we didn't even need to go to this time. She said it's the same. I mean, she's not wrong. It is the same both ways. Wow. Okay, we just die that way. That's funny. I guess we were too close to the pinky promise. I guess we were too close to her that time. Alright, well, we could save here. That was a nice quick extra clear for clear 19. Is that all we can do in this route for now? I mean, we're stuck on story lock. If we get it wrong, we get trapped down here. Well, we're not sure who killed everybody, and everyone just suspects each other. I guess the only other one is choosing wrong, which is probably going to be another pretty quick one, but I'll probably leave it there for the day. That's interesting. Yeah, maybe I'll just quickly... well, I think it's going to be a quick ending. I think this is going to be a very quick one. Let's just cross this off now. Who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma? Let's get it wrong. They're probably going to put me in the cage again. What endings have we completed? We've done all of Cult of Takumi and all of Killing Game. That's pretty much it. We're doing, like, full routes. I guess this is going to be the only instance where it's not true. Who killed Kako? Wait, what if I say Carrara? I mean, they're probably going to be like, what? Oh, and Coming of Age. Yeah, that was it. Coming of Age, Killing Route, Cult of Takumi. Yeah, I think just the 3 routes. Maybe it won't be that quick, yeah. I'll still suspect Carrara. The real killer is... you, Carrara Usuzuki, or whoever's under that mask. Excuse me, you've got to be having a screw loose somewhere. That's not possible, Takumi. Remember what we saw in the drone footage together? The bends in the ventilation shaft are too narrow for someone of Carrara's size to pass through. I'm guessing you're the killer! What? Takamaru never beating the allegations. Takamaru never beating the allegations of jumping to conclusions. Am I not also too big? If Carrara's too big, I'm also too big. Because if you can frame someone else, everyone starts relaxing and it makes it easier for you to keep killing. You could say that again. I think so too. Of course you fucking do. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer any rebuttal. Really? I have no green cloth on me. I'm also bigger than Carrara. Excuse me for a second. 168 centimeters at 57 whatever that was. Hold on, what are you? 159 at 46. 159 at 46? She's literally smaller and thinner than me. She's literally smaller and thinner than me. And I have 0 green. They're so fucking stupid. I suggested the other person with green on them. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer any rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait! This is a mistake. I was... Okay, well, we're passing down into this route again. Yeah, the game does break logic to force you to fail, I agree. In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. Straight to day 99. Is everybody dead again? I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside. This is day 99 instead of day 100 this time, though. Is it still the same? It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Wondering where everyone had gone, I decided to walk around the campus and search for them. I went to the garage on the ground floor first, opened the door and stepped inside, where I found...
Darumi.
Ooh, it's different CG, but it's still draining. It's still draining the blood from their bodies. So this is still the same person who's looking for the codes. I hadn't even needed to check. She was clearly already gone. But why are we always one of the ones to survive? It is a bit more graphic, isn't it? Why are we always the one to survive? Does somebody already know our code? How would they know our code already? If we... It was us, Moko, and Nozomi. Oh, did I even read that? I went closer and touched her arm anyway. It was scaly and dry to the touch. It had been quite a while since she passed. Okay. Who thought about reanimating the corpse initially? Right? Because right at the beginning of this route, didn't we have somebody that was shriveled up? And then they were like, we can rehydrate the body to make them human again. Was that Sirei that told us we can do that? Oh yeah, we see her without makeup. That's interesting. Checked her back and saw a large gaping hole. Her heart had been removed through her back.
Why would someone do this?
I know the reason, but... I put that disturbing thought aside and quickly continued searching for the others. The next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika.
Oh, Aito was shriveled up, and I guess Sirei told us to... Hirako told Sirei to give Aito blood. Interesting. And this is the route where Hirako knows about the distress signal. So is Hirako trying to collect the distress... But why would she be helping us find... Oh, that's weird. Why would she be helping us in that scenario to find the killer then? If she... maybe it's just one of those where she's like, oh, we could try this, and then... I don't know. But Kirishika's in the same place. Wasn't breathing, no pulse, just from how cold she felt, and knew she had died a while back. I flipped her body around and gingerly, her back was still intact. Her heart hadn't been stolen. I decided to search all the classrooms thoroughly. Why had her heart not been stolen? Then I checked the first floor, second floor, and third floor. I even checked the roof, but there was nobody to be found. My last destination was the gym. The moment I opened the door, I could hardly believe my eyes.
What?
Oh, everybody's dead in the gym this time.
Happened here?
Not dead to stabbing, though. You see Ima's, like, clutching at his throat, so poison? Somebody gassed them. I checked everybody's bodies. They were all cold to the touch, just like with Darumi and Kirishika.
No, wait. Maybe.
Oh, right. Sorry, yeah. I keep forgetting that Team 2 exists. Clinging to a ray of hope, I moved everybody to the infirmary. But... too much time has passed since death, impossible to revive, was all the monitor would display. I thought I heard the sound of my heart breaking when those words flashed across the screen for the 6th time. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over their dead bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Hirako, Tsubasa, and Ima's hearts had been dug out from their backs. Karara, Moko, and Yagami's backs remained intact. Oh wow, so I guess if you hadn't seen the other path yet, this is kind of like confirmation about, like, Team 2 didn't, Team 1 do. So this is a little hint towards the later thing on the correct route. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. Yeah, why was Karara outside the cold room? In both the other timelines, actually. I left the building and walked around the back. What greeted me there was a familiar sight. Oh, Shoma having stabbed himself. The sight of a dead body that had been divested of its heart. I wondered where my own heart had gone. I could no longer feel its beating, like it had stopped. It felt like time had stopped. Like the world had stopped, everything had stopped. Time in a bottle. But time had not stopped, as proven by the gradual darkening of my surroundings. I wandered around the academy with no purpose until I finally stumbled upon the 10th dead body. To be more precise... I feel nothing seeing your dead body now. The 10th and 11th dead bodies.
Takimaru. Ava.
I checked Takamaru's back. His heart had been taken, ripped out of his body. Ava's back was untouched. No other part of her body had been cut either. If only we knew why that was the case. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time. Then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. You know what I think would be really funny? He deserved worse, yeah. Just imagining this scenario in Danganronpa, where we're just walking around and every room we enter is like, a body has been discovered! A body has been discovered! Every single room we enter. The breeze jolted me to my senses and the gears in my head started turning again. 11? I was put in the cage on day 50. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were... 13! Is it Moko, the only other one? Wait, did we find Moko's dead body in this timeline? The very next moment, a great amount of blood suddenly started spurting out from my neck. I understood for the first time in that moment that I was still alive. At the same time, I realized I would be dead in 2 seconds, but I had no way of telling if the prediction of mine came true or not, because by then my existence had already been erased from the world. Oh, we did found Moko. Which one was missing? Let me... Lost in Darkness. Oh, I want to see that CG again. Weird layer. Wait, so we found Darumi. Hiriko, Ima, Karara. We saw. And I'll save here anyway. Well, we got 20 endings. We're a fifth of the way through the game. And we are at 101 hours. We've hit 101 hours. And we're a fifth of the way through the game. Although the endings start coming thick and fast after this, so. Someone short of Tomasa Carrara, I guess. But that could be a few different people. Also, there could be a couple other... oh, wait, I don't want to start of the day. I want to... Oh, yeah, actually, I could do start of the day because I couldn't see the dead bodies again. But yeah, there could be a couple other factors towards it. But if you're trying to subtly hint, you're not being subtle at who you're trying to hint. If that is the real person that is taking over Carrara's body, you're not being subtle about it at all. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. Okay. We'll just see the CGs. Yeah, 4 routes done with 16 to go. Yippee. But we can skip a lot of battles now, so... I went to the garage on the ground floor first, opened the door and stepped inside, where I found...
Darumi.
Alright, so Darumi we can cross off. Maybe I should be making a list. Hadn't even needed to check, she was clearly already gone. I went closer and touched her arm. Anyway, it was scaly and dry to the touch. Wait! Did we see Tsubasa's dead body? It's been quite a while since she passed. I checked her back and saw a large gaping hole there. Her heart had been removed through her back, yes.
Why would someone do this?
Wait, wasn't there a compilation of who he found? I decided to search all the classrooms thoroughly, then I checked the first floor. Okay. Last destination was the gym. Tsubasa's in the back, actually.
What happened here?
Yagamu, Tsubasa, Karara, Hiriko, Ima, Moko.
No, wait.
Who's missing? That wasn't already dead. Too much time's passed. Karara was gone. Ah, wait. Hiriko, Tsubasa, and Ima's have been dug out from their backs. Karara, Moko, and Yagamu. Oh, Nozomi! You're right! It is Nozomi that's missing. He hasn't mentioned Nozomi yet. So yeah, Nozomi killed us at the end of this route. I mean, I guess with everybody else dead and us being the only ones left quote-unquote alive, she would probably assume it was us. But I highly doubt it's Nozomi is the overall culprit. Yeah, I think X is a time traveler, because what else would they need the codes for, I think? We know Ato has time traveled already in this timeline, because very early on, the Flame Boy said, oh, by the way, like, I feel a disturbance in the Force. It's basically what he said to us. He said there's a disturbance in the Force. Somebody has time traveled, and it's corrupting the blood space. Like, the Force of Hemoanima is getting disrupted, and it's, like, messing with me. Somebody's time traveled, essentially, is what he said. And then we learned that there is a future Ato in the timeline, in the Killing Game route. So it's gotta still be Ato. Well, yeah, someone's time traveled that's not us. And I don't think we're the only ones that can do it. I think anybody that consumes our Hemoanima can do it. Yeah, the Carrara body was a misdirect, maybe, yeah. I don't know if they have to match body height exactly, though, is the thing. I don't know. I think there's probably other factors, I don't know, but... yeah. Ato is simultaneously here in the Killing Game? I mean, it can be. If we literally saw multiple Atos was a root name. But yeah, I guess we can skip this now. Wait, how do I thought there was like a fast forward button. Oh, wait, circle. That was it. So yeah, Nozomi, I guess. Killed us at the end. For being the only other person alive. But we know Ato can time travel. So. We already know Ato can time travel, and Hiroko has way too much information. I think there are multiple timelines where Takumi has died. And people have stolen his time travel ability. I don't think it's limited to one timeline. Like, I don't think it's limited to one person, the time travel ability. But yeah. Well, we'll leave it at that anyway for the day. We'll go to another branch, I guess, because we can't do any more in the mystery route right now. We have to come back to that later, once we've... 2 locks we need to find. This is so late game. We need to find 2 other story locks somewhere in the other 80 endings. Crazy. I guess we'll come back to that then. I guess we'll fall back to... God, where is our previous decision? Here? Leaving the school, maybe? I guess if we leave the school... Oh wait, Gaku's still alive at this point. Not leaving the school is what kills Gaku, actually. Yeah, I guess we'll come back to that in like 30 episodes, yeah. We have a lot of options. Yeah, we can leave the school. So if we stay on this route, we can leave the school. That is our only other option at the moment for killing Ato route. Actually, we've done everything else, I think, right? Along this path, we've pretty much done every option under the kill Ato branch, apart from leaving the school. So let's do that. And then we'll go back to not killing him. Yeah, there's so much more to discover, yeah. Yeah, we have to let Ato live. Annoyingly. For some reason, we have to let him live. And I hate that, but... yeah. So, I guess we'll do that, and we'll just see what happens. We'll see if Gaku still dies, if we don't leave the school. I mean, if we do leave the school. But yeah, interesting. Alright! Lots of interesting stuff. But we'll leave it at that for the day. It is 2 AM for me, so we'll leave it at that for the day. Thank you for coming. It's been a pleasure. Tomorrow, I will try, maybe, and stream. Yeah, good endings we need to spare. Hiroko did say as much. Hiroko did say, for us to have the best possible ending, everybody needs to survive. And I freaking hate that Ato needs to live, because he's constantly screwing everything up. I hate Ato needing to be alive. I hate him being alive more than Takamaru being alive right now. But, yeah. Hiroko said everybody needs to live. For it to be a good ending, we need everybody to live, apparently. Which I guess once we know all the codes, then we can just do that. So, we'll be back with more of this on Monday. But tomorrow, I'm going to try and do an early stream of Uma Musume. I want to try and finish the Aguri Cap campaign, but I don't know if I'll get the chance because I do need to go out tomorrow. So if I do stream, it'll be like an hour long, and I don't know if we'd finish the campaign in that. So I want to do the more Horse Girl game, but then again, I don't want to wait until, like, Sunday at the bare minimum to play it more. So I think we're going to lose at the Iruma Keenan anyway, so I might just do the remainder of Aguri Cap's campaign and then be like, yeah, by the way, we lost the Iruma Keenan. I'll give you a quick summary if I can't stand not playing the game anymore, but yeah, if I can, I'll stream the rest of that tomorrow, but I doubt it because I need to go out. But on the evening of tomorrow, we are going to be finishing Secrets of the Mimic. So all we need to do for Secrets of the Mimic is finishing the collectibles and Moon.exe. So it's basically just going back through the whole game, collecting as many collectibles as we can find, and then trying to do the point-and-click adventure thing. So we'll adventure with that on Friday, tomorrow, in the evening. But yes, as I say, hopefully more Horse Girls earlier. If not, I will, yeah. Maybe I'll just summarize it. I'll do like a YouTube post and post it in the Discord like, yeah, Aguri Cap didn't make it to the Yuma Finals. Yeah, I can't play games tomorrow. It sucks. I have to go outside. You know what it's for as well, which is the worst part? I have to get my eyes checked. Because I'm diabetic, I have to have double eye tests every year. Just in case I've got, like, weird diseases in the back of my eyes or whatever. There's a name for it, but I have to get, like, 2 eye tests a year, so I'm not even leaving the house for anything fun. Yeah, there's a Discord link. It's in the description. So, yeah, I'm not even, like, leaving the house for anything fun. I have to go out to get an eye test. It sucks. But, yeah. We'll see. We'll leave it at that, though, for the day. Thank y'all for coming. It's been a pleasure. Return tomorrow for more streaming goodness. Possibly Horse Girls, but definitely FNAF Secret of the Mimic in the afternoon. So that's cool. Outside of that, Reshef of Destruction probably on Sunday. I don't think I'll get the chance to stream on Saturday. I would really like to. I want to stream on Saturday, but again, I gotta touch grass on Saturday. I gotta go see family, so Saturday is pretty much a no-go the whole day. I've got to be sociable, and I don't like being sociable. But yep, having to be sociable. So maybe if I get home in time and I just need to stream Uma, I might do that Saturday. So yes, we'll leave it at that anyway. I'll see y'all tomorrow at least. But more Reshef on Sunday, more of this on Monday. Horse Girls hopefully tomorrow or Saturday. We'll see. Alrighty, thank you. I'll see y'all in the next one. Goodbye for now. Bye-bye.